those that are there now, we thank you that you are helping them, that your grace and your wisdom is given to them to lead us forward into a good and a better situation. We give you thanks for your great wisdom that is now released into this nation. In Jesus' name, amen.
Ghana MONTIE, Ghana MONTIE, Ghana MONTIE, Ghana MONTIE.
All the sampa Kasia bo Kowaka Temunsa Amaya se Kasia Waye
Onye yimu Nukretrodo Kamadine bo
Nitape
Mayentie Kasia Waje 100.9
Kwesi Bonkwe.
Hello, good morning, and thank you very much for tuning in to Need 100.9. Yes. Mema munyina chima mwakwaba na akasima be edunu bako na no siabo. And ya wada November that also ye dunsun. Mahote sendie. E wa reche mi se radia daruma bibia boko. Papa mo boni mo se emfase dan fama radi nti anope so yetimi asode yeti nkwamu yi de ne yesi asera ne demano. Ebabe sumu kwesi ABOAGYE ni medin enti efisa rekopin bese no ndu minimum an we fidie so ewo ya no pagime die so Ghana MONTIE amanyosem ho nkomo ensema ekoso my Ghana mo asese otimiti bi eno ni atranse ye de bremo. Anope ya de bankrata the front pages of the newspapers and share the bremo yebe J and semwa anonso echego ewo news online portals ansa na nonsia di nonsia kase bono e dia bremo. So in the next 19 minutes away, I'm not saying about Kono. I'm in fast like I say from my PCFMonline.com. Other major online portals, yeah, no, my sena minimum betcha and seminal. Minimum wage now 14 Ghana cedis 80 pesos. Government workers to get 15% COLA. Oh say ye. The 2023 national daily minimum wage has gone up by 10% to 14 Ghana cedis 88 pesos. Effective January 1, 2023. From the 12 Ghana cedis 53% that took effect on June 4, 2021. So this is in line with Section 1131A of the Labour Act 2003, Act 651, and comes after Negotiations were concluded by the National Tripartite Committee (NTC) at its meeting held on Wednesday, November 16, 2022. NTC's idea for minimum wage in a PGM FEA 12 Ghana cedis 53 pesos, call a 14 Ghana cedis 88 pesos, and almost the same 15% cola. That's a buy Juma for. I feel for a besimuno Timonshano, so when you say OTS and making Abakaso can you watch now? There be next year. Nyamia Daromania Tinkomwa. Government deliberately depriving NHIA health providers of funds. Minority, and Omakane saying the minority in Parliament has bemoaned the delay in the disbursement of funds by the government for the payment of claims by health service providers. Now, according to the group, the current economic crisis demands the effective use of the national health insurance to cushion the public. Speaking to journalists, the ranking member on the Health Committee of Parliament, Kwabena Kando, said the delay in the release of the funds could contribute to high mortality rate among patients who lack the needed resources to pay for healthcare service delivery. Ranking member, Health Committee Oyem Rashibe Jim, who Johnson Maye Dom Kitwan or Casabo Mabana Pumudi Hunsemwa. Rashibe Junior Jamaya Jaboso, Honorable Kwabena Kando, and was say, Abang Washada Power, a Buapayo, say what the NHI Fusika Bemomo. Na, woman be a woman called Ayarsha, woman to me. I show Mohote so many sky the Beshomono. Abang Buapayo Kwasa Sasike, one fan quadda. Na NHI Fuit Miniska. Now, the Tia facility seeker. Abang and correct. The Kabi Biche Abang. Doctors demand 40% of basic salary as incentive to be posted to deprived areas. A survey conducted by the government reveals that medical doctors are demanding 40% of basic salaries as an incentive allowance for acceptance of postings to deprived communities in the country. This was revealed in a probe conducted by a consultant of the Ministry of Health to identify the appropriate factors for the retention of medical doctors posted to rural areas. Abaya Yeshemu Nanshemu de Ababa to Janet say, a doctor for say, Okase be out the Omuko Krasi and baby, I'll become say deprived areas. Niomu here, so I must say, and yet, just say, 40% basic salary as incentive. Just say, bueno, ODA BB, I would show moon crying. Nebe mo mbeko 40% basic salary. Eze se skano emu yedu sikana se odi bi ka ho enya sa ode no kwe kura bia ase so onko hye wono onko eye adwuma ho as doctor won koda. Ministry of Health aban no so yes anhwemu yi cause no obeso ohu se de enti na ya na yi ankofo doctor fo ka se wo nko nkura se a wo mpeso mbeko NTCC aban we hu be yeden Aban so open ho asemo. No certification of conformance, no use vehicles to enter Ghana from January 1, 2023. Standards Authority. The Ghana Standards Authority is informing the public and more specifically importers of used vehicles that beginning January 1, 2023, all used vehicles imported into Ghana shall be accompanied by a valid certificate of conformance, COC, from an approved body. The certificate must thus demonstrate conformance of the used vehicle to requirement of the Ghana Standard for used vehicles. That's GS 451022 road vehicles, requirement for imported used motor vehicles. This is in line with the Customs Amendment Act 2020, Section 61 of Act 891 amended and related legislations. Ghana Standards Authority for say fan to Ghana for nyina ni mo a afifu fra ba besi mo be kraka ba titru mo amudi car hu dwa chese mo kraka use cars number ton ma manfo no wo mo si o mo bibi on friend certificate of conformance COC fi 2023 January 1 cars amode bagana nyina no so amfa COC no wo be hu bi na u COC ni so no wo mo say Ghana standard for used vehicles no mo amo nhihye bia wo mo hwe enti mo amo titru mo crackers mo amo crackers beton no me sure say mo dia mo tisade we ase papa Ghana Standard Authority said next year one more be adwuma nti munhya so one fa COC anka o car no ho ano so meet the required standards na that is o car no entimi be wura Ghana o maka kire mu Okay, so Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration for also Edin Sembiaba Betujo say avoid non-essential travel to Abuja. Foreign Affairs Ministry and one more kind of say. So the Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration Ministry has cautioned citizens to be wary of traveling to Abuja, Nigeria. The ministry, in a travel advisory note dated November 16, 2022, advised that non-essential travels to the Nigerian capital should be avoided. Ohena say ade akwakoye wo Nigeria Abuja titru say enya ade hu hia pa titru pa. Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration say senia security situations etie o Nigeria Abuja sisia no ohena say bi ade akwakoye wo Abuja no enya ade hu hia pa dia wo mo chese menko saying na Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration Ministry no mo ka kire won share ne so Kufuor invite 98 NPP MPs for talks over planned boycott of 2023 budget. Now, former President John Ejekun Kufuor has reportedly invited the 98 NPP MPs threatening to boycott the 2023 budget presentation should the current finance minister go ahead to read it in Parliament. Now, the meeting, according to the media, is for the former leader to resolve the standoff that has prevailed over the past weeks. Enti amampanyi dada John Ejekun Kufuor and ababeto dwa say 98 imrahye belonging to the majority side omo dom kese na fa no enru ankomo ye di bre mu amate se omo se orake no forata no ba ko kinkan eba imrahye bedwem so or the budget no de bre oman Ghana dia enya dia wo mo betena dem ho mepie fie honum sei amampanyi dada John Ejekun Kufuor ehia omo Johnny Safrom say omumra no munsi nkunya no munni nkomo. I am sure say ni nyina se ne be obetimi aka asem ye na mbesiesi asem yi wo mo beko wo mo nko se ne beko ye ni die chei. All right, so you're doing something senior Diakotin Diverse News Online Portal. Say, you see, Brasso say, I did the one cratano, so you need 7 Bremo. I mean, fast like I say, from my peacefmonline.com and the other major online portals here, do must say. There one cratano up next. When you are coming for a chance, I'll come one to pay about working kind 7 or year, there one cratano in Mudiamaya. Need 100.9 Yano Pejime Ghana MONTIE Sunni KWASI Jimmy Dream.
And some ko chuko bata esum se don twa no dumaja esum Ghana MONTIE dwumadie so eye neat adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM Ghana MONTIE na mansanya so adawuro Kofi Aman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
That's all.
Kunu no ya owia no ho boko ebie puno no sa no ya odi gotututu neat FM.
Kwaku medase yankwa enim yanji de bon krata na no pay se ne sitie Jack
yo
yanhwe
abusia for the bokata telegraphic na me de ma ate ama mo ko abe textbooks ya basic schools for no ade be sua de no publishers and apprentices no wo mu suyi wo mu taso wo ma ya de na wie nsu yentu a wonum ka industry no collapse o aban ta woni na be su wo mu a supplement year 2022 Ghana Club 100 award winners no what wo mu ho asam aba abajuma yafo ye makatu ya modie no yatum monimu am wage no every 13.53 Ghana cedis equal a pol 14.88 enti every 13 akwa 14 enti mukotokuo mu ayede World Cup aka 3 days pe na omu asase a the bokata your friend say telegraphic ede ho asam aba na telegraph the bokata enimu ha electoral commission tell political party 17 womu nya papenti wesie womu emra sebedafo no womu ya ba 98 majority kokosoa womu tell can Woforiata must go now sisi akra de anyaso wo muntenten so wo mutaso won kwa sisi a ansa wan ye de na kwagina court a ye di nasam ansa wan so won tichi ono so a won tebrofo tesi ya peta na interpreter ba ta na interpreter no so a ye nse da nya bi en wo bi ta se awure wo boa wo tichi papa wo betumi akachi a twada pa nyina ana brofo nso wote enti de oye nyina ye nsese animu Ononyamfo abambabe any phone. Womu tasa parliament wanum erenye. A state trial a Dr. Stephen Wopuni. Womu gusua the Bokata daily guide or the Wasamu Abba. Na the chronic the Bokata enimuha. Ononyamfo setemens abonsu. Ena gabi asara wachredako. Na womu ya kaba sisia di omabum. Enti wadu womu mfoni abetu anum say ya. Womu asretra mansan se nanka womu ntemu nyo basisi ade womu ntemu ayekama Western Regional Minister watrasa kidnapping bia enkoso ewo Western Region to obi obeto asem no wombontungu ononyamfo kasa atoforsen adwa committee o ononyamfo kan Woforiata yade asennua kakraka ato no ko yade ne kogogota akobona sennuem illegal miners na criminals yo watrasa mami entertain womu esanso womu ya mamboyfo na ateli despite enimu ha emati wopoku prempe oye minister of energy and watrasa ewiase nyina sadie enyinam ene fango ni ade nyina nsakra ye ba no esesa Ghana yanso ye the same thing ononyamfo Frank Anodom pre and what you say, oh, no weapon formed against His Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, shall prosper. Electoral Commission here, a stakeholders consultation. What I say, tell me why the two aba, assassin, and kaye about 3 p.m. Nanka ye, ni assassin can kind into Ogusua, why who answer, ni ama asite. Womu tasa barot no wanda no ma phone timu kwa na matim ade amano the new crusading guide anim ha a deputy minister for lands and natural resources ononyamfo George Mrekuduka and wasra Ghana for say yamom pa yamama mpani na na de danko Akufo-Addo esanse se Ghana digua yenyina na yetinam afei wa MPP for delegate no was so handsome with your watching 80% MPP delegate. Womu Tessalan, Kojotramantia, Madia, and Yabano and Womuntu. A brantia Razak Kojo Poku, and a war Rabisi. Was the allegation I did to finance ministers one win it here 1 night. A lot of them ɛna wa suspend short development was 3 months wɔyɛ nsiesie bi ɛwɔ hɔ a the Bokrata the new crusading guide ɛde ho asɛm waba the insight the Bokrata no nim ha Sagrami housing project no minister ɛkyerɛ sɛ ɛnyɛ affordable housing bio we be expensive housing wasadi wodike aba and what as a electoral commission there what one more adeɛ bi obeba ne tirim bia no wɔyɛ saa political parties ya wɔso atutam no wɔn fa so bi ɛwɔ so aban ebe establish labor bank Dr. Kinsley Ajman and wɔde asɛm de ya to dwa Professor Aite ɔyɛ professor Aite ɛna wɔagye Ghana fo nyinaa sɛ asase leaders no wɔn gyene sɛ enti sɛ IMF ni hɔ paa enkadeɛ na wɔn bɛyɛ enti wɔn nwene ntra IMF na aso yɛdeɛ yɛ bibia akɔto IMF so enti IMF gigu pɛ na kyerɛ yɛ ni da so asa na daily statement anim ha wɔte aba and what say 600 jobs yo a 60 billion targeted ya Western Region Petroleum ebeman kofwe tumaye barema sapon and a warrior free NHIS registration edema this year womu afija setre what say nipa ba kwatu ana nanu wanse do emuna nso prepra ni montina Kenya simbebu no womu de ntokwasi anim afei wonyanyamfo kan wo fodiata anas adimi yawo anas try say enko no nso obebraibu ni bie but can we for the atade when to me a sense what I say the na see ya no na is so irritating a supreme newspaper nim ha what do owura mantam foni abetua electoral chamwo and what I say or baba ye to media bi wa community ho enti 3 months nie obe suspending the juma awoye no NL for the guidelines yaba 2023 licensing here ekwan yo mo de befa so tough times abai ede niama foforo ba mebunu benya tuma ye Dr. John Ampontie kuma en wade asemde ya tuja ensawam danger eba wo mu tese wo hina wo kofisa ena wo sankofuo mfudie en wo mu tunu anwea enti nkofuo no ba ya wo madia no na nam wo mu de excavators yesi wo ejiri wo mu no ba ni nyina tugu ena na na tu anwea ton Oma ko rescue kwada nan yank yedu omu ko jamambom ewo suga kopa the Bokrata supreme edu omu asem waba na business analyst yo and what is a good afwo omu bu afu minister of agric pass ade a woye no omani nje ho etumayafo akatua ye mwate dan na yatum efri 13 ko 14 2023 na asase aye aduma abusia yanko peace 104.3 FM so mna de ensempi
Abono sia peace 104.3 FM suni o my ma ye mamwache anopai kasebo ayensa kan na ye de ebremo no na kasebo fi peace FM so a esanam okay 101.7 Afenit FM aye 100.9 ye nyina ye wo ship house abeka junction enkran na fe hello 101.5 FM eno so wo kumase ave radio stations ahodo bebre aji kasebo de pete wo Ghana enya brochire aman so no achi peacefmonline.com enso ekita kasebo imu na moma yentie ensamo de bremo no nia edimu akotene ne bi
aso ya hwe Ghana ne amahodo so nkuta odie so de abatu dwa se sawunko bibia wa Nigeria hinkro Abuja ma sabi de bambo ntimenko
mra sebedwamo dom kuma minority adiato National Health Insurance Authority anim se omodeka ndwomu ntua ononyamfo
kwakwa adwuma manu yeso afọ hwapom dinsem so asini gina se enwo amanfo de nyoma frafram ne de badwa so no sese ade so ate abafom
National Tripartite Committee NTC wamo ejina omanimra National Labour Act ne so ede adodo mu amasese de dakro da bia adwumani akatua fata no oman mu no omo de mu nsem foforo ababonten
na wo ball bomu nso no World Cup no aboaboa no guso a ekoso ene Blasters of Ghana womo de anyongofa kansie ba ko be pem so ena Ghana Premier League no so enra ebi to top form yedi mu amane nyina ebremu
wei ani nsembi anopai ni akabo mu amadaroma yede ebesomo yene amoti yani eyadwo yeboa agei ena
achenkwa na menum bremu na anwo fedua wadi ahenkan kwame yeboa na ye ka mu se enyumaku a eta ye chinu bi enio Suzy Herbal Center inyo Suzy Herbal Center na yakase oso beti panyan CB men capsules and CB women capsules duro papa to paye odi an senya kukudo nanom enyanyon ekogu yama ebeye ni pedwe ma adwuma nkasa obema bu wa adwonso bede no ba de adwonso rough carriage senenem guase kakra bia mekwa washroom na da toro ni sapoko ho kafra yalia na yade unya CB women capsules ebetwa ni ten Mesi ma sem de ana de ababuo ne kasa kwa kakra wuram enje ma semu buba ayanso atebe momfa CB women capsules enyem ho adwuma CB soap manicure pedicure for ubaji sa proper 90 na twitwa na papai onza wonya akono use CB soap na bon se you where use what the pa Herbal shop information shop ne chemical shop bi abekono so ubenya bi ato number 0247 111 671 0246 578 750. This way chocolate drink. Dear we here in Ghana so share. Friends we share one mame. Na Ghana koko ne dia ye. Ubobi gubu aba nje yes. Enyo makwankan ye dia ma. Ensem no ninchire muni.
Mrashebe dwamu edom kuma minority. Wamo no moka sei. Wamo di nsem bi ato aban anim eye aban adwumaku a. Won wo hwe apomudin si achi ba adwuma. Meshed National Health Insurance Authority enim se emprempre ya wo mo de kan to muntia na won wa eya pomodin ho adwuma ayaresa adwuma enuro eton enuro frafra enwuma enya aban dia na ye ankorankora dia no aban do mo ka health insurance for do mo ka bebrebe nto mo nya na mo ntia emfama wo mo minority for kasa no mo se Wamu eye nro wamu enkabomukuo eye Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association of Ghana yade wamuka afei Chamber of Pharmacy Ghana yade wamuka Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association of Ghana wamu susu yade wamuka wamu nyina susu airborne tennis afedi Canada so wamu hi omusika it is a health insurance authority for NGA ene akokoma se adwuma no ko magyayo womo nsom amanfo bio na kwaba sanso de a ede nsem bebrebe ene nam eto womo toto asre aban se ka no aban wode no health insurance for de no womo nye no womo enchia edipa ono no kasa ma minority for eba apomudi mu nsem a eye honorable Kwabena Minta Akando wono odi ani mu kasa no de to dwa se entrenia womo yes apomudi adwuma ya enya aban dia ne yade womo ka womo ebo no eni enya yo enya agudi enya nkwadasem eti saben odididi agura niam befa na se wonye no mpesika wonkotua sa aka no emunya kwanya adwuma emfa nsono omai Ghana wose so baso mu bufu womka se Canada so eto bi yare no kwa omonche yensa ne yade bio wo ya kwa ya sabia ne atwura duro wa na de kwasa pharmacy no omonye because health insurance for ntua kano a ebekwa kofa nsensem bebrebe ni papa modin sam ena de na no so de ani enyan eto modi ade sede ato National Health Insurance Authority for the sententem ya no won pa besia won kotua kano
nipa bebre na ekoso na akwakoduru se apomuden ya hwe ni ya nipa bebre na ena eba bewu oman mu efri se wonum omo ye nnuro awo oman mu ene wonum omo kra nnuro ede mo oman mu no wonum se efri sa America no anya ade a won free aban ene hospitals ahodo no nnuro bi esai se wo hwe sidi na ho de na atia na etikofom ena inflation so eno so e ma ne hum ni so ntomuntumi ma a hospital ahodo no nuru abra ye di efri ono efri say National Health Insurance for ede omoka bebre ntomuntua ya omuntumi ma omunru ebrim
no achi honorable Minta Akando oto anasem so na de okan nyina ne say see entrene no a wo mo ebo no asem mo kan say ne yanhwe yedi a sa kwonu abe ye besa kwotena titimu kane awukoko ne awusi kane pe kenkran wo kwa yaresabia na unkita sika ne wuo na bekwa akowuo no sa cash and carry system no ye besa akotia simbie na no de ekobasa de ne yoyi eni ma bekobone pa
Saya so ankrankra mo ayaresabia o man mu so ebeka se saade ne beha o mo pa na chance ye ha o mo enu nti se koba ne saade a gire ukura health insurance o unkura national health insurance o on baji usika abra ba hospital then no ene ehu ni se si ahwe yi a nipa bebebe na ene behwe o mo kan o man mu nti aban e ma ne nan e mo ne to na o mu nchi eka bia o mo de health facilities no se ne be ya o mbenya nuro ede ayo mujuma amasa na so mu ni nuro no bi yare no kwa yare sabia no anya duru a eno ede nsem bebre ne beba ti de akanyira ne se aban ema ne nan ema ne cho na onye hu bibi wei apomudin nsem enye sa nipa bebre da ene be wu o mai mu
nipa yete ne kase yi mrahye bedwamu edom kuma no pania won odi wo manim kasa se ba apomudin ho nsem a ono abokabena minta akando
Ononyamfo Kwame Gape wono so mrahye bedwani ma de hye wo keta about 1 person so from Mantem so enra ojane na so busa ononyamfo kwaku agima manu nsam Ghana mrahye bedwafie na sam tintini ni tete nyina nse mperfo kan wo moza sabe yafumpan yamfa shaban yamfa shaban asaban monfa njamia na yezo ya no pa no wie numre yebedi na zebedi miame dia enwa akade so nya pa yati Ghana ha everytete so obobo dem pese papa bi na tumi poto nyadoa ana se kontomire na de nguso nkonso a eja wadwo na ben dia ma so odi kampro enwona se no de black no odi ku ani kwade ejai na odi bai moko na kanu dodomu a ojimi se akọ square enso na nsen enwo aye die wo Ghana adwa so esiwoni tete e ka kire emai bi edifudi penti wazimbase ngono eni yakọ tise moja no ma fefe nyoma bi dia frefrem ngon avobedi no wanum aye utenyen cheze aw ewrade yedi nyoma ai eno ena panifo se omde nyoma gu akoma ma first nanka enyoma omde frefra enwume edie no na eyohamu gichemu adiokono enwotwe 98% ene Food and Drugs Authority aye adwumaden emeswate ede abawamu gichemu adionum yensa 23%.
Development of a traceability concept to facilitate indentation of sources of adulterating along the palm oil supply chain has been initiated. Pilots of the concept has commenced at the Dome and Malamata markets. FDA's progressive licensing scheme. Mr. Speaker, enrollment of the oil palm milling facilities into the FDA's progressive licensing scheme at the various FDA regional offices has also commenced. Public education programs. More creative and innovative means of awareness creation, electronic campaigns are being developed to deepen awareness of the dangers of Sudan dye in palm oil. Public education and community engagement in collaboration with NCCE is ongoing in various metropolises of the Greater Accra region at least.
Any amutie ya so afọ rapom din sam so o man Ghana ononyamfo kwaku agima menu no wachirem enwo amanfo wode nyoma frem amperfo de nyoma gu akwama aboa ma eso ate se da bia benya pomodene
yeto akase bono eso ba sanche ba sumbedwayi a won wotena se hwe adwumafo akachia nsem National Tripartite Committee NTC womo aye nhyiamu de amane bi abetudwa na krato de ba abonten no pani a wono ene da no no de nsa ahye ase Dr. Anthony Yauba wo ye twetwefo pani na nsa ahye ase asemo wakanya ne se wo magina oman apadie emra National Labour Act no 2003 Act 651 o magina eso edi ni nchichemu bi no so amade sese omde abatudwane se be bi adwumani na katwe sese duro dakro da bi adwumani kwa adwuma ni sika sese etuama no eni se wo hwe de niam ekono masese ni nyina ede ababatu edwa na yaka National Tripartite Committee no a eye basa na o maka bomu na abe sa abedwa no eje se ba ko eye enwuma wuranom afei aban na won so eye adwumaifo ekubatan etu omo na ka bomu no hotena se no mo nyina adwua ko benkrom akwanokro akase adwumafo akachia no se yempagya mu yemfa nkosei dodo sei na ebeso eti National Tripartite Committee no na di ababonten se so omo hwe sika yetuama Ghana dwumani dia dakro da bia anje se anya bi kura no sika se utua no de wotimi ntua ne ehwa asene se sika no se de omo pagya mu de kɔ animu ya omo kyerɛ se wo hwɛ se niema boɔ asetena mu din se ne ekuro mu aye niema ye tori dwa so ne akwani abadie ne se ne omo nsi kasam ne asetena mu gyina no a ehia ma se ye pagya mu kakra na the event is daily minimum wage no yetimi pagya mu ma no ekɔ esoro enti committee ni nyina de abetu dwa se sia no omo de akɔsoro hamu nkyemu edu 10% na kyerɛ se no odwumaini kwa dwumada kuru bi a yantua ne kakra no sidi edunan ene akyire mpasua aduawɔtwe nwɔtwe 14.88 Ghana cedis de SSA yede ema no na kyerɛ se akaka kra bi se 15 Ghana cedis no na omode aba eno mo se no eda nkyɛn a cost of living allowance kola ya na nse ye kan wasam kan no eno so omode apagya mu akodru ohamu nkyemu edunum 15% ena se omode ato so eno nti omo kyerɛ se obi kwa dwuma wo Ghana ha se ya yantua ne kada krokora no 14 cedis 88 pesos de SSA etuama no na kola allowance nso ya de akɔ ohamu nkyemu edunum 15% eno achi omode ato aso se saa sesaye omode abai wie be enu afia ebeba afi 2023 bosumi January day di kan no kan na ahya se adwuma eti wo ya adwuma wura wa bia adwuma na wo tua adwuma efo card se wo hya ne nso se efiti bosumi January afia ebeba no ne day di kan ne de na sa akatua ntomo foforo de se no wa hyase ya wo de adwuma wase wo adwuma wura ana obi bia wabo obi pa na wo tua ne ka na yesese ne sika entimi enu 14 cedis 88 pesos da kro da bia no na kyerɛ sɛ wabu emra no so anasa nhihye omaye no wabu so wato oman no emra eti wei eye ensɛm a ɔmo nyina akɔ nhyiamu no ɔma no kɔ bɛnkro na ɔmo de abetudwa
Ampervosa hu bi penti na boasre wa agene bagwa ya nom no wai nani ato nkyɛn na yeti hei ebambo mu nsɛm ehia ma ya papa ɛram so ama asoye a wo mo no mo hwɛ Ghana ene amawodo so nkita odi nsɛm so ɛde krata apia bonte a de omo kan kyentini tietie nyina sɛ sɛ wo ya Ghana ni di hye na sɛ wo nkwa wo hia na ubo akwantu obi ɛsɛ otukɔ Nigeria wo mo man na hinkro a friend sɛ Abuja ma mprempre ndie kabe ya nkatwe san esan say ewiem nye koto foforo abensuom kidnappers akom ho ewo Abuja ena sabe am robbers yetimi to sha wo so yedi tuo gina wo so terrorism a chese no ebi kwa bomb to ma bomb so ahwe ya no dia denchi ubeti timaya na awusu kurum enti dia asoye kanyina ne say Ghana fo womo asoye na Ghana ban ambo mutumi se womo hwe amaman nyina ne Ghana wotwaka emu nsam emu bambosam apomudi nsam edwadie nsam no amu boyen Ghana fo omema de hye kokose se wo bibi ye awo Abuja emprempren kabaya atwentwen so na enkwan ede wan ye na mekwa na we dia meji ade abaisi ai ugira nye ye na akoto akrabi fuom se kadon danto asema
abusia mutie kasebo fi Peace FM so nkra yato nkratew na ya sayaba
Peace FM.
Amen. Yenim samu busasa nije yasene sei.
Asia ne se wode amen agranse ne ani awo herbal ayaresam bio na nkunimdie adasidie na asia ani abasobode nkoa. Apomdim ho ahotɔ a wode abra manfo efiri yenti so ekosi ya na asie. Ehina yade sha amen hu ensa yade. Wode ne nro ne abɛfo efidie echi yade no kunu one time.
Amen e de herbal accommoding was signed the naturopathy and homeopathy kwan ekun ye nyarewa.
Say sukuu foforo amanone besua ekwan a yade herbal sa yade ewo amen.
We nyinanti ena yede anigye afra from say we pawo yare bi hyehye wo ho ana yare bi abagye akonya wo nipadua mu a Allah shafi onyame ne yaresafo inshallah enyame adom a ayaresa beba amen the free screen na hyehye so sabre yo etifa ho jim na won hwe free
amen wodome wo be old snake flat
ultra modern branch Waklagon Tama Road free 020-722-9505 and 0245-275254 Amen Scientific Herbal Hospital. Amanfo, the Amoka Chere Freddy's Corner home appliances hono.
Or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center.
Home appliances are a ye papabia, a biwo home.
Brands Bain, Media, Samsung, Kaiware, TCL,
TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and Nidia Kekeka home. Nia ubenya good warranty dear. Ko Freddy's Corner Home Appliances ukokumimle.
CCTV a Boama monitor of properties, any business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV a need ho. Ewo detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector. Utimi connect ma phone. Na wa monitor baby a wo wiase bia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner Edwosu ahodoa oton phones ene ehun accessories no.
Fresh 0544 959195 ana 02079373323 and so Brakoko Memle City Light in Chehwa. Na ye can discount any achedia. Ubetiasie.
Freddy's Corner,
home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
So wakoma ho hyehyɛ ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a ɛde ne sɛ wo ye na sɛ wo yam so atim so
wo be packing a farmer Martin's liver salt tetira kwan entem ehwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba kwa no na wo de agum
wo be hu sɛ ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonumu a ho beto nemum edi nanu na ho ntowo a ko hu doctor.
Nominees for the 12th RTP Awards are ready. Who walks home with prestige and pride? The 12th RTP Awards comes up at the Movenpick Ambassador Hotel, Sunday, 11 December 2022, 4 p.m. sharp. The 12th RTP Awards is brought to you by Jimre Estates, Special Drinks, Simisura by Abdul, Yas Tissues, Dofio Roofing Systems, A to Z Auto Servicing, and Corporate Ghana Awards. For Peace FM News, to win Radio News Program of the Year Award, dial *447*111#. Enter nominee code 447 to vote.
Peace FM.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knobs.
Yeah, ebusia mamu akwa abayeto akase bono eso. China mampani Ora Xi Jinping wane pani a ono no ye abansoafo pani anase prime minister ewo Canada Ora Justin Trudeau wo mo edi nkomo bi jeso makonhyiamu awie ne yapon no a eyo asu atise wasu okomi hu ache wo mo didi sankomo no asem bi okoka che no no ehun amade apie nsantwofo ensem wo se China mampani ka che ye Ora Justin Trudeau se wo wano otropa na anu yekoye meeting yakwotera simpanufo akwasi nkonwa kansem a ade chi ya ho no de mika koka ama ne de obonka ta nyina atro de abade na wote sa eya be ma de mo anu nyedu kaka no sa be na meka no se na nu a China ne Canada fo ne mpanifo G20 summit titiri ko tena se atwetwe nkomo akwatwetwe ni nhyiamu akwa nya ade ache ya na wakwakoka ama nsantwafo publisher asem na ba ya tro de bankratamu dabonti bebre na sa pani de yakwasi nkonwa ya kokwa mu nhyiamu aya ensesa pani de oyesa na omo kasa no so obi antene yonko kasa ono Justin Trudeau no prime minister no Canada no ho kasa mienu no mo ka brofo ne French and na China for so mo kasa Mandarin etwe intene de etwe kan de agiso obi gina mfifi a wo kira se e de ma wo mo enti China mampani Xi Jinping kan de no a na translator na kan wa ka che French ni no na French ni so aka no so aka che ne yonko enti asem wa China pani ni kan se wano otro G20 summit yakwa wo Bali no wakoka asem na mansanjwafo ate na sa asem no na efa Canada fo abatuo bi omo gidi se enipa bi do omo be hihye mu be ye wagadre bi wo mu ana omo to ato ahwadwene no na prime minister ekoka ye na sanjwafo publish na anya China mampani ni de no no so abeka bi di a che ne se pani for de yekosi konwa kokom ne yeka asem a ensese epie abonden sabra na yapo meet area de omo mienu gina nche di omo nkomo no na centrafo nso atade atwitwa omo mfoni ene no so aba abonden ne ehunu wase ko China ehonum no de obokrata no mo ya hwe yie papa wonnim na ato abane mene mu a wawu eti se mampani kwa na wo be kana asem a esese opani mfoni a efe wasre nanim da fine say UTV na odi aba eno nti no sa nkomo we nko ade bra no panini kasa wachia na no anani abre no a wahaha nani no eno no mutwa ede ba abontin na omo kire se ebra o ka sa asem no kire Ora Justin Trudeau no wono so ka kire translator ne say hey ka kire wura Xi Jinping se Canada de ye mpe kataso momuaso ye de okasam kokwamu a ye pempen ye ba be kama bonten enti de wo ye ne aye ne yie na gitum se ade ne wonya adwen so ye ne wonya adwen wontimi nhyan se akoka no kokwamu nti yankan no ntum Canada de enye sa ne etie enti sa nkomo ampanifo mienu gina bonten omotwetwe no na nsantwafo nso atwa e de aba bonten
mo Ghana has a journey because what was our mampania or dano is unfunny no whatever. China over Penibia or down for Nibra. Cabati Bobole Bobo. Going your beam. Naposo a new city about a de papa and she papa pana China for no mukrum. Penny de young group penny tau. Go not penny be a green hona if you are organizing no being foot to crack. Not about trouble tea. It's me go be when him. Hey, journalism ball over. And Ghana Premier League, you know, Omubobi. League, you know, me dear chili papa, many Isaac Opoku. You heard your queen. Adriana Stars, but more than to start the February Chelsea. Pine Mienu and a Brokum Chelsea team Mubako, Kim. Ya team, local champion, Kumasi and Tokotoko. Your 12 year bomarded to Southern Legon City. Your former player, former coach, Didi Masokrodu, a waiting more than. Well, we are mobile. Only about ball 1-1. Our sentiment into the Aquarium. No. Bibiani Gold Stars, Omijans want to gold. Mediama Vons was Sports Stadium, Jai, Omidu Boni, Obiasha Yonko, a Kabako, Ate. Dreams FC, Nura, Aniketo Kreku, GFA President, no, Osawa team. Yamia Bua Papa became United for the whole team, Osawa GFA, ever hell. Omuko jam the news will come you. Our no anabobuano and what tobacco a radio dasada. Great Olympics and super modern traffic and Gagropasia RTU as Rem say jata papa and Nisua Camunu what tobacco. Kara United yazitim ne mungo Nanseran Comujina ye papa na quachinaze team locas muguan wobwa. King Pfizer Alaji Karim Guiza Munamungo Edebabe Primo kwa shomu mkrum ekabako omantimiante. Inzu atraman wamzo ba yenche wamchi Tamale City wamsumo yanimu anebe mabamu fresh pine enzo wamantimi ante ekano. Accra Lions ene Accra so folk ariba boni enedai ye be hedi be free maba Kotoku Royals ene Samates ball no amaso yesi enzo bi toy to ma anwenti sa ball no yetu ahyeda impremprei sei enagina bia ne etie e wo hyehyapo no so e ma Ghana Premier League no Adriana Stars ewo abano makomaku edunsia omunomu dikan. Accra Lions tosum yenu edu enum. Asante Kotokoto so miensa edu 9. Great Olympics etaso e9 edu e9. Inzu Atraman tosu num edu miensa. Legon Cities etoso ensia edu baako. Bibiani Gold Stars etoso enson points no abano edu. Kara United emudi ntwo de enenso na motoso nwotwe abano du. Hazo folk phobia omotoso enkron za wabano enkron to nkron Brekum Chelsea etosu edu omo wabano nkron Bechem United etosu du baako omo wabano nkron RTU etosu edu mienu omo wabano nwotwe Mediama etosu edu nwotwe omo wabano nson Dreams FC etosu nson etosu edu e9 omo wabano nson King Pfizer etosu dunum omo wabano nsia Kotoku Royals, Achimida Kotoku Royals, AK2 Kwatanafo, Omuti Cape Coast, Omu Abano 9, Ena Samates, Ewo Abano Makumako and 9, Onsuto Sudungotre, Ena Edunson, Dungotre, Tamale City, Inti Kotoku Royals, Samates, Ena Tamale City, Omuna Ve, Domo Ba, Ghana Premier League, no, Omumi and saying answer the relegation, Zoman Reya, Yani Abai, Yani Sabeko.
Yeah, ebusia focus ye bono asi. Yani amoti ye ni anope ya joa ye boa eje ena.
Nana anwo fedua. Achenkwa na menu mbremu. Wodi ahenkan kwame ye boa. Yamamu mo ani tia adehye. Sharon so se Suzy Herbal Center. Producers of CB Men Capsules and CB Women Capsules. Ye wazoye ye kuram. Ebesia wo yade pebito na obenya hoden woni peduanem to paye and CB soap. Manicure and pedicure 0247 111 671. Jennifer Choro 0246 578 750. ya num bi anopa dia na esa sonafo ne aduanafo no biretu enu odi hye bi atumi num bi this way chocolate drink do yani so hye anopa yi
Ghana muntie ensem ko twiko bata esum se dontwe no dumaja esum Ghana muntie dwumadie so eye neat
Utie oha echi ponkno Needs FM.
Hey catch it list ni nie enwoma beto to dia me baba no ho ade no hwem so betumi a asew na obeka ya jontuma miensa duku potomanto this way chocolate drink na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ni a this way chocolate drink na kan sia asew udan kwanu ntumu ho me be mo anu nso hye kura de aka ho wo de wapi ho o ka sabatete edafo mo
this way chocolate drink
Catch up a pair, Baba Warrior.
Aso,
ye fear said this way chocolate drink, your Soriano pan on yanum. Ye bishop free genome no snack. Ye naho who I don't yet serve womo. Ye did really a pebibia boguya yasua. This way chocolate drink in yanum. And at this one, what's yanua? Has it a wom, cocoa wom, pricky wom, bibia wom, I don't hear any socia.
This way chocolate drink.
You hear any socia.
FDA, I just said you didn't crack too much to say a ye.
RTP Awards comes up at the Movenpick Ambassador Hotel, Sunday, 11 December 2022, 4 p.m. sharp. The 12th RTP Awards is brought to you by Jimre Estate, Special Drinks, Simisura by Abdul, Yas Tissues, Dofil Roofing Systems, A to Z Auto Servicing, and Corporate Ghana Awards. For Despite Media Group to win Media Group of the Year award, dial *447*111#. Enter nominee code 10 to vote.
With the vibes and a whole lot, and bad girls and a whole lot, and she give me wine and a whole lot.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
RTP Awards comes up at the Movenpick Ambassador Hotel, Sunday, 11 December 2022, 4 p.m. sharp. The 12th RTP Awards is brought to you by Jimre Estate, Special Drinks, Simisura by Abdul, Yas Tissues, Dofil Roofing Systems, A to Z Auto Servicing, and Corporate Ghana Awards. For Mark Jerry Osajimine to win Radio Talk Show Host of the Year award, dial *447*111#. Enter nominee code 525 to vote.
Echi ponkno Needs FM.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All this and pop. Kasia bo. Kowaka temunsa. Amaya se. Kasia waje.
Onye yimu. Nukretrodo. Kamadine bo.
Nitafe.
Mama yentie. Kasia waje 100.9.
Kwesi bonkwe.
Enseme ko twiko bata. Esum se dontwe no dumaja esum Ghana muntie dwumadie so eye neat.
Wouldn't think I'm a funny person. I say, what do when you see will be so by a yamiasem. So, I say, Mammy kind troll. Enti adia ewo Bible mu amakaye hunu die di enti na esa me kasa ho. 2 Timothy chapter 3 eni wose amani hunu bre. Amani hunu bre. Atifi asem no wose na hunu ye se enna idea chire mu no. Emre a emu ye den beba. If you say enipa beye sika enipa beye ahopefo obepe wono nko aho.
Na say Nanado no mo kan no
sika pefo
omo aban mu ana
na no hene ne osofo na omo kokon ntokwa na omo kokon nipa na omo aban
ane ohene gusu mo kan
wo hene ne sofo na omo kokon abayo ano na oye exams okoye na exams omo ye politicians
omo nya
asofo binumu a womo ton so boroni adedeji aboden womo ye politicians
na so mo nyina ka na kono
enkola nketo na atwetuo a womo ne nam edi bu nkrofo ponani no enei na eba abantie no a okum atwetwa wo bi agu fridge mu a na owi wo sunwan ho no enti sikape fo enyame asem osi nipa beye sikapefo ahopefo ye ka ahopefo a obia person nko anya no enye aban mufo nko enye ndisi na enye mpp eye nipa no nyame asem otiase nipa beye sikapefo osi efrise nipa beye ahopefo sikapefo ahohoafo abususem kafo nipa kabususem bie na no akasema te agoni nua so a onfa ho kra ahantaifo omo eni ahobrase
nyina ka ho
ni nyina wo babro enti nam se tobo asekenkan enti ade esese wo beye ne se enye kasa eyempaye paye
na
economic strategies there be send your one to no na yenso ye de paye ta ekire
enti finance minister omo ka so omo pam na ade biso
eno no tie ma me kire wo so omo be pam no so omo ampam ya mom paye amanyame a mehwe ne manya Yesu kura be finance minister Ghana ha anese papa mahama ekọ no osi akadompe nti wono kura de ni kwa se nko ka economy ho asem waso wa wisika na mana kadompe
ono no kan
na the one thing to wa Ghana ha wante men pretend the wante wante amiri amete en was was ni breso no wa wi amana kadompe
every before the kai
wonu ne kai se mama na ne kai se akadompe na nado bebre nti guess obo na nado kura abaso dompen watimi ayama enamo aba ho ne asaja ama no asa baby won
mommy mommy
enti wenyina minim dada de enti na bibi koso esa me fa no ayi awo se abususem kafo awofo asem ho asodenfo
na se ade a
Bible ayi nyame asem a waka ena nyame asem no se weye tumi abam dia wugidi a papa ewo mu so bebam enti nyankopon asem na aka se ose na hunu yese ena edi ekire ibremu ye mre edi ekire enti na mka kire wo se we kure sa ye hunu sese no
se economy na ye
na say Elijah breso na ahokire baya me nipa di mu brubini etetre kwam no na nchen we etetre nye we ni first nye na do breso etetre kwam no na nipa na kwam ni ho kom baya ma kwadu nyina na ye di wo fufuo di enti no papa enti na meka say o kasa no are very careful na wa ben awurade mo because when nya de aye kasa abem na twa obi ensu ntimi nsa no just awurade because what is
mama kasa mama mbru
da bi no ana me kasa wono no kokora wo se akadompe no oba de ase dompe no kakra ba ho no wo sa ba wi
Hello once again, and thank you very much for tuning in to NEAT 100.9. Yawada, yes, Pio Mefina, do if you didn't know to see a memoir, Quababa, Yanopa Jumedi, Sugana, Montier. The family Chrissy ABOAGYE, men of Dijumedi, Uchami. But I say, would if you didn't know they are to what I'm saying. Yeah, Koso, I drink you with me, what's up, Lano, Eddie, Afaso now, the Abba. What's up on your mind? What's on your mind? Feel free, send us but me matem di diembe. Udi atemwa. Anhwe anu me dwan me dubi. Anu pay wa jinche 0503721744. Need 100.9. Enyama moto saying oh yeah. Ibia boko. Enti Musa ya desa ye kobronye mu. Ye kodi bronya. Bronya we die. Ensi ye bedio. Bronya we die. Ensi ye bedi. Show sa hodo ebeba ye beko. Enuani ahodo ye benua. Enkoko mponche enwan nantwie akrantie apese usie ni nyina preko ebeku esanse esukure jahem ensano nso de owomonom no wombenom omombebo ni nyina nso na bronya we die afie we die nyamamu idea o Afiwe 2022 afiwe dia man sam mebiom na covid year no krampo 2022 dia man mebiom o ya ben ye Debbie 2023 ubei member yesese ni 2022 year yo Bano fayedie kwa me use TUC for chese CCR de ayi senya minimum wage na ko no mo hwese 2023 niama beko yie amom edwumayefo yo market abosumi edwumayefo aban crash for na niama beko yie and 2023 we looking forward to a good year. 31st one night no. Paye no ya mume mumpi. Say 2021 paye ne mumpi. Enu ntina 2022 enwe ne sisa no. Enti 2022 dear. Oransa yi awe dear.
Afibi esai. Emanu maybe.
Oh, David. 2022. Oh.
Easy. Radia ni dana senka kranka krodi echa. Because na easy.
David.
Afia.
Akwa no teach you say den kra.
Overquesive on the finance mtonche.
Finance.
Overquesi ya afia wo ho. What was the first no nanka o side say essewa. What they had to on essewa utumi dane ha. Kama utumi enye bi down. But sisi ano sa ha beni a beni fra. Enti uta hu baby enja. Obi a ubeta wani asani biya nso overkwesi nipa krote so. Enti 2022 dear. Overkwesi enye easy na sikasemu ade pa sikasemu ade
2022 pacha ukoi memebio na afibie sesili unim se afiwe nso obi ho no ma ko ye man pa kwara se yesu aye ka se obi nso afiwe nso no
Ova kwesi ebinom tea.
Masa girl out from there.
Ebinom tea. But majority no ankasa na yebre. Ebia individual bi baako bi na ekoye ma wo. But wale tu wala safo ne de ova kwesi yebre no eye triple. Ebre pa wato foundation. Wato yede besi ne ova kwesi wonfa blog baako kuransi so. Wadu lente odi nua na gusuma nua ne nyina asai. This was a kotu nua ne nyina agu kɔtɔ foforo. Waka ontumi nkɔ nanim. Esi ano akwaya hantuma afo. Unya pɛ na wodwena dua no ho. Unya pɛ na wodwena dua no ho. Ankura bi na Awurade adom. Omo atumi kɔ omo anim kakra but ofakwesi dodo no a ebi aye stagnant ebi nso retrogress reverse easy.
And I mean yeah boy Awurade Empire say afifo fra be sim de ma 2023 no man conquer say 2022 then anyama anko yama yemubi na 2023 de ye die nko a Russia Ukraine boy so ma ha adwen omo ka ho
Russia Ukraine de inni say nko a na ye hawo no enya no ono kasa Russia ni Ukraine na me say enumpo no na Russia hokura wo mo kono kura wo so wo mo
na say me say enu so ha adwen
na me kire so over
nti en ha adwen because say enu amasikasem eho ayedin eniemu ayedin wi ase ama because fangwe ne bo ni nyina kwosoro no ni na Russia Ukraine kwabra so I mean say
ne fa bi no
yeah
nefa bi no
yeah nefa bi no kre
yeah nefa bi
nefa bi nso no ye ntoto ye boni
excellent
ye ntoto esika nsem no yie eno so wo
mismanagement
eno so wo
na niama one set priorities right o ye niama emfa so ma niama ebetumi de wo de usika sedwetire bi mu ebetumi de mfa so abrewo ewa abra hu hiehia wo no eniama bi wo hono mu a wofa kwesi onye se wo ho kire wo a eniama bi wo hono mu a ututwa so wo mfa sika nkohyem wo pese me ma typical example
me man example bi aye kwa ma fesi ase me man example me mfi no
ekom de wo kosi cathedral
me mfi no me da ase anope need 100 point na Ghana Montie so no ase ogoe na ebraso they didn't say me go the various news online portals anope
Montie na mansanya so adawro kofia man homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM
FM kwesi aboagye menam di djumedi unchiame minu akwabna ma afon so ano pe ka me ho obebo acheche ye ensem no ye kan brofu mu de obonkrata na obecheche mu kama dia mayen yemfa sedam fama peacefmonline.com other major online portals ye no mase ye ne mu nche ensem no ye ko internet ne so akwakoye ensem no se ne sitie. No certification of conformance, no used vehicles to enter Ghana from January 1, 2023. Standards Authority. The Ghana Standards Authority is informing the public and more specifically, importers of used vehicles that beginning January 1, 2023, all used vehicles imported into Ghana shall be accompanied by of conformance COC from an approved body. The certificate must thus demonstrate conformance of the used vehicle to requirement of the Ghana standards for the used vehicles GS 4510 2022 road vehicles requirement for imported used motor vehicles.
Yo, abusuafo de ofa kwasi kan ye no wotra sa ensese foforo bi eba na sa ensese no a eba no free January 1st 2023 one de kono standard authority for na ka say ka bi a ye use abrochire bi a wo bi antumi mfa magana ha na muntie ni ye Ghana Standards Authority for na peso wo mu katra mansa nyina se KWASI a ye use wo abrochire free January 1st ahade a wo ka no hom use a na wo mu te ase pa ye free January 1st 2023 wade kono hom use ka bia ni won mu a oba krefra abrochire dia ba Ghana ha atise eba ya fra ade bi a valid a certificate of conformance eka ho ansana wetumi de sa aka no e de aba na sa ade no ya fra ne sa conformance no aye use vehicle aye home use cars no na e bere kware sa nioma na firi mu nten ye Ghana Standard Authority for enti vehicle no ebi te say GS 4510-2022 road vehicles and the require san yamano enti a free next year they call dear January 1st home use car yabra sa wo de beba nso a atesa brofo no a mekan na ndia menti ase mum but tisa wunya certificate of conformance at the kan ansana wetumi the home use car abagana.
Government deliberately depriving NHIA health providers of funds, says the minority. The minority in Parliament has bemoaned the delay in the disbursement of funds by the government for the payment of claims by health service providers. According to the group, the current economic crisis demands the effective use of the national health insurance to cushion the public. Speaking to journalists, the ranking member on the Health Committee of Parliament, Kwabena Minta Akando, said the delay in the release of funds could contribute to high mortality rate among patients who lack the needed resources to pay for healthcare service delivery.
Na emra sebe defia dom kuma ana womu kasa se a National Health Insurance Authority for sika aban ebe release diama womu na womu nso diama womu adwuma yefo womu nso dia Ghana fo ho bra no sa sika no enko na watremu a enamre ya nka sitremu aya de neni a enipeta no hu entei ena nka National Health Insurance no ebetumi aboa yen ebra wone nsam trefo kasa no ranking member ya wada health committee ya wamra sebe de fia no kwabremi nta aka no en wotrese sika no wo tie atesa habogate wo tie a wo bebre papa ansa na etumi aba eno ka hu bi emma mortality obi kwa wo a health insurance ene niam ekeka ka ho nti kwosoro pa ena adesie bebre no anso nya sika mpo ene ode akwaya asabia enti eno nso be contribute amani pewu aban release sika no nko.
Okay, all right. Before invite 98 NPP MPs for talks over planned boycott of 2023 budget. Former President John Ejekum Kufuor has reportedly invited the 98 NPP MPs threatening to boycott the 2023 budget presentation should the current finance minister go ahead to read it in Parliament. The meeting, we understand, is the former leader to resolve the standoff that has prevailed over the past weeks. Now, spokesperson for the agitating NPP MPs, Andy Apiakubi, publicly announced the decision and stated that they have resolved to get Ken Ofori-Atta out this time.
Abusuafo de ofa kwasika ye aya kanema mpani to na Ejekum Kufuor papa Kufuor ene wato nsa de afra mrasebedafo ediokron wote 98 no a wo mutre se onyonyamfo Ken Ofori-Atta opano ho a wode wo wampano ho a wode wo budget no wo mu kra de wo mu sa yansa kene now anya sa mrasebedafie obaso oba be wuri di budget a empty chair and wababa betu wonum na wo samra sebejafo na ni abre pa eno ena wo mu tiremu a watasa kane Mampeni John Ejekum Kofoɔ ato nsa afrɛ wɔn mu sɛ wɔn mu mmra na wɔn mu nsi nkonnwa nkasa na wɔpani baako a wɔdi adimu akotena ɔno so kora na kasa mu wɔ mu ɛyɛ owura ndeɛ Kwame Apiaku bi ɛne wɔkyerɛ sɛ wɔn aka kyerɛ mampani ɛne Ghanafoɔ nyinaa sɛ wɔn onyamfoɔ ka no wɔfori ata ɛnyɛ sɛ bi a yɛntɛn no wɔn kɔwiri di budget wio wɔn so wɔn kɔ sisi a mampani nsa kini sisi a anya saa sɛ wɔba bɛkenka budget a obiara ne ni asɛm oduru wɔn mu asɛ parliament obiara nsi ne kwan obetumi abegyina wɔn abɛka deɛ ɔpɛ but pass wɔn bɛtena hɔ nom deɛ no way nti papa Kofoɔ ato nsa ɛde afrɛ wɔn mu.
Doctors demand 40% of basic salary as incentive to be posted to deprived areas. A survey conducted by the government reveals that medical doctors are demanding 40% of basic salaries as an incentive allowance for acceptance of posting to deprived communities in the country. This was revealed in a probe conducted by consultants of the Ministry of Health to identify the appropriate factors for the retention of medical doctors posted to rural areas. The ministry bemoans that out of 10 doctors posted to the OT region, only one reported to work. Answering a question posed by the Member of Parliament for Bulsa South, Dr. Clement Apak, the Health Minister KWASI said the recommendations of the survey are under review for onward action. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, a survey has been conducted to solicit the views of health workers on measures to attract and retain them to work in deprived areas. From the survey, the willingness of the health workers to accept posting to any of the deprived areas is based on financial and non-financial incentives. Quote continues. They recommended non-financial incentives such as scholarships, accommodation defined by existing policy, standard medical equipment, and transfer after 3 to 5 years upon request. Again, financial incentives include 34% basic salary as an incentive for mild deprived areas, 38% as basic allowance for moderate deprived areas.
Request no after sikasam the enso 34 basic salary incentives in the back can we besi woman cry a big cry 38 and no allowance and kakran cry besi woman frumu and 40% ya ketuan tumu and san womu bakwa koye adwuma womu akro
yeah cash anyway. So, Yankoso in same way, the Veils News online portals, Yedasugusu. Public university workers remain on strike after continued stalemate. An attempt to get the striking Public University Workers Union to rescind their decision could not be achieved at a meeting between the National Labour Commission, NLC, and the unions on Wednesday. According to the Secretary of the University of Ghana chapter of the University Teachers Association of Ghana, UTAG, Professor Jampo, it was revealed at the meeting that the Finance Ministry has a key role to play in addressing their concerns. He added that the process may delay following the ongoing probe of the Finance Minister, Ken Ofori-Atta, following a motion of censure against the minister in Parliament. I'm saying University Forum, that's what school MONTIE. Strike in the effect. By into Cabra.
Now, public university workers, you. Woma tiatiana da dane tiatiano waters womo tuaso woma ye bia sanka public university workers in yoyi ebetia sign koma kwakoye tuma bra womu ni National Labour Commission kosi aye nanso steda bebi a womu timu apetampe ewa na womu tim na Secretary the University of Ghana chapter University Teachers Association of Ghana UTAG Professor Ransford Jampo and what they say asam no mo kano Finance Ministry eka ho enso Finance Ministry ena me no ka say wo mu probu no na sa probu ya ekoso amra sebedafo etre so wo mu mpe no etu wonso ne mfini na konya so no enu bi eka ho ena wo mu akogina bebi a wo mu gina nti ebe delay kakre sanse sensa motion no wo mu nyawie wo mu di asem.
Government not subsidizing PFG market foodstuff, Agric Ministry. The Ministry of Food and Agriculture has debunked claims that it is wasting taxpayers' money on the cutting and sale of cheap foodstuffs at its premises. The ministry last Friday, November 11, 2022, began the retailing of food items at its premises to civil and local government workers. Many have criticized their move, describing it as a cost to the state. But the sector minister, Dr. Usu Efriye Akoto, defended it, saying data gathered by the ministry shows massive disparities between prices at the production areas and urban centers due to the cost involved in the agric value chain. In addition, Dr. Akoto's defense and explanation, a consultant to the Agric Ministry, George Drew, also said the government is not spending taxpayers' money on the initiative.
Now, a Minister of Food and Agriculture and World Bank ye, Ghana for be trese, the minister no ayeno, Ghana for sika and woman senwo, as a okota no asada ababeton and anobuafu, ubehena by the sika, etaye tren woman ye. Na minister ne fiade temi, and woman says yes, woman diniane, ebaba be go maso yabon don't come. Ena Ghana for be trese ha adiana woye no etese aban wono a seda de sika atay ade no achi enti wo mu kota no wo abeton fofofo enso nkaya no balance no aban no a na efa na no na ewura akoto etrese o enya sa akura na asem no tie ena agric minister mu consultant ya e friend George Drew enso tese aban fa obi a 1 peso ampo emfa nkwese mu enti obi ada yanda akwese wo so wo ma kama ya tie o taxpayers money ni mu o aban nkwese o
ade
ebe wo se wo ma be ka kire ye se tamu a wo mu kota de ade aba ne ye bo kase
wow Tom din chichi mu eno na da honum sei no Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedi Sunu Asogwe Hanum say na yede nsema etwego ewo ye internet ne so the various news online portals yede be sie na yede de bon krata no so no enim nsem no edi abrem ye ba be brobro no so ye koso encheche mu as always ya na ye pese nsem no ekoso no ne esisi no beti ase yi papa enu ntina Jumedi so wo honum say di ma na wetimi ate nsem no ehunu ye koso obi kan na nkwa ye mese bia interviews ne ne penifo nso edi nkomo no mu chichem na wamu maye hu ne ekoso o my gan mu e frɛ me KWASI ABOAGYE me nam digimedi hu chiame anope kwabna ma fote ne kan okame ho eboa kan cheche nsemu di mai sanso na sofa aba fi nso atranse anope de bon krata no obeboa na wo ma cheche bibie mu akinkan e de amai need 100.9 That's right. Okay. All right. Yankwe na yenshasi yenyinsem no. De bon krata no. So far.
Yo Kwasi abusuafo ye de bon krata na nimu nsem de to so mienu e na ye de esomwo. Na ye de somwo a daily graphic okunni na nkasa e na me de ehye ase. Na anim hanom no e no wo kire se wo ma ga na hanom wo mo tintim enwoma e de ema aban no wo mo ensem wo mo ka enyina ene se sisi anu yade aban ede wo mo ka yie papa enti wonhwe na wontua wo mo ka na se wontua wo mo ka wanhwe yie a ebetimi edum pempenso bi kura mpo no na wono mo companies no ana se industry no egukura ni nyina no enya de a ebekwa akwa Ghana mpuntuo sem na nkanto se aba beboa won mu adwumade ensem mpo na eye club 100 award winners no eno so no watintim e de egukura ta yi mu a yebeda suko e de akomo wo mu a wo mu di enkunim anase enkunim de abotre ni bi ko de ma wo mu no eno so yebebo so e wo hanom ama wahunu That's so and what I say siano da kuru bia dwumayeni bia no na katua wonum ehwe so mbetimi de ama no anas na didi sika wonwe so mbetimi de ama no wo ka bom abosome no wo ede be ma no no 13.53 cedis 13.53 cedis ede kwa 14.88 cedis 13.53 cedis ede kwa 14.83 cedis eno no minimum wage no eno na won mo ede atokrata yanim hanom a mekenkan ede amamo na mafa the supreme newspaper no eno so anim hanom no ene ensem a eka ewa hanom ene sesisi ano NLA wo mo issue guidelines bia wo de ba behwes na the 2023 licensing year no wo mo ede ahwe eho ensankan ya eno so eda anim hanom osisisi ano wo hwe aban no so ohawo ne atete a wanamu a ne nyina mu no wo bɔ ne ho so obetimi anam so na ne mabu no watimi ama mo adwuma ye eti you start program na ne nyina no mo de ba befa so na ne mabu no mo ama mo adwuma ye no na wo che se aban no edi sika boten a ne nyina no obetimi edi aboa no edi ahyemu a emfa ho ne pempente nkwasisi a Ghana de hye ye tie no aban no ye ne obetimi aye bia ama emaburu no adwuma ye wo oman Ghana ha no mu a eno no edada obokrata Supreme newspaper no animu na de obeko
abusuafo Ghanaian Times de bokrata animu hanum sei wode afafo ho asam waba afara nkwa yebuada illegal mining wo mu enam kwa abone so eyi nam wonsuom ena tenketenkete no wanyai sika ya branti wanyai saa nneoma ni nyina ema enam yie no wo mu sɛ no unreported unregulated efficient ekwan bɔne a yɛfa so eyi nam no ɛsɛe marine ecosystem metote no ajani ɛne wɔka asɛm ani montofoɔ ɛne mmabunu ɛde ntokwasi ani na wɔn konya pipe enipa baako atoa nananom wansie do ba mu nan eprepra pa mu adenda hospital ka ni etajatum na ka no asi to properties ni etajatum saa nneɛma bebree wɔn asɛsɛ no bebree enti agene pa afei Mrs. Kosi Yanke aye one yo
okay. I mean, come on, so now Deputy Minister for Finance, John Kuma, Honorable John Kuma, in Komo, Abai, Inshishe, Bia, Wamodiaba, Etifu, no, Moka, Yedin Komo, now Honorable Inusa Fuseni, Medibu Bisana, say, Onudio, Fasu Bia was you start. Na yepese ye hu emfaso ben pa na wo so sadie we aban de be eye di ade ye ni ora eye John Kuma ni nkuma ona bo yeda simu akwa baba ni TFM so anpe
mi ra ko mi do so mi chia TFM TFO na ne kasa yon kupa governor mafu ne on dominate ni na mi ejosu pa so you start no Eyedian etiefu a wo muti anope boy ne ntimi nya entiase edie ben pa no yo you start na ye emebuna adwuma sem ho nhise ya aban peso deba edebe boa ma Ghana emebuna nya adwuma ye na ne titu omudi ewo omadwuma sem enti ne tofa bonyina no de be ya emebuna be nya adwuma ye na Ghana ha no OSHA statistics from the Ghana Statistical Service. I say a movement from 18 and I found 15 to 40 years. Or more 19, our share more money about 19.7%. Now OSHA figures is about 1.5 million. Mepuna share Juma now OSHA the public sector also it's already choked about 750,000 people on the public payroll. Now, I buy already a committee over 40% of revenues into compensation for public sector employment. Which say the space for further employment is very limited. The only way you be poama ubia sunsa kona no nyane dwuma ye and say ye de omampani na na kufuado ni swadi mu ni say obema Ghana mabunu na akeka omo na waso masini na omo bibia omo anwuma no be poama ya solve sa unemployment problem.
Enti say na hyehyɛ no tie wo kan emabunu you start here dia bay ubehu na yesi okay 1 billion ye twa be 10 billion sika bi eda honom saying na ye de be 1 billion hyase ne ne keka ka ho entidian ye mom sika na omo de akwa akɔhye nnwuma ase kwan ben so kra ne efa na ye yi sa mabunu yi hwan no betimi aba obia me Ghana ni na metimi kyese me Ghana ni me babunu me ni adwuma ya me ba kwan ben so na metimi bia san hyehye yi me mabunu na me tie sisi a babunu na me tie a metimi enye bi
yo say wo ma Ghana ni bia Ghana mabunu nyina nyankran ko a na kumase be bia wo bia dwumadi so no isan say yin o mampani no ya said that kwa pro wo man mu nyina me minister for local government Iradam Potwe ni team yes all the 216 district assemblies ya cheche won kwan on be fa so ama o mabunu so etimi apply and you apply so there's a portal ya announce so GE portal no ubetumi apply online at the same time also the forms across the various district assemblies ubetumi akofile so internet ni nye adwuma ho ubetumi fill forms no upload onto the internet the Ghana ni bia why so person wa nkasa free PPS no ubetumi de ho akodon ye dwumadi ahodo be miensa under the U-Start ye what the any banks na kamboma na friend the commercial model of the U-Start and no the ubeko bank now ne o marketing kita ho on betimi aboa up to 500,000 Ghana cedis wonfa collateral bia anko interest rate ne so abine banks na negotiate and the current commercial rate no form and a kwan abefa so abetua no so no say no form iti ma moratorium this can be eduma kakra ansa no asase atua and banks ne die no and ye what ye are buying institutions and because nye nyuma nyina na betima asase akọ bank obi o wa fe no we school and obi okra o school mo na so o ani so ade hu bi so person o hye bibiase do wa fe no upon ho e o na dwuma okosua ye afọ ni nim se wo kọ bank a wonya ska no nti do mo de ni nyina afa GE Ghana Enterprise Agency and NEIP and NYA and all the youth agencies in Kaboma or in this implementation. Into no work under the district entrepreneurship program now. And on podi sika de ma mostly na a grant just a sika obetua back and na the obetua back no so no interest near kitwe so the beya obetumi atene on our dwuma no so etimi agro. The district entrepreneurship one is focused more on grants and soft loans. You launch Nansani ne World Bank and Kaboma ye decide to Omama Ghana sika 500 million Ghana cedis. Ye de yes our first tranche. Na yo jide say omo betimi apply on the go through the process. Pachonis can kwane dema. Ye pese ye ma MONTIE na uti the opposite ye nase. Na aban so etimi edisika anase dwetri ehye wadwuma obi okrampa odin the fantasy no mawie no no hu se nyiska no ya demom no ya market access to bigger marketer ebe man customers from betimi atone niema no bi so hono man packaging crampo a problem enti saa nim dia oba benya free mu no ebo ama ne dwuma dia wa hya ase dada no otumi ede kɔ nanim kese enti saa niema ni nyina complete package de ma mabun bi also wa mfidie ne beto ama enyi scan ne de be ma ye hwe wadwuma wo ye ebi apoma de bia o machine no ordinary one bi per commercial one o etima pam toto you ho issue or in a manual but so to me talk cutting machine mana ebe ma obetimi increase the number of shoes or in the week all those things no and ye pese ye hwe na yɛboa ɛma ankorankora adwuma a ɔmo die no aban betumi abam na waboa ɔmo na apagya na ɔmo nso ɛho ahae ɔmo.
Saa nneɛma wei ni nhyehyɛeɛ a aban yɛwɔ mu a na ebi afa a yɛsɛ yɛde aba nti wobɛte ebi ate sɛ napco yi a ɛno koraa mo ba abɛn mo de baa yɛ nea moyɛ sisi a you start yi ne nyinaa sika wɔ ɛkɔ mu paa Ghana sika kɔ mu saa sika yi a de yɛ nea di kan wosi so bi mama a ɛhefa na ɛfiri paa.
Yo, it's a budget in the 2022 budget. And also say, a buying between 10 billion cedis in the next 3 years. Yeah, the decide no. Every year be a buying and casa sicano budget, a budget 1 billion cedis. The budget for you start. The number 3 billion. And now banks are for doing say 11 banks and any Ministry of Finance assign MOU. Or monina so cabo more on be raising 5 billion cedis in the next 3 years. That's 8 billion. And then development partners, the World Bank, or more any Omudijuma Hoduano, almost contribution, MasterCard, any Omka, so the 2 billion cities, almost 500 million already. They started on the district entrepreneurship one. I bind the also a chat over this year, and also so I ready. You didn't a cabo machasi. Na Sanima way, I am not so on fast will be brave. Mekai say Abraham CEO NEIP na entire presidential pitch. Ma mabuno no eba president nim na mo de money so ade mo ne adwuma person mo ye no ma be pitch before the president. One of the businesses a student back no that time no a student. And then adwuma friend a chicken man and pizza man. Onam Kumasi they very popular bar because no okay university. And Accra how to me about how open almost 30 branches across the country. Just through that process, and then the workers pro 50. Or more deliveries on bike and Quagra pro 30 for the Kamwa. And he said these things deliver results over time.
And you have a track of Tisenia Bibusa say Sanyama way, what is the net gain? In Fasua ya na if you pa ebane saying example ni bi na o man say money die che amu hu say well Fasua PF mu ba.
Faso bebre ne be free maba ena yenka se Ghana no 1.5 million nyina enkoye entrepreneurs na obi anko bi neduma ye target maybe 20% of them. That gives you about 300,000 businesses. So omutimi create an average of 555 businesses once we absorb all the 1.5 million. And that is the focus. And we know being example of the man we back where you might be funny past 10, 20, 30, depending on how our best opportunity. And we want to scale them up and open them up to the African intercontinental free trade market. And you may get a bit me DNA put to Cassia about mine, never say Ghana Magnono. So be a fan unjim.
Anybody but you bet me I say a tier for boss. Yes, I did we am conquest Sika Ghana Sika 1 billion Behuan said ye who now quite a some Yachama man for be our magic Nancy K taxpayers ye Sika ne but say a feeling corner we in France a full from corner we ye boom compile between I say well so 1 billion ye this year say you start in Fasu if you more bani.
Yes. I can assure a team for say, Omunya Gitina to so say, the person mind the a crime back with me a fast one say, Bema and Crank Regiment, a Janan Naso. There's a reason in Krube Pre, a DA, then Krube so a here. The other side in Ban say, and Crank and Yamwa and Yomachuma, especially your Krumha. And to quite fast ever solve some of these problems, in the long term, and even in the immediate term. And say a beboama am crack to medio muti piano, or montimi and yamwa ama or monso at me a D. Tanya Manacoswa, beboama or mining in a Sikasama Pija, a friend of West Crazy, whereby would be a Juma air conanima air man hosono, not air reflecting the entirety of the nation, so mine is the custom so AD. The among for young to say.
Okay, all right. Na ukoina sansi subi mami se obia se nye tule se bia me babunu na pese me dem ho bagimu a if I say me call say too late there.
Any too late. If I feel crying a big portal, no.
Okay.
Ghana Enterprise Agency portal.
Okay.
And be a bit more assist to more apply.
Me here be say be because I say my school
assist you. Oh, there be won't go school. A business the same for school. When you are doing,
say be a ban near my dear one here near Quaco catch me say, Memphis certificate to be Mrana, BBC, Antina, me, Busan, watch him.
Okay, into the normal amount, so only certificate maybe cry, guide you on the friend of formalization of your business. I have a first one, I'll register our business. So we are getting the certificate in 1 year, but we'll call in now, we are casino. And who be here and the better say, quite saying, I was so fast to be a drug, be an herba product, be now we are because we here FDA certificate. No more assist you, quite have a first one on Sabeka. Regulatory licenses in this annual money in IT. I can't tell you, and to be a money how it will be part of the processes of training.
Mintias here and again, Bams and produce a cry hammer says, and entrepreneurs for as a business for pay. And on with me, ISRD way, and I say, pa, mint me, my GB said, Meso, me co school, Kurana, me be binti.
We there for education. We there, for more on person be a juma. Until we a radio presenter, cry now say, who are dream be say one so person will be a media business.
Okay.
The person advertising company, I'll be media by apply.
Okay.
But the concept must be a business.
Okay.
Also, person will create wealth for yourself and others.
Okay.
And yes, sir, what the question there.
Na ya womu da danso na bia me fi se mpese me trim kakra met me aba.
But you, omo dada ne titru no, ye omo fa banks no.
Okay.
Yes, ye wo banks ne there, and ye wo afufro na eba no so there. Enti wo mu dada na pese utrim a, enim se wo utrim a mabru na do na be form adwuma. Enti omo so ye do omo ma banks no se de be ya omo sika no be edu.
Wo ka bank die ma me musa am se me refi sa question. Minim se wo chire mo kan se bank die no umfa bibia nkonkosi awa. Basikei modi mu omu ni nyina se mo be sanje mo ade o mbetua wo.
Mbacho obetua. Na ye de Ghana card na titru and a guarantee unto baby I will be and we can trace you.
Okay. Na mo de mamia brebe nsa na mo be sanje scan back
within 3 years. Repayment period near 3 years. Until via first 6 months no the because me metua first can year juma.
Okay.
After that, no, I shall see it. Kakra.
Okay. Well. Okay. But when Jumana MBA, no, CCS Ghana Enterprise, is it authority, an agency? Oh, okay. All right. You better say, I no pay. Say it may be some attitude na chairman for that's by honorable.
Yeah,
Honorable John Kuma, your Deputy Finance Minister. You started you made no. Wadin cheche mu dia ba uye youth bunu na se bia uye business wo pese wo bibia wo pese wo hyase a mesre so wate ene obetimi akona de ho akwa gym why
ensem ko twiko bata esum se dontwe no dumaja esum Ghana munti adwumadie so eye neat
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All the sampa Kasia bo Kowaka Tamunsa Amaya se Kasia Abwagye
Onye yimu Nukretrodo Kamadine Kamadine bo
Nita fe
Mama yentie Kwasi Abwagye 100.9
Kwasi Bonkwe
Yankwe ni yanto aso na the one krata na yeda so guso ye hwe ye ensem no se ne sitie anope na am se na so a Ghana Enterprise Agency first part name from NBSSI basisia yasesa no na Ghana Enterprise Agency na am se kwabna kan o story no na mi twa na no kwabra yankwe nim
Abusiafo the Bokata Ghanaian Times na na me wo mu Western Regional Minister Kwabena Wachirida ko Mensa Honorable Wadahan Water say nsuta adikosi manso railway line no womu say nim say July 2023 78 kilometers yo na womu echewie enne ewurade ya adoma ma me time no ye kick off time no 10 a.m. 10 a.m. meaning this morning Ghana Black Stars and Switzerland we nya Swaziland dia wa Africa ha no we Switzerland dia wa abrochire ye ne womu ebeye fana brasa ewo Nasan Sports Stadium ewo Abu Dhabi na ye ne womu besi aka definitely ye besi womu atrese wo say ye prayers ya yekuta Ghana ye be pa bibi te say Antri Dede ayehu ye be pa no wontoma abrantie Jordan ayehu Jordan so ni bobo pa otu America obetumi akwa apenda waba wasan back wa better defenders no wasan te ball no wasan de go inside players ni nyina you ready abrantie Thomas Partey ono so ejiremu bi enti definitely Sweden and the four there womu nyankofo womu ni bobo ye be se womu afei womu sukuta players bi ya ebinim ya ade pa ewa ha but ewurade ya adoma anope nkwa de 10 ye be se womu time no kura so ni ekire enti definitely ye be se Switzerland fo ye bokrata Ghanaian Times ade ho asem waba
bokrata no eno na mede etoa so ewo hanom na owura kwabno hwere da komensa a wono eyesoafo a wohwe atoyemantam so na woda anim hanom na wo kasa wa hanom no wo kire se sisi a no mumfa bia enkoso anasa kidnapping bia enkoso ewo atoyemantam honom Western region eno no eye ensam a eda anim hanom na afei so owura atoforsen na wo kire se ad hoc meet committee no animwo proba ekoso afa kenoforiata eho no na wo kire se aso no munyafo kenoforiata sisi ade wo so amansa nyina krosuo wo so amansa nyina kroso adehia bi bone na jase wo so a ede amomo eno no eda anim hanom na yebedo suko akom no ya hunu de nti a wo kasa ensam ni nyina afenso o se owura gabi o kire da ko eno ono so eni owura o se chemensa bonsu ono so eda anim hanom o jese si ade asomdwe abuya no wo mo anom ano ane santu behwe anom de a ene wo mo sresre onmunyafo se chemensa bonsu shanikiki ene wo sha ne top white pa we hu se lin top ena ehye ne sa no ena owura gabi o kire da ko ono wo hye suit ena ono wanwen ne se ono de ne se na betem pa ono woni gire ena owura se chemensa bonsu ono de wo gire ena jase wo mo achi no mampani picture ebo wo mo achiri sa wo mo gina office ena jase wo mo sere atwa mfoni a wo mo de abe anim hanom the chronicle da obakrata anim nsem eno no na wo san so aka ba ko wa hanom a we no wo se illegal miners wo mo tu fom agudi a eya amnamudwuma ni nyina na enamra kwan so no wo so wo mo ya criminals wo mo ya mambon fofo enti saafo na nisi ya so wo mo so kra e wo my Ghana mu hanom a the chronicle da obakrata no wo de mayen anapay
na te obakrata me de eto aso de obakrata ya friend say tele guide na tele guide enimu ha ononyamfo aban Kingford Smanu Babe one day senior prophet wa parliament wo ye speaker of parliament was see a friend that they ko mo obi amfa mobile phone amfa nwura parliament dem wo mobile phone etumi ya niam bebre just enen sakrampo ye bibia ba ye friend hwe phone so cell phones na me de bibia ba enti a speaker of parliament and work atram rasebejafo ne say wo mu ba parliament ya wo mu concentrate ye serious business ya na nkofo akrokro mu phones na bi dia wrenye our parliament wo say eseso wo mu ye focus na wo mu pay attention attentively editie activities ya kwaso parliament wo no na wo mu krokro mobile phone na ebi ta selfie na bi tawo na obi di adane ahwehwe no wo de hwe nanim speaker trese parliament on na ye prophet wa ba ne mobile phone ewo wa obi antumi mfa phone enko asa wan ya de no call court wo asa se wonte brofo ena chi nso wonte na no na anipa bi anim no kyese ye ewurai wo ye nhyehyɛ anim o what twi papa otumi ka twi bube what twi kyese sɛ wɔne wo gyina hɔ no wɔ ka twi a na se yanka nkyɛ so wɔ yɛ China ni kura wonhu difference ewom ɛna ba no borɔfo a what borɔfo papa ɛna nipa bɔ ne sɛm nti yɛde ne kwagyina court no wɔ so wɔ yɛ interpreter ya ka no wɔ borɔfo kyerɛ interpreter no a na interpreter no akyerɛ mu wɔ China de ama ahyɛwan na ahyɛwan ɛnso ayi ano wɔ China mu de ama no na nipa kora sai interpret de ama judge no na wa we na ben na court no kuro mbewi asɛm ne die so wɔka so wɔ yi ano na so wɔpɛ so ɔbɔ abura obetumi akyerɛ mu wɔ China fo kasa nso ne suaya obetumi akyerɛ mu tententen ansa na interpreter na akɔyi ano enti wɔ se wɔboa wɔte na mmara sabedafo yi wɔn yɛ aduokron wɔkye 98 ɛna wɔn kato no nyamfo kan ofori ata sɛ soro yi wasase yi sisi a no wutu mu ne betene yɛ pɛ pa na obɛkɔ Ghana must go ɛte sɛ kane tete no a Ghana fo kopi alata ya alata fo ka kyerɛ Ghana fo sɛ wɔn nsanko wɔn kurom satan kura na yɛ agege yɛsi afre baby agege enti Ghana must go ɛne sɛ yɛde to porting bag ɛne wɔn tɛsɛ kan wɔfori ata must go ɛnyɛ ade a wɔn ɛpɛ no electoral commission titire ni maame temensa wɔda hanom sɛ wabɔ ne timesh na mesh no ɛnyɛ de ɛyɛ straight ni bi sɛ yi wɔn de wɔate ane sɛ ɛne wabɔ akogu n'akyire na wɔtɛ sɛ political party 17 wɔtutu amuna sie wɔ mu ɛsan sɛ saa political party sie ɛnsɛ da ɛnyɛ papa kata wɔn de aba ɛne wɔn kyerɛ sɛ nneɛma a yɛnyɛ ɛwɔ kata hɔ ade a yɛbɛyɛ ɛne nneɛma a yɛnyɛ ɛno nso wɔde aba Ghana ɛka kyerɛ Black Stars yo ɛne wɔn ka kyerɛ Ghana foɔ sɛ wɔka sɛ wɔn kɔ kata hɔ akɔdi agorɔ wɔ ho yɛkɔ akɔti kuruwa no ɛde aba kuruwa no yɛ kuremutwe kuruwa no yɛde ba Ghana ya kuruwa no yɛ kuremutwe enti yɛkɔ akɔti kuruwa no ɛde aba yɛ opina yɛne Portugal for yɛbɛhyɛ wɔn from there yɛbɛhyɛ Uruguay South Korea deɛ sɛ wɔn nim bɔbɔ Korea deɛ bomb ne saa akodeɛ no ano wɔn yɛ enti yɛbɛhyɛ wɔn nyinaa na yɛ qualify akɔ 16 stage wɔ enti definitely yɛkɔ akɔgye kuruwa no de aba wohyɛ players no kora ho sɛ yes wɔn ayɛ ready wɔn na gyina ha
Daily statement da obokrata animu ensem ena mede eto aso na anim hanmo ena wo hye se sisi ano dwuma de wo mo epe bi e de amaga na de hye pa na sisi enwuma wo mo epre se wo mo betimi e de amaga na de hye no eye se 600,000 jobs eye atoye mentifido mantema na se atoye mantemu western region no petroleum hub na se petrol adwuma mu na se fango adwuma kuo mu no wo mo ehwe se 60 billion and I just said one more a day a baba bisham no more de abua I was our kind of so and no a and somewhere a da and new animal. Na very much upon one also and I watch us send a bayana additional more if you just said one ebe to me and ya a national health insurance card. No more acquire sabia na pomodesha pa one more to me and ya ewa ayasabia biano or more ebe to me a corner and watch us what to me I free NHIS registration a day ama one more qua. Ni nyina no wo mo abona ba so e wo ho no papa ni mfoni kura eda ha no mo a wo hye in the suit black e na chese ina no eye white shirt e na ehye mu e na ne tie ebo no eye wine kakra wo sere kakra na hu se nani age pa e wa na montuo na wotu ye ni nyina ho wo chese enipa ba ko ewu e na afa nso emu nan afa mu ahwere wo mo nkwa e wo New Month wo no mo eno no e wo Kenya se eye emabunu no ba wo mo de bo mu wo honom no e na akwakofa sa oyo ne we nyina na so ha we nyina ne arehusem we nyina no aba beja oye oman no eso na sa so e na wo che se anas areme ya anas ne expose no enam so owura du boan saa bre ehwa ne to ase akonwa no wota se nipa wota gete ne pa no na eye ayo owura kanofori ata wo na eye owura kanofori ata na de nti a nam so ama saa bre ne che se saa ne hwehwemu ana nko pese nko wode nani edi owura kanofori ata achi no entimi ankwa fa saa ehonum no 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 krata yi se yedresu kokomu a akuchiri ni nyina de agumu enti obekenkan de akire yen na yenso atiefo ye huna de kronti a wo che se wo feli ye so obetimi antrape owura kanofori ata e wo ne expose no a wo ye 2018 no emu enti daily statement da wo krata enim ensam ene ato e de amamo no
very masapo no a wo bo ni din and then see your birthday
when ye man happy birthday
yeah very masapo na your birthday when you 40 years.
Wow.
Life begins at 40. Eradin Srano. Onyano kesi. Yes. Very much upon happy birthday. For the new crusading guide Yanimuha. What do you want for Alan Koto Tramante? What the Nymphonia Batua? Ye gonna the days you. Satan pa na paretisino. Atemusano alantramantia na yenim wada hanum say ya washan space kama na papa ya krati nipa anwo you obi nso an ho afa o say why TikTok sana ya na ema no pe na watra say MPP amanyo ko delegate no o hantem wadi o watche en wo mu kira say ya kwa akoto aba pa de a enipa wo mu beto ama no so wa mayor flag bearer enfama MPP amanyokuo eye Alan Kojo Chiramantin John honorable minister for trade and industry ono and wo mo prefer ne say wo beba mayor flag bearer samudu wono ba de a ye beto aba samamfa wono amade a ene abato no ebe yire pa enti odi ne mfoni aba beto ha Abrantia Razak Kojo Poku and what I say Dana for aya yankai yankai can wo for the ate atuma pa papa waye enya tuma ketua sikasam pa se obi sikasam so afo a wo betena sia akai sika akai wo ma akai sika fiti anopa e de akosi anyimire wo wia wo beya debit wo beya credit receipt invoice sa sofia wo beda kura na kobo beye 2 anasa 3 oda 3 ya pe 3 4 5 6 no wasa sorry esu ni nyina tire Ghana fo yenkai ni ya sorry a ye ne papa ya wo ye de yenkai o economy no ayesi ayede no pe ene ye de adapecha egu papa esuo se ye yi kan wo fori atafi wonu se wom sa finance minister ye wu
ekom bede
ekom abeti mu no ekom de abeti Ghana fo no enti mumi anya abotre nanka yama na kwanya sisi a wuyi ni free wa hwan na be finance minister se wu yi kan wo fori atafi wa hwan finance minister bi eni wo finance minister me say menim sika semu akontabuo enti me say baby asika wo kura no menta ampe hoko enti me mpe enti say ye uni free one mo a ebe den pa o ansa ne nyane saso ana trochem eye magdan wodi ne foni abeto an wacha say wa suspend sort development no for 3 months na oma adesia wonom nso e produce salt ni bi said ye be ya obetumi akeka ni nyina bom na ye de akọ amanone budget ye baba be wuridie na wodi wura bi mfoni ya beto a wase the budget connivance and hypocrisy what rasa ade bi a agene pa enti wodi wura mfoni abeto a nyamfo George Mrekuduka wayamra sebedeni a wotira wa adesia wo ensayem na wotrasa yan support mampeni na na adedanko akufuado na mampeni waye bi Ghana for ye wura fi asam ntam dodo papa betena konwa so she project ya wode aba one district one factory one village one dam free senior high school san nyama nyina ade ahoto aba she planting for food and jobs eduane ebuo enti yankwaso an support no won paibom na wontumi emu o man ni ye ya the new weekend crusading guy ede ho asem aba
ɛne ɛmefa daily dispatch da ubokrata no animu nsɛm no ɛmfamrɛ was say factually reliably factual ɛno ne ɛyɛ ayi ni moto a ɛyɛ na ɛda anim hanom na ɛno ɛna wɔkyɛ sɛ sisi ano so ɔman no yɛbɛtumi akɔnkan ɛwɔ adeɛ nyinaa mu a abibiman no so bɛtumi afa no so apɛfrɛ yie wɔ ne mpuntuo sɛm nyinaa mu a wɔkyɛ sɛ ɛba no ɛyɛ ahoɔneneɛ nsɛm a anasɛ energy no ɛho nsankaye a yɛnhwɛ sɛ yɛbɛtumi anam soɔ na ɛne yɛde aprimpuntuo nso ɛwɔ wiase afa na nyinaa ɛba sɛ bibiman no wɔse wei sɔfa ha na wei asɔfa wei sɔfa na wei asɔfa sɛdeɛ ɛsi bankum dware nifa na nifa dware bankum no wɔte bibiman no yɛboa wɔ saa kwan no so a ɛbɛtumi ama yɛn nso no yɛapema kɔnkan yɛ papa ɛwɔ yɛwɔ ne ne aso yɛ ɛwɔ saa afa no wɔde nsɛm yɛ atodwa ɛwɔ daily dispatch da obokrata no anim na yɛn nyinaa yɛnim sɛ abato commission no anasɛ electoral commission wɔn mo ɛne apamfo ɛhwɛ sɛ wɔn bɛtumi agye atomu na ne wɔn adwene ne kɔ bankuro mu a yɛkɔkɔto aba no a yɛbɛtumi ahyɛ aseɛ ne yɛsɛ ahomakye bɛyɛ so nonum anasɛ nonso dansusu no nsiw na ne yɛde ne nyinaa akɔ akɔgu bɛyɛ sɛ nɔm yɛnsa wonsa kane no na nke yɛkɔ a yɛtumi pɔn bɛyɛ sɛ nwumire nonum ebi wɔ kora mpo a ebi mu de yɛtumi tra so a na akɔ bɛyɛ sɛ nwumire no nsia wonsa sɛ ɔmo salan ne tentete sa na adeɛ no ntumi ntwa so enti sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ na wɔn asalan no yɛbɛtumi awie wɔn deɛ no na deɛ ɛbɛsɛ no nsia ana no nso wɔn wie wɔn deɛ na ansa ne aka akɔ kan na no wɔn kyɛ sɛ basa ya na ntawantawa no ɛne watwi mentime ho ase na ntidwitwa no adɔso dododo nti ntɔkwasɛm ɛne mentime ho sɛ de ne twika ne poka koka no sɛ ne nyinaa ato betimi atwa nti no ɛne nkɔm bɛyɛ nkampanifo nti ɔmo ase na no miɛnsa kinkire ne yɛde ne nyinaa aba awie ne yɛtimi akenkan ma no na ɛyɛ ayi asomdwe nsɛm no so atimi ayi ne ti a wekura mpo no ɔmo kyɛ sɛ ɔmo ne mpanifo ɛto ato adwene ɛde afa ho na owura anɔdɔmpre no wɔde ɛkɔde ama mampani abɛde akyire Dr. Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia yi wɔse hwɛ no weapon form against you shall prosper ano bɛyi ɛde ɛbɛ strategy nhyehyɛ bɛyi obi antimi nya bibia ɛmfa entia wo da wonko a ɛna wo kro enti ɛne ɛno so ɛyɛ nsɛm a wɔde akɔ ɛde ama mampani abɛde akyire Dr. Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia wɔkyɛ sɛ wokɔ ɛyɛ inside ya nkasa ni amashite wɔno na da number 4 ɛwɔ ballot no ɛso a ɛno so ɛyɛ daily dispatch da obokrata animo ensem ɛno no
na the business analyst papa yi so mu heli no pa wɔde Ignatius Bafo Awua wɔyɛ Minister of Employment and Labor Relations ya wɔno ɛna nabreso yɛtumi ato abɛntuma yɛfo akatua mu a ebi nsi wɔ yɛbakɔsɛm da yɛ friend is minimum wage no enne so obi ya ba adwuma yɛni a yɛni bere no pa trese kane no na wɔmude ne minimum wage no na yɛ 13.53 Ghana pesos ɛda koro bia ɛna yɛ pagya mu boom ɛde kɔ 14.88 pesos nti wɔmu kotokuo emu abɔma sɛ ebe ye wɔde wɔkɔ sense na ye de yehuro bambam abɛdwuma yɛfo de wɔn kɔ kra nti ane da ɛbra asɛm ibeto dwa pɛ ɛna abɛdwuma yɛfo obia sɛ asɛmba na yi wɔn da saa de a wɔn nkase ya tum well ba sanka ye de enso wɔn ani a yampre esha yanti ase we kitua we but we ya aboma no obi aye di ena wo mo de sere nti aban aya ade pa 13.53 to 14.88 bebrebe na inflation wo mo tese guso ekosoro ade no e ma reverse da esra na ekro afe Dr. Joseph Obey ya president Meguta oda hanum say as obi anani abre na gutafoɔ ni abre agric minister so ya kyerɛ sɛ ana nwoma wɔno no wɔyɛ ɛna nkaefoɔ no deɛ obiara nyɛ adɛyɛ a wɔn ankasa akɔ akɔtɔ nnuane ɛde ba abɛtɔn wɔn so wɔn kɔfa ntoosi afei deɛ wɔn so wɔn kɔfa atosidie nyinaa ba abɛtɔn nti kyerɛ sɛ dadifoɔ no na ɛnyɛ afei political risk wɔn kyerɛ sɛ ebetumi ayi nkirisi paa ɛyɛ fɛtifoɔ ɛna de saa report ɛde abɛto gya dollars yo first ne na nka gyina faako kakra nkra yɛ stable isi adeɛ wɔkyerɛ sɛ US dollars no asan ɛkɔ no kakra nkra otu ne na baako Sagremi housing project no minister ɛkyerɛ sɛ sisi adeɛ ɛnyɛ affordable housing bio ɛnyɛ affordable housing Fatimetu Abubakar deputy minister information and what they are semi to the what I say asat now dear Sagremi housing project no yen to me friend no affordable housing a very expensive housing etre say who can we now kasa wo turn aboa yefo ya sa na tie abrantie odike enrampo ahya en wakasa ya what say electoral commission ya dia ne ya pa ne party a wayere no ho ate akọ 16 regions ni nyina akọ boaboa nipa no asisi no office ye se bibi nimpa amomfra wo mu na mo nka ntere wo mu odi akwansini wo kire se wagu party no
May I say, the Democrat Daily Graphic anymore, I'm saying, textbooks for basic schools, publishers and printers cry for payment, express fear over local industry collapse. Now, Sasamina, pese, yediun komoji nchechemu, yenuanmo, wamo etintimin hume, umejumi omoye, diempa ane koso, yeni ura enestopon, or your assistant executive secretary ma, Ghana Publishers Association, yenin komokakra. And as I said, I Baba need to FM so pay.
Major so many.
Now, what to say?
Oh, Yamia didn't be able to
Yegusu. Now, as I'm here, that Daily Graphic enemy, say publishers, any printers. Kase musu, musika sembino, Chichimupa, Semne, Emu, and Chimuni say.
Oh, okay, that's it. What you for Jusu. The pianist on the thing idea new for the past 2 years in Ministry of Education, they tender by Daily Graphic, publishers, and fact books of my text books, or more and tender, or more document in Ministry and Farmer School. And he attended curriculum, if there was a text book in the year then they are natural of an idea based on the curriculum. And this year, and Yamiado, or more actual process in the procurement process, Emma, or more the contract, Nema, publishers in the Abyss. Ama, or more a signing a contract, now publishers in the Shah, or more air printed books, from Ghana, Yenia, Kataya Princess. Or name. And many will cut a publishers Nina, a printing book Nina, LGA, Ama or more are distributed to centers, Ministry of Education, no, my answer says, or more found. Says a bar, Mermanes, publishers in India, or more Yomudia, they are cut a Ministry of Education, and so a bit you mocha. It is a way in a crown. Na actually say or more a day 50% of the books no my friends in the kind ministry no so the more 30% of the contract sum. Now I pay almost the account now only remaining 70% account. That initial partner and ministry in the kind as of now for GI. And for more edible cinema so upcon what a by now full payment about the publishers are trying best performance meanwhile contract they will move there or Monday
Nina Bushina Qua. Omo every year payment. Within 2 weeks, I was a payment in ministry near. And Timino Kate, in fact, they are much publishers and printers. But in the way you see, air pop na dollar, so air possible. And the Ama aside a hotel one so one record also chair on car and the Ekaka in a Scanner sounds a value. And Scanner also here, ministry no and Gatte, Scanner so attend here, the people come and can't say no. Yes, and really, I just read any day, you Ministry of Education, so next government. So, say, Omomodia, na Sky was Lucia, publishers are Omo, the apprentice, no, no, after schools, no. Omomodiano Munchia. Senebea also with me a chair or workers car na Nimamoyade, na almost with me Atua Jumanako. And yes, a local publishing and printing industry. I'm a me Emwa.
Okay, Auntie, main fan says, Sanya Shanity and said, Nia can kind of be at Chino Chess and Cap. Said, Jumuna, yes, ye chia a canocra, mebois. Enti fiti June ebepem sabre no aban tue bi kra ma sa 6 publishers and printers yo mu ye adwuma.
There on chia ba kra.
Truck kra.
There. On say the ten say aban tia publishers ne ka. Na publishers ne so no atia printers na omamwa principles am on credit no. Aha, it is a publishers ne nya omotika from government printers ne so nya omotika from publishers. Aha, it is an identity, and that's as now, no, not to be one person. Oh, and or the Ama publishers.
So okay, can scan boma Casena officer bind this publishers ni printers and I'm fast publishers here come say.
Of head. But emoji. But me and Capigan me figure no maintain.
Enti aban se dia enti na fitted by June on tua dia no waka kire mo se den.
Oh, I say ibitia the processing ibitia on that aha it's yeah mo juma see in fact yesterday aban say omobody because boost publishers na sacrifice. And now, Omotimi and Yabus Nama schools, Oh, you change the curriculum that they for 2 years, and for so much sacrifice, nothing. Oh, my yama boost and apa, what I bind to more than I say. On feeling a contract, the side of that.
And also, or how ben a dear Bremo, Jumia Moye, me publishers ni printers, Sadi, I cause your car buying to your dear Hana dear Bremo.
On say, or how I abandon say, a business. And a publisher in printers near and yes, publishing a human now. Who be a textbook, Opa author, or your lecturer. If you are author now, either say, while Ubi Chianaka, Kaogiano. If you want to be true book now, let you be 200,000 Ghana cedis. Either to be Chiamano, and not only the say, any as a boost me a twa, member percentage of if you are this, if you are 10%, you are 20%. Now, the most high amount. If the publishers in each year, all set are on my year, the money echo. And only 19, publishers in each year, the workers are on no more a year, a whole juma, it be like editors, it be like proofreaders, even a bad assessment and approval now. Publishers chairman and also this Kaketua. So, in Obuchia, Lenina, almost full-time workers, I want to do no. I want to publish and make sure that every month via Obuchia salary somehow. So, in already publishers, I'm Bokapa, and a year boost, say, in fact, yes, it's very, I will call to the job, but the way if you mostly complain, in fact, I don't abba publishers for the solar. Ama if you payment of salaries, I'm a problem. Meanwhile, on also with car a tibia, Nansan, in Yankai. And the Awachaba, Enna, if the publisher no air, the car. On me, you book for but the scanner own, you know, and on a eminent lady, I hear book for and the probably evidence, you know, a check boost. I would do I was a bar schools and I was a call a German store, no, a test because publisher on this car waiting in the other. And it comes to a publisher in a free sales boost, no, and looking on more the year story boost. Children's books, adult books, yes, supplementary readers, Emma, general public, and so it's me kind. It is a publisher, yes, car. On to me, so, and yes, Emma, no, it's a Basana, the group of the publishing and printing industry, so, and the same thing, printers, almost for workers. Aside that, Ghana, how you say, paper, you someone in the neighbor. Ink, free amanon neba. All painting, raw materials, free amanon and eba. And before I talk about crabana, $1 assembly cano. Move first cacket here, a cocoa.
Na idea bibia mudifia brochure. And I say I come brochure for no more printing and anchor no near what to ana.
On say raw materials, I air printing and only different with labor. But a bomb machine to the Akana and the Ghana Hayano.
The machines here and a Zen if you are brochure. And you have a brochure for no print. Because Bibia, when also still a $1 and a Modico cram on the coba and I'm far more nominee.
Oh, say I did here. I was on my share. Now, you to me, yes, Ghana. And I make Busan and Tassum because wait, yet, if you are man on the neighbor. Where the fiamanoni, where the fiamanoni, Nina, Modifiamanoni, no, $1 croyana, modecrana, modeba. A problem as you see on my FM. An MP or her, Yeniha. It's a British neighbor. And I was a beer long term plans, beer. Yenian Casan to me, I produce paper, Ghana, because also country be like Egypt, or Montasa, your Montasa paper. And the one cut out to me, wow, paper, wow, my it's me, Emma.
Metihona, you, but I'm saying, for now, no situation, a woman who sees to be a woman, say. One, I would teach him now, say, we modify money, we modify money, we modify money. And I didn't know in pain focus on the mamma on it for a year. Now a bonus about for my Monamuti, Mosi there be. I didn't see the man, we Musu Musica, a honor swasem, no says here to me, come a boy.
I was a Jamaica. They say, and my they printing a captain on the issue. The issue now is publishers at the boost in eco school into a buying into Moka. Menoka say, Anka this year, publishers eco printing or Amanonia, and can you think community because a beer at that time of more sign contract, now $1 to CD rate, a beer best state $1 to CD. But you can say, and now 14, 15. And it means that the government, Yanchia, what can I dollars, I was a Muchia and not foreign printers, and Cabana and publishers in Adu Musegu.
Now, more Muntimi, Pepano, Moasu Muntimi, your Pepano Biwaha.
On say, paper one no. Here, it will be here government involvement. Make I said Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, a paper manufacturing company. You say a good engineer, but I did a year public-private partnership here. I was a union and a kaboom. Many establish paper making manufacturing a company. Ghana. Now, yes, me a dear, a wound, yes. Because the media are waiting the aye paper. Aha. Now, yes, me a whole process, a capital intensive. That one is here public private partnership, you bit me my home say okay in the next 10 years I want a Ghana you to me produce any ankate paper here asa say your home say there you na your name I want to discuss na aban enso getting involved or engage private stakeholder organizations na fi ye share na ekwan a ye de pass no ye to me e de apase
okay but me musa o na me busa say nti aban se den which I imagine say aban amuni ni din kitan ho ye Ministry of Education me boa na o se mu busa no o mo se den
ye betia ye buso ye processing sa ayina published submit all documents what original to a payment and you say ye share no kan say aban ebobu mo dia no why ye ntemo tua because contract no many publishers sign apa ho
na sa contract na apa ho sike nti eno no mo ye dem because CCR mo CD no sika no depreciate me boa so ate me boa
so ate pa
enti eno de mo ntimi nya hohwe ana mo ni ministry no kan
eno krampo de say publishers ne say da ye nyire aban minimum say ebia
mo de mo kana wode mu na wo mra metia
interest also because of say
okay
but the kana wode na na yes won tia ne ntem so na ebia be ya ho kire bi free publishers ne printers ne so
okay
me atoa so o ye ni ho a schools in Mirane
okay
well schools in busa mu zi na publishers ne printers ana eyema on
right
they are the ne dey ma
right na me kan wo daily graphic mu no fa baby or say wo so mo ni Minister of Education din komo Dr. Ya or say du twimo mu busa no mo hia asem yi say printers ni publishers yi ka mo de mu ntuo no so o ministry no twen sika from Ghana Education Trust Fund get fund for honum say nti enu nti na ma akobasa no minister na ka BBC a kire mu
omaka na ye mpeni for no so kra kokosia Ghana Trust Fund for no to follow up but send America na no omo ese a process ye who process ye betia sa na it keeps running through it's the idea of minister and can say almost send the request for get funds say omuntia sano katre public so request na ma get funds say omuntia it is been informed say 4 or 3 days ago omukoko share get funds for no say omo finding out the way in Mexico because Kanache and a publisher in here and he almost processing in America no and now
and yeah Mr. Yusukrana Sabri
100.9 FM
Hey neat Ghana Montie
Yanko eni mi ento aso ye de nsem no bi nso fide obon krata no mo de pay mo so yanko so fa remwe
yo bravo si ya so ma se no bi ho no ma ya na apem so be ne de
menam ka cho
ye te Ghana hanom na bravo si ye si ye ntimi nya paper common krata we adesi ye kwakra no
acho toothpick kra wa
abrochire
acho toothpick
kra
ye kra
nyanwanwa because toothpick kra na bravo si kan ye kra wo ya abroche ne de aba bepiem wo hanom krata akeke ne ye ntimi nya wa ha anade obi benya agu ni botom ntia ene omo yesa obi benya agu ni botom nti ene omo yesa ye kaka mbisi amaka sen na ye ni ye de ntimi nkyere ya adwen ye ntimi nkyere ya adwen de mma nkonko
be kan krata anti kan ni enko
anti krata ya na bragwesi me be kan
me tiu pa me ni tie fo tiu
me yi atuwe
o be pai
me ye den ya me pai ma me pai kakra abuzafo me de daily dispatch de obakrata no na me de address ko wo de obakrata no eso na me address ko de akomudi a unse electoral commission wo mo age 17 political parties wo mo enkrata de afiri wo mo nsem mo twam kura say womo entimi for mu din kura enko political parties womo register no emu na eno womo che say asa which hunting asa de omo ani de omo achidodo no omo to omo ani tade asi omo so eno omo pe so omo gu omo political party no ena Oru Asrebo de ababa betudwa wono ye director of electoral services ewo electoral commission na wo de ababa betudwa wo kire se we ye ni tebe ni yetudi asi kwabra ne so wo se sa obehwe kura mpo mamra ne mu ye fukura edema political parties dunson no se de be yanka wo mu betimi amu omo emfinhia dodo na wo mu de asiesi wo mu ho apel offices ahodo Ghana ntwe ahodo so ne ye mantamu no abo sese kakra wo ho no yenga se ye party office kakra bi wo mu se wo mu osusu dua bi wo so office no etimi eduru ho ansana wo mu de odin kurampo anaso wo magi watum so ya political party wo my Ghana anu de na so no so nkyira se bia ukosi ni konkron ni agasa mpa amanyoku wo my Ghana hanie na so wo mo ye nhwehan ama kire se sa grace period no mo de ma wo mo so metimi de atu sa na mo no mo nyenya office awodo wo Ghana na afenso mantamu ene important no ni nyina no wo so wo mo ye nhwehan wo mo anye enu ti na enei wo mo atwa wo mo license ni mu wo ma gye sa tumi krata no e de afiri wo mo nsem so wo ntimi anya amanyokuo wo my Ghana am na nye se bia wo mo ani edi wo mo chi anaso wo mo to mo ni te e de asi wo mo se wo mo amanyokuo no wo mo ebe gunu ana bibisa enti Ghana de hye enti wo mo ase na political parties ne so enti wo mo ase no wo mo hu ne se e ni yiye mu a edu ba bia e wo se wo de emra no eye adwuma se wanfa mmara no anya adwuma wanhwe ye emri bi bedu na afa enioma no akwa ye fofofo bi bedwen se ye mfa mmara kora anya adwuma wo my Ghana no enti na abato commission no wo mu etu sa anamon si sa agina ye no a sabre political parties dunso no wo mu age wo mu nkrata asem no e de free wo mu ensem na asie wo no mo pe na electoral commission said this is ye nyina so ya nya nti ye na ye nim asem se wo mo a kire se sisi an ka be ya enke ye kokoto aba no a ye nhwe se ye betimi age atomu se ebo no miensa se ken na ye de ni nyina aba wieye no miensa 3 pm ken ne de ni nyina aba wieye ye de ba wieye sa no mbenya bre na wo mo e de akenkan emma no na etimi akọwieye kama na ngofa wantwi bia wo se 3 pm de se ye ka se de ba wieye anto aso obi enkwango so line ya ne nka se bia line no 3 pm abo e ma ye ntimi ento aba ne nwie ye de 3:30 onza ni yawie na ya timi akenka aba no we no mo prese 3 pm pepepe ne de nyina aba awieye na eno eno mo eche asa akwakoye wantwi kakra asa mentime ho ase ya asore wo nsam ne so enti sabre ya ye kasa abato commission no wo mo ne apamfa hodo enu ye stakeholders awodo no kasa enyanga sesi awodo de ato political parties amanyoku awodo wo my Ghana animu sabre wo mo mkuta nkrata asem a edi adanse wo my Ghana mu se wo mo eye amanyoku no anim se adaworoma wo mo sere pa wo mo enye sa 3 pm nintum wo mo nye 3 pm nintum instead of 5 pm no zene be ye betimi aboa wo se be nam so ama wantwi na ntokwasem ene yakan aba na sumaduru ene wo se yakopɛ lantin o sade andean de ba be so ansa na yetimi ahwemma ni mu akan no ni nyina no ye betimi ayi de afiri wono mu a wo de ensam nyina no atudwa de akọ de ama political parties na we na multi stakeholders session a ekoso en wo mo de ensam nyina no de etu wo mo anim en wo kire se wo mo esan so age 3 pm no atumu a wo se ehun ya se bia beka se yeso ama ne nyina de akwa guo ye da kura baabi mu ansa ne agasa bi a ye kenkan emma no ansana ye hunu se emma no de asemasi enya ye ne de asemasi enya ye nie na afenso aya na ase eye esum ne nti no wo bo so makwa fa vigilantes wo se ho anwafo no mo de o mababa be gu honom ene o mo mra mehwe se ne be ya abato no enwuamu bia enkonkonko ba mu na so ye han mu a se ne wo bi ntimi mmokro no enu nti na ne nyina no ekafu a wo mo de epre e wasa akwan no so a electoral commission wo mo de sansam no ekọ de ama abato commission political parties ne se wo mo sra daworoma wo mo nyintum emfa ema wo mo na entimi emoa e okwan hwonko so a eno no eda anim kratafa a etoso dubaako emu e wo daily dispatch da obokrata no emu na kratafa etoso mienu wono mo daily dispatch da obokrata no emu no ena so afọ hwa ho ne nsam so minister of energy Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe wɔn nso de nsɛm ɛkɔ de ama ewiase aman emu mpanimfoɔ awodoɔ a wɔkyɛ sɛ amaama awodoɔ a wɔn ayɛ apabene no wɔn ɛpem kɔnkan wɔ mpuntuosɛm mu nyinaa sɛ wɔn suro sɛ wɔn se wɔn pɛ se wɔn ɛboa na ahɔnani nsɛm no wɔn etimi ɛyɛ nsakyerɛ bi wɔm na wɔn pem ne dwumadie nsɛm so de kɔnkan ɛnam so wɔn etimi anya nyina so wɔn nsa aso wɔn akyire dwareɛ no a wɔn ɛmoa bibire man no wɔn mmoa bibiman ne ma wɔn nya mmoa bibiman no nko aso sɛ bibiman no nko empere sɛ wɔn nso betumi anya mpuntuo sɛm ɛde ama wɔn ahɔnani na nya saa deɛ wɔsɛ ne bibiman ne bɛka akyire paa o wɔsɛ yɛ bɛkyɛ papa ɛno nti na ebi asa bibiman no wɔn mpanimfoɔ no gyina simpia nim na so wɔn ɛkasa na ebi a ɛkɔba ne sɛ wɔn anisuade hunu bi a wɔn bɛso wɔn de yɛ transformation na sɛ transitional period bi ɛde ɛpere mpuntuo sɛm ɛwɔ wɔn aso ɛyɛ ɛfɛ mu a no wɔn ka so o ɛne saa anisuade hunu yɛ hwɛ sɛ ɛntɔ ase yɛ ndu bɛyɛ sɛ 2070 anaasɛ 2065 anaasɛ 2060 mu no na kyerɛ sɛ yɛtumi aduru saa botaeɛ no ho wɔsi wɔn kasa because ebibire man si yɛ niska yɛ mo nya do so po adokoro yɛn nsa deɛ yi so mu na dware kraman na ba bɛka kyerɛ yɛn sɛ yɛ nyinaa yɛ pere sɛ ebi a yɛ pempuntuo de ama yɛn ho ne ne aso yɛ anasɛ aso yɛ bi a ɛwɔ ɔman ahodoɔ so mu a na wogyina hɔ no sɛ ɛne na saa deɛ a yɛn hwɛ na yɛnya ma bibire man no wɔn nso mpiri wɔn mpuntuo sɛm ɛwɔ ma ho ne ne no ɔse sɛ ba no sɛ ɛbɛkyɛ eti ɛbɛyɛ a nko wɔn nya nso asene ma pamfa nkɔ ma bibire man no wɔse ɛba saa no a ebetimi aboa yie papaapa ɛboa ɛbɛboa ama bibire man no so wɔn atimi anya sika kakra na sɛ nso asene kakra na ɛne nea wɔn bɛso wɔn ɛpere anya ɛwɔ muo no na obia nso ɛde abɔ ne ho so kakra na sɛ wɔn ka so wɔn gya de abɔ bibire man no nko so wɔn mpere mpuntuo sɛm a ɛne ɛbɛka akyire da bia yɛbɛgyina simpia no aka sɛ yɛdeɛ sɛ ne suade hu no yɛhwɛ sɛ 2070 2060 2080 ɛne yɛbɛtumi ɛduru ho nti wei no na wɔgyina ɛyɛ COP 27 no anim ɛna wɔde nsɛm no ɛde ɛto wɔn anim a wɔde ɛka ɛyɛ ɛde ɛma mpanimfoɔ no nyinaa na ɛyɛ kratafa mmienu wɔnom no ɛna meda soa egyina na sisi a no sɛ yɛn nyinaa yɛnim sɛ minimum wage no sɛ na wonimu a ɛne na wɔn ɛkyerɛ sɛ sisi a no woyɛ dwumayɛni a wo minimum wage wɔanya koraa na ntua aka koraa da koro biara no usika a wobɛdie no wɔn ɛde afiri ɛyɛ 13.53 ɛde akɔ 14.88 hey oh my god na yɛ mo bo 13.53 ɛde akɔ 14.88 na lorry fare koraa yɛ sɛn yɛn nei ɛna ahokyerɛ bere mu yi ɛso so wɔn se baabi wɔn de adua no koraa mpo wɔn bɔ wɔn nsɛm wɔ anum o ɛyɛ aso ɛyɛ wɔn ɛhwɛ apɛdeɛ nsɛm so minister for employment anaasɛ ministry of employment and labour relations ɛna wɔkyɛ sɛ ɛyi minister Ignatius Bafo ewu a wɔbɔ ne wɔsafo nyina wɔkyɛ sɛ wɔn koraa wɔn ayɛ adeɛ nti yɛn pere wɔn ɛne ɛnɛ hɛn wɔn ayɛ adeɛ wɔn so wɔn de afiri 13.53 ɛde akɔ 14.83 nti keka bom bosome wankasa hwɛ sika adwumayɛni wɔbɛtumi anya ɛde afa na katua nsɛm a ne nyinaa na ɛhyɛ aseɛ nyame yɛ adom a yɛbɔ ɛde wura afi a yɛba bɛwuram 2023 a January bosome mu na yɛ sɛ wɔn ahyɛ akatua nsɛm no ɛwɔ saa aseɛ
yɛda se na yɛnkɔ ama no so Kwaku Boateng ɛyɛ president ma Automobile Dealers Union of Ghana na automobile yɛne no ni nkɔmmɔ kakra anɔpɛ nsɛm baakɔ a yɛde brɛ mu certificate of conformance a Ghana Standard Authority for kyɛ so wɔn de ba bɛyɛ adwuma yi ɛno yɛkra car ɛde ba ɔman mu hanom sɛ titiriw wɔn a wɔn tɔn cars wɔn kra cars bɛtɔn saa adeɛ wei no ɛyɛ deɛn paa yɛni nkɔmmɔ kakra yɛda ase mu akɔ ababa ni TFM so anɔpɛ
oh bra Kwasi mɛdwo so anɔpɛ
mpɔmɔ
Kristo de abdom me na mpacha so
yɛda ase awurade we bue kwan no de ama anɔpɛ sɛ wobisɛ bi nso na certificate of conformance ne di kan ɛno ɛdeɛn monti ase wɔ ho saa deɛ paa ne sɛn paa Standard Authority for asma mo ken
yo bra Kwasi mɛda wase na mfa nkyia mo de ma wotie fa no pe
ejoso
ma card less so a ɔmo tɔn ka okrom ha ɔmo ina aboa ma Ghana for so nya ka papa tena asema obi sɛm deɛ ɛyɛ nkɔmɔ a yɛ ne Standard Authority for edi ho abɛyɛ 1.5 year ni
okay
na ɛnyɛ ade foforɔ ma yɛn yɛwɔ ha na yɛte sɛ brand new for ɛbɛ assemble car wɔ Ghana nti yɛso ayɛ stakeholders no abanto nsafrɛ ɛwɔ Ministry of Trade ebo so akɔwie mpɛmpɛn so a na ade baako bi wɔ mu a ɛyɛ Customs Amendment Act no 2020 no ade bi wɔ mu a na ɛwɔ mu a ɛkɔkyerɛ sɛ wode car free amanɔne ɛba for instance like US So we have clean title. And son, our car, no, the more I buy them up, I shall be reporter with you. No more, you share mono act no, like I say, savage in summer or kafan clean title. Ever have drink a crash because clean title, no, acquires a car beer, she entered tomorrow. And no being any clean title, but say be a bumper, tail lights, windscreen, and a caca, and we say, we have clean title of America. And into the Kakai, I could be a human and and the Minister of Trade and in 2 minute demand standard authority. And in now, Kushia, do one who say, I want the hard drink a crash. The cocker be a tail light, windscreen, bumper, now say, we have clean title to win from Mabia. No, we human totally. Internally, the one could be okay, and I bet petty ready at the amano. And Brennan necessary as Ministry of Trade upon the 2 minute demand standard authority say. And on the side of CDR, Monfort to be a conformance certificate. Embra, the conformance certificate is a banner. Nay, I dear cardinals, and she after that say, when say, Jumano, Yenny papa, Yenny mammy, Yenny bush, be your boy and buying, and walk Ghana. That was your when no studio will see from Crown, no, will be fearing, or the case is here all tongue. Obi one in fear and will be a garage and walk. And see him why you did the garages are. Yakwadi to me every AB assemblies for. Na ye baby kaka ton ka because now check cardless all Ghana enough and na. They are about 90%. Ye na ti pavement to sune ton ton ya card. Road reservation and the yaji baby kaka ton ton. You know, I want to buy and find it serious. In terms of so free mume yan to me any abang share say. So assemblies you be a car have ya. And then you see be ya you see be engine so. The any abang to me be a backing a guide and the do my you know. And ko ba say obi a sorry and also a car dealer. And then I can't say conformance in it, conformance in that.
But I could send you see Jim now question. Obia so the car dealer no san crofo na bia almost say Jumana or de car say bia and send fata. And Nintina be a standard authority for buying to Sana Moy.
Bra question stamina na wakano. Because you say here car you from 1992 and Muraka Tomo. That was the ABC prepare because you need authority here control yen.
But I could make fast born momo. But oh yeah sure. A idea bet me do we say si oboso aka say yes. Nia wo kan sa na tie. Obi a wodi ka ho dwe bia woton car so kraka ba. Enya ade a mo kra sebi car ni bia because we hu cars bi ha ni atwitwa kra ni adisi ani. Car bi wa ubusa say nti car we a wodi be mu kwa koye car mu ko siesie na mo de car yesi kwan so pa ye mamo o pesa o kire se enya mo members mo car dealers enya mo na mo de cars ne ba
Brekwesi what we say the thing say you need regulator ntino Brekwesi wa we to kwan o pa o phone so and then here ye be garage say to see garage say ye dwuma ni go and them social media so ntino obia na wa platform so na wa talk car bi America scrub ya di bi ka na utum se na bra bono kra no obronu nyanka odebete o janifo so na watoka no na ya sepo ebedu ya port so a abande do hia so obegi ni sika
enye mo members ya na esa
enye members ya mem ka that was say we are businessmen and then we have the ekono okotoka akwa na apempa that was see wo de baba obesisi bebi no atofo ne nto. Enti me be business.
Omonto me ba no wesiesia se me mesi den wesiesia ka no.
Wesiesia no hwe wonim. That was say we see for na we na enim dey making. And be na back to the sense that okọ kan no wo dey mesu make be obi nimu a okọ garage na okoto kan na fasasis number no. Na wo dey botasis number no. O botasis number na e big kan information ni na ma clean. And then you be able, and the same kind of stuff that you want. A big can of mouth, can a done and I say, and you should have found when I pima when I can play my.
Na me obia me baba tokai. Mean nimka mushi. Now say me fachasi na ma ini adie. Ba me dey say me chasi na ma kra me nimka num timi nim be kra de no wo. Efi na mbeka chiro se mpacho ko eku bio ka no se na me hwe chasi na ma na me nchiro na me ngugu na me hwe se bibia ye clean wa obeye
bra kwesi anana me dey tu dwa no unima se se ni die na ba ni die no so ba technology na ba into we me for video so na maka and so nko wie ni die me ka ne se automobile union no eni kuokuo vadak for any Sakua na Yaka and Waboma, yes, some Ghana for your mom papa to them there. You would be a member dear no over quab with 3 of a car. Sabi, up to Mamma and Aka Flima, or Baba best again one son was his yatom, and Juma, young Tompo, that's a gun and the neighbor.
Okay.
It's now can be in a young one. Yet you could dance standard authority say. See, I can't say about Sambu, yes, a fine woman in the way. And maybe a proposal control when him says a regulator, very regulator, you might know. Because our system is so over shame will say, Yama a kaka sankasa yawa garages. We are about 30%. 70% in the iron call for individually. Or more crowd car de ba, maybe your baby you saw the part of the baby on my tongue, and now before baby, a baby garages are. Obia, sorry, also or tongue car. So Kunyan, say you know the best baby are no tongue. In time, Mamma, you quite do. And then you did quote Marco really say, saying, Yamia do my neighbor, and what can you do? And as you do, when I have to a second hand, no, you're not brand phone in that nothing. Yes, you're going to put in your capacity. And it is what they call it, Yaman, and now the back Ghana. Yes, standard authority for a young website by January, and standard authority for the ambassador, Yansana Sam running edgeman. And into no commerce website now, a bachelor car as a Saudi back. And no Korea said, Embra service, who your clean title, and Fambano. A copper says, the answer clean title, what the way you be able to the Canada.
Okay.
Name of no website, and one is a better car, a Jana Sonadia, standard authority for engine to Mr. Fabra. Obama, yes, Ebia, Pima, Manaka Flame, who can wait you to Mr. Quandamka, Saka, and so to me, Fama. Ebia, in Shona Fanon, Berkeley, to me, Fama. Into those cars.
Na Sebia may catch us a maybe to Saka, no maybe to pass Namaton.
Oh, that was any day, 1 day. 1 year asset, nearly a complete car.
But yeah, meaning, sir, but Senya, say, Untimin Vamba, and I make us say, Ebiana me de ba me ba be to pass Namaton.
Oh, that was any day, I was so comfortable. If you had your name side, no say, Cardilla, maybe to 2. No, you're probably in your documents, so you can see any prayer. Flame, no better than your flame, no. Now we American can say, be a fans and like this. Now, so would you chat, oh, Babana, or the can see, yeah. Oh, we are supposed to your duty. Duty now, go to your noir, you don't want to number, no. You don't wish a car, no. And you can't get your scrap on a cry, a free system, and your complete car. Into a crowd better. Custom for clients and amount, won't you do, no. Into no better parts of the art. Many and Mabu so can for my boss on what on pass. But say be a complete car nowadays, Banabia ensure a jar, and I say be a Akima Manaka Flema. That was soon to be Famba. And to women in our and say, on the broad, so nobody up to air. Says a year no by 1st January, no, or more best start, say what do a car buy, so we have conformance certificate, no. And then now, a better, and I feel now to the first training, as cardinals, I have on Castle Kuma. And no baby, I saw a person who do what they say. If you want what you say, you might make sure what system anyone. Any gun, any be out and their cover site. And one is all because an authority for that one. You go for training. Me a training, actually, you want to send a certificate near the mouse. A queen of the first way with you, man. That was young quality, almost a quarter man. They say, I will be there for the clearing agent. First, no, we know a Guru boy, send a code divil and Guru boys on. I buy it to not see when he said there be. Ebe ede ne yabwa emasa boys ni na so nyedwuma ye. It abandon your mo for training mu. Ewie ye grumo mo awie show customs. Obodima se net no mo pon no mutumi ni bi kakra. E de man sa clearing agency foi. Eno me na efe from clearing agency a ene am certificate a. O ka abana 7% custom for bebo wa. O ko mo nsem a. O so custom for mo certificate a. Obodi obodima mu tia taxes e de ma ban. Into sa conformance and it's the last certificate. Nina Beko say, yeah, more a tall castle, Krumhano, a bad is all the car perfume on neighbor, not Babeton, and answer what the be Babet Demois. You bet your car, Papa, saw the back. Nasabe, Ube du Portois, a bank sachet, no one wow, no Yamawa, was soon Ebejo, name the Ghana for Brackets, Musubena Capapani Yatin, then Quessa car, Prima Matia, near the Phila Philip, and no what you want, I find swaggy. No be one send the BNC na fi brakwesi we nim dia nyame de show a wo de bo Ghana man na sabe yankotia sempa nti sa nyama ina ka una automobile industries no any unions akese e wo Ghana ha bu ina ton cars any kokoni na ya kan wan bu ma abanto nsafre ko tie here ye nya hu is okay ye the adventure ne boa ne ina hwe a ebetuma boa e ma yeso so adwuma ye no ye nya gya ne papa enkoba se ne obi wo ha no de bi ka to social media wo ha na obi number ka wo to no 40,000 50,000 wo garage no no ne dia to site bi obi wan so akotro bi 10,000 Ghana enne obi aye busy in the internet nti obi ti office kwa na otumi bo be hu so site bi eton ka ha obi wan no friend nipa no friend nipa na ka ne ne dia wa ka ne su garage no wo ha no oni nipa na ba no ho ahye say bi o de nipa no ba be to ka no o de ne ba be hwe ka no wo de oni ma no but wo be wie no sa no ba be frobe no o be ko akogisi no o wi na nipa na ba say ni ma na o ne ba ha no o ne be hwe ka no o we ko hwe ka ma no na enu de o say me magical key wo o de papers bi ama o be ko na fraud enu de wa wo ya o garage no so a wo ni mo hwe no no ko for police wo ni nipa kro na aka bom a enu de no ma fraud no o be ko wie na wa wo ton ka wo ni mo hwe no Cobra police station na wo court nsem eni na aka ho bi ena hian ya ye penifo e de kuku ano no ye ko hia Eastern Authority ye di how na ko down minister Alan Kozetuna Manten be menim nyamfo o wie ye no na o de 2 minutes bi so ama Sana Authority ya come for 1.5 year in meeting afi no mo say 1st January ye hwe say o mo de betumi da ye adwuma nti e so eguso a ye hwe de besi enti e wie no san so kwa ye de bisa get to mo nim say ho ma akakas ni bia e bia na san mre mba ye a enam Korea say me say mo cars be 6 amakel from Korea eba by we mre ba yi say na minim ho hwe de say 1st January enti ano so ye de say de to Standard Authority for nim say nyama ya cars I nam so eba ebe be 1st January no na sa adna be kana no ye be den but almost say prince so put a bill of lading na and one so be to make duty no at for ahead enti second be do be February March kwa na you are not affected because you are duty before asana run here day come into no nkoma eda ho na pe wabo me puma me chichiri ma kire wo no tifo
ba hu ya dase ye be hwese ne beko yemi shop ano pe
papa nyame shira wo so no tifo na
Kweku Boateng president ma Automobile Dealers Union of Ghana no pe need 100.9 Ghana Montie so eno asugui
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
all the sampa Kasia bo ko wakata munsa amaya se kwesi abwaye
onye yimu no kretrodo kamadine men kamadine bo
nitafe
mumayentie kwesi abwaye 100.9
kwesi bonkwe
yako enumetie for Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration krata BAPF yom honum since sia aba na anope na bem se yakase bom kra ye kan ho asem nsem ni bi edi akotene enso ye de to dwa about travel advisory I fi ministry honum sin aba. Interestingly, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration Ghana Omo de krata for SNPA or say travel advisory RE security update in Abuja, Nigeria. Accra 16 November 2022. No, 17th anyway. That the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration wishes to refer to the travel advisory published this evening, Wednesday 16 November 2022, advising against non-essential travel to Abuja and wishes to state that the statement was unauthorized. The ministry is not aware of any threat targeted at Ghanaians who continue to live in harmony with their Nigerian brothers and sisters. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration regret any inconvenience this may have caused to the traveling public.
Nacha say kane no me fa say ba ko na edi kan na
o de sisi an we hu kan no
dia o kan ni sisi an de free asoye a wonom hwe amanone nsem nkita wodi nsem so Ministry of Foreign Affairs wonom enchen na ensem a na ba say Abuja sisi an wantwi ene menteme ho ase ene terrorism na afei amambonfo semu a ni ti wo honom na afe no mumfa kidnapping ene niam ansemu a ekoso wo honom nti no akwantufoɔ am de kokobɔ nsɛm kɔ yɛ de ma akwantufoɔ sɛ wɔn mu ɔmani na hɔ na sɛ ebi akwantuo na wɔkɔ no ɛnyɛ akwantuo a ɛho hia ma ɛnyɛ wadwene sɛ wɔkɔ Nigeria ma mu titiri Abuja man no anaso wɔn ahenkuro no mu anya sɛ ebi akɔ akɔdu wɔn na ebi a na akɔ akɔfa onomum anaso ɔbakɔ firi wawram na enyioma bɔne akɔ akɔto anasɛ nea ensɛm fata akɔ akɔyi ne ti ɛwɔ abrabɔ mu na ne nyina mu no na foreign affairs ministry no ɛde saa nkrata asɛm na ba abɔnte sɛ nea information ministry no ɛde baayɛ no wɔn enka bibia mfafa anasɛ wɔn nim hwee ɛnya ade a wɔn ne wɔn kɔ bankrom esan sɛ wɔn kura mpo deɛ wɔn nka sɛ bi a bibi basabasa bia ɛkɔ so ɛwɔ Abuja wɔn hwɛ sɛ deɛ ne Nigeria fo kura ɛte a ɛdeɛ ba ade na ɛkɔ so ɛwɔ sa ɛdeɛ bɛn nneɛma basabasa na ɛkɔ so wɔ yɛ ne Nigeria fo ntɛm anasa Abuja nneɛma bɔne bɛn na ɛkɔ so ɛwɔ hɔ no mu ɛno nti no wɔn de saa nsɛm no ɛbɛba abɔnten nti wɔn foreign affairs ministry no wɔn enim ho hwee enti nea ɛde ɔhaw bi anasa ɔhaw bia no a ababa beja akwantufoɔ so ana ɔmo mutu kwan de akwa Abuja man mu a akwa akɔfa ehu ɛde ababeja wɔn so no enti ɔmo bɛ so ɔmo bɛkɔ no wɔn ɛmmɔ saa nsɛm ni nyina entungu ne Nigeria foɔ te no yɛne ɔmo te ɛwɔ asomdwe mu enti nea ɛtwa guo no anasɛ Ministry of Information for the Babontin no ɛnya ade a wɔn foreign ministry no wɔn eso mu ba akokora anasɛ wɔn nim ho hwee
so yɛte hɔnom na Ministry of Foreign Affairs Regional Integration de krataba ɛna wɔn se security alert nti wɔn bɔ Ghana for kɔkɔ titiu wɔn mpɛ sɛ wɔn ɛde wɔn ani kyerɛ Abuja sɛ ɛhɔ ayɛ hu ɛba no bambɔ ho nsɛm a enti sɛ ade a akɔyɛ wɔ Abuja no sɛ nya ade a ɛyɛ hia de paa de a menkɔ na Ghana dwen ho esan sɛ wonyanteɛ ɛba no ɛyɛ terrorism, criminality, intercommunal conflict, armed attacks, any kidnappings. There's a man home in so power Abuja. And the krata no de pie. And omwa yeti ho no musia no mo asan de krata pie. And omo ka kire Ghana for say. Aha, Ghana foi. Sa ayi kokobo na de beto afa akwantuo ho ensem Abuja ni se mentu kwan kwa Abuja no. Sa asem na de beto ho no msi no. Enye no kure na woni a de beto dwa no oni hutumi se eso de beto dwa. Ya man to me o say to state that the statement was unauthorized. Ese amoni pa ko no tumi woni pa ko yipie no. Oni hutumi se so yi star statement no edipie eno ode aba beto dwa. Na womo ka kire Ghana fo nyina se omu de omu nim threat bia targeted Ghanaians ewo ye Abuja honum na Nigeria na yi Ghana fo ye nuanu a womo Nigeria omu Nigeria for Ghana fo mo adehia womo Nigeria omu Nigeria for te kama Nigeria ti obi antum na enti sisi ano de ye betimi etukwan no ana ye ntimi ntukwan asem no ne sempa mu ncheche mu ye
se wo ko Nigeria sisi a omu statement ne fa baby a meti ase ne se de ekoso wo ho no target ne nya Ghanaians only foreigners etukwan obakwasi o se any those nansa ne ba ya ye kan ye na me boss bi a wo ye ensansa ya bi oso wo mu kodu ho no ye ka kire wo mu plane say hotel ha wo da no wo sabire kuta wonsem ena se wo be pie nso a ja wo bibia wa ha na first kakakra wo mu hia wa bonte a wo de be ma wo mu. It tells you the level of insecurity a war Nigeria Abuja precisely. Say hotel for na to make kira wo say oga make you wanna leave everything here and take some more money when they approach you and you give them. Enti sa abonofo sam no tie no doubt no asinko mu kodi 2 weeks or say 3 days no mo sa back because one to kra yeah attack you ya ti usika wo mu bu ye say sa de na ekoso ba target ne de enya Ghanaians nko a wa wo be kwa kodu obi a wo ya victim but etinye bia ni ho say insecurity wa Abuja ho ne de of akwesi etinye bia ni ho.
Well, men ko ho no mo me ni ho no say
ko ho no no edi adanse
but nya ministry no pese Ghana for ten say ohodwo bibia boko one say report on the beto yeah abontin first no it is you see I was just hoping say
ebenya obi ne na akasa
anya no cry anya ho cry mpo or see the ministry is not aware of any threat targeted at Ghanaians who continue to live in harmony with their Nigerian brothers. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration regrets any inconvenience this may have caused to the traveling public. So I was expecting, because you see earlier one more press release nearby kratana edikan edibaye no okanya unse omo ka kire. So accordingly the public is advised to avoid non-essential travel to Abuja. And he said ni akwa yo Abuja no ehu hia menko. So ni ame pese me chetie for and say omodi krata mo say omodi correct say nia omkan no nyesa na tie no. Why are they not telling us that? And because of that, if you want to go to Nigeria, Abuja, they are not saying anything about that thing. And I who said
yeah. I say be a wutu kwan de akọ Nigeria mem ne de omo kan ye, but Abuja ho no na nkasa de omo ansisudua.
There be. Who say what about I said what about asema che we say o ye ntumi entu kwan. Okay, now can say it was, I mean the statement was unauthorized. Kesi
oni kro no ni tumi.
Oni pa ku ni tumi so de betu dwa. She acquire to say Sam George asemi ya na nse ba betu dwe. Who say Honorable Sam George say wakwa akote. Say omeba Ghana card. You betimi di akwa same registration. And I NTA for the crata bar on Timbeka said, look, Omunka so be say obey me the Ghana card akwa same registration. You understand? Now say voters ID. But omuguswa di ho enkomo. Na omundi nkomo ni wie ne ne kaka ho. Who say assembly how can tenancy su ye enti ni Sam George kan no ye de be twro ye mfa ntwro. You understand? Ebia in a Ministry of Foreign Affairs is unauthorized in your kind no enya no kra na ye no kre. Abra assembly honma say assembly as opinion no meboa. Enti ebia bibi okay bibi koso. Na me ne father ye meeting. Na because if ebia me dibra mkutenti no aka bibi achem so kwesi say ni say. But nipa say odi tudwa no ye ebi ono ankasa. Ene say odi say assembly tudwa. Na me di asem na ba betudwa enti asem na me di betudwa no na obeka so okay me ni hu to me say asem di asem ni tudwa that's fine but ni am di tudwa na enukra na anya nukre ni am kan ye no enukra na anya nukre
ehwo na sesi ehu no
yes
ehwo no ayira asem no a wodi asenipa no waye wono authorize ya de wodi betudwa no eye nukre
na anya ade a wo kire yen so wo nkan kire nso se enti CCA no ene ehye me nkran so ke enti CCA no wo se wo tu kwan ko Abuja obetimi akọ you didn't say anything about it ena unauthorized no hwan dia be no ni pa ko ne tie ena whole ministry mo letterhead no ene stamp ni bibia seal odi seal su na odi ebeto abonten
Brakwese wo ka stamp na ase wo hwe omo first story na e ba out na dey alert ne ba ye no say stamp ni different from
the seal is almost
the same
the colors because of who back no color na back here
back the same
say back I say photocopy and baby if you know antina
unsa say bi omo be so omo kire say bi enu nti na omo ka say nipa no na oni
that to me say ya nkom be ka cho say a fake.
Yes.
They are not saying say at the end of that abontin fake.
Okay, that means say Oma man akwanya say camera abontin no dey buy.
Enti eye no kre ananya no kre. Eno na kwabena kan asem bi because then it gives room for the say asem bi akwabena kan sisi aye. Obi be fa be ka say well because o si onu nsu ni mobi a wakwa o say na ekoso. Enti eye no kre. Enya no kre. Eno kre amun kan kire Ghana for na munye katasu mu aso na obi nkona onkoto how you understand
over question ni pakura oka mean ho makwan but we popularly known person pa wo mu wo ensa dwumadie no mu baako a wɔn nsa nso yɛ pop ɔfa kwasi wɔsi wɔne ne nuanom na du wɔn yɛ nipa 5 hotel hɔnom a baabi a wɔn kɔ so yɛ no ɛna hotel foɔ no ka kyerɛ wɔn sɛ wɔn nim nea ɛkɔ so wɔ ha wopie a mɛmfa wo bia mpie but fa sika kakra kuta wɔn hyia wɔ a wɔde ba mu wɔn ade wɔn kɔ yɛ 2 weeks o ɔsi 3 days ɛna wɔn san back because ɛnyɛ yi se kura wɔ Abuja hɔ insecurity ni yɛ very high.
Well, I know the obi betimi because me ka say some years ago be you call South Africa. Say na Blasters kwa kobo match bi on say Rustenburg. Okay. Enti ni kwa kopɛ nneɛma bi okrom. Enti ye ko krom. In fact you do hɔ na South Africa for ni bi etuafo. Say to say watch ni ade a nneɛma bi ededa ensa no. Yenyi ni nyina mfi hɔ no say because saa nneɛma no attract amanfo die bi a chain bi eda okom ni ade a wan hwe an obi attack so oba say no de obetimi Ghana ha kra ye we kra obi betimi unya ho obi na bi a wutunufo a enti na wo no so de be ya asem na bi o ka say well ne Ghana ha no say di Ghana de ho hey u kokrom a so I'm saying those things sometimes, and I'm not dismissing Yakano, but me pese no so no be asem because radio soon come on ye din. You understand? Yeah. Na kwa is okay. Hey, any I see Nigeria yeah ho ye hu. I don't think I may try to buy no so. Yeah.
Ba wo fa kwesi se asem no ankasa no a ebeto dwane nya no kra. Omuma ye hu.
And yeah.
So omuma ye hu say okay.
They shouldn't just tell us it was unauthorized.
Yes.
And you knew to me say or the baba to you knew to me and the baba to you anti no kra na nya no kra. Ti say nya na me man fatu say Sam George dey. Asem no no kra. Is it omo anti you hwe u kan NCA for krata na yes. Omo kan na omo say okay well omo di hu nkomo. Omo di hu nkomo say voters ID no. Yeah. Omo hwe say obetimi ama ono so dey sim registration. But omo wie enkomodie ni ne ka ho. Enti efano no I say okay ni Sam George betu dwa no enye ntro no otwa but I say bi ono aprepre no ho no dia ba betu dwa ni ne ka ho enti asem no se ne sitie no penifo o me yehu mu no kre
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Ode sampabo Kasiabo Kowaka Tamunsa Amaya Kwesi ABOAGYE
Onye yimu Nukretrodo Kamadine men kamadine bo
Nitafe
Mumayentie Kwesi ABOAGYE 100.9
Kwesi Monkwe
In kind comments ni bi anope na enko enim ewo hanam saying Kwesi I think the Russia-Ukraine war has had a dire impact on our economy. It's time Akufo-Addo introduced Russia-Ukraine tax as he did to COVID-19 to support the economy. Ana Fernandeku. Ana Fernandeku. Ubenya.
Russia-Ukraine tax.
Bukala Jonas Adia from Keri says, I'm glad that in the midst of these economic crises, President Akufo-Addo has initiated the Youth Start program for the youth. Well, I'm sure you heard us talk about that one this morning. Amisco Spelele Difi, Kasar Republic says, unquestionably, the ad hoc committee will bring finality to Ken Ofori-Atta's censure motion. So let's all have hope. Enoch Ewasaman Kasi, indeed, Ghanaians have learned a bitter lesson under Nana Akufo-Addo's presidency. We told Ghanaians President Akufo-Addo has nothing to offer Ghanaians, but they refused. And here we are today. Enoch Asaman Kasi. Nana Ikuamwa Boating Ablikuma Central says it is interesting, very interesting, how today the fuel prices has declined by 2 Ghana cedis and 3 Ghana cedis, yet no one is talking about it. Is it that we are only interested in negative news than positive? But you are talking about it. Anyway, maybe you are not referring to us. The cost of the banking sector restructuring was excluded from the overall national debt accounting because they are to be recovered. Therefore, it was not added to the fiscal deficit for 2018. In other words, the banking center debt was treated below the line in the budget to arrive at the 4.7% deficit for the 2018 fiscal year. Virtually, Honorable Atufosin has no point. That's a blueprint writing from Escado Ketan. Hey, finance economist for no, finance for no. OPK, Patriotic Voices, Goss says, clueless and super incompetent Mahama spent $196 million on Sagleme housing project and built only 1,500 housing units instead of 5,000 units. And the money Parliament approved for the whole project cannot be accounted for. Well, very lengthy one. I'll just will leave it there. I think the finance minister's own party folks have rendered him failure, useless, shameless, and surplus. So what else is keeping him at the finance ministry? He should pave way for someone to come. Or the men they said they have are finished. That is Ablade. If you come zongo takrade, and I do it if you on the buy. I'm very glad about how the majority leader and Gabi Dako have reconciled their differences now. Have settled their differences. Okay, well, could you trumpet the free bubuashi and not deep ebaye? Tomla Ewoman Kraso was say the new minimum wage is nothing to write home about, especially with a high inflation rate, unprecedented hardship, and escalating cost of living. It should have been increased by at least 20%. In fact, okay, all right. Let me finish what I'm saying. Need 100.9 Ghana Muntie Suno Asiogo. Akasima be do not non kuno abo. Yada sugu so ye din komo ye hwe ne koso man Ghana mu. Ya no pagime di Ghana Muntie. Make out so say enche. Empeni for so be transfer my dream chair ba beji. Ya discussion segment na anope and ya wo ye be to aso. Kopim be say no do honim say ni agye course so. But ye wie the one krata no so far ni kwabena wa ha. Omo emfe bi mfe room na yenko enim. Intiemu.
Yo, metwa so ewo daily statement da obakrata no emu krata fa to so enan honom na mababa begina na abakonta bufu opanni obenfo Samuel Kwabena anim na wode afutuo ekọ de ama oman mu policy makers anaso wo mo a wo mo hyemra wo emra oman Ghana mu hanom na wo che se aya wo mo hwe so wo mo ebenam data ahodo eso na afa statistics ahodo nkontabu ahodo a efiri wo mo adwosuo wonom baba beka aban ne ensa nyina eso no mo emfa nhyamra wɔsese wɔn mo enam so na wɔn mo de hyɛmra na afi wɔn de etu anamɔn ɛwɔ nneɛma ahodo a wɔn mo pere so wɔn betimi enya de ama ɔman no na apere ne mpuntuo sɛm no de akɔ nkan a wɔgyiri sɛ ɛbɛboa yie papaapa wɔn no ɔkasa de atudwa na ɛnrada na yɛse ewiase nyinaa yɛdodoɔ no eduru 8 billion ɔpepepepe nwɔtwe na ni nyina mu no ɔman Ghana hanom abɔfra a wɔtɔ so ɛma yɛduru saa 8 billion no yewo no Ridge Hospital Ridge ayasabia honom enti ebra wono mo de afahye ni nyina hyehyɛ so honom no global population I hate 8 billion wo mo ehya wo fa just anije sam no eba ba pie mu ewo my Ghana no na wode ensam we nyina no koye de ma policy makers na eno no wo kye se wono mo amfa saa data na aya no mo de ba no so na mo amfa anya hyehyɛ ya wodo aya no wo mo a what sustainable development goal susudu a wiase nyina de ato wonom si ebetimi ahwe so anase de be yenhwe so de na de apre mpuntuo na de apre yedie de ama oman no ani wiase nyina no wanhwe oman Ghana yentimi enru ho na so eba na statistics any data no a wonom de ba be down oman Ghana say be a population census yakokan Ghana dodo ye hunu se Ghana ye dodo a eba ye enie wose ni nyina no so womo edi so ebi a yakwa awo so womo mkwawo ye dodo nie ebi a womo mawu ye dodo nie ni nyina sa statistics and data no eno o jese sempanifo efa so na womo de eboye mbra ema yen a na se womo de hyemra de ye enuoma nkaye a ni nyina no ebetimi aboa wode ensami atudwa enrada na UTV nsentwerefo nso ekokọ fa bi a sabre nso krata eno no ye daily statement da obokrata eno nso wakuchiri bi de agu ne krata fa a etoso enan a yekenkan bi de amamo
na daily guide the krata fa etoso ensia and what say emra sebe de fie ti amehine aban Kingsford Sman Babe no what say emra sebe jafo Femu obi amfa mobile phone wura mmarahyɛbadwa fie wɔkyerɛ sɛ wɔn de ba wɔn concentrate obi a yɛyɛ a serious business ya dwendwene wɔ maa ho na ebi WhatsApp na ebi wɔ Facebook na ebi yɛ Instagram na ebi nim kura twa pictures na ebi hyɛ videos a ɛwɔ internet so ya saa videos yi ebi kura yɛ funny ones ya asresɛm ɛnoa ɛna mmarahyɛbadwafoɔ bɛtena nti nipa no wɔtena wɔ kura wɔ sɛ ne phone so ubisa no asɛm a ɛkɔ so a sɛ Mr. Speaker say repeat bio Mr. Speaker so abrɛ no repetitions nti ɛyɛ ɛbɛboa na nsamkyerɛfoɔ wɔn mu use mobile phones ne adeɛ wɔ nyinaa nso obiara gyae untumi take picture untumi nta video internet so saa nneɛma no nyinaa no untumi ɛnyɛ nti wɔaba ne sɛ tema hɔnom sei no ɛni kwan so obiara ɛde ne mobile phone ɛba hɔ.
Metwa so ɛwɔ daily statement da obokrata akro no mu krata fa ɛtɔ so miɛnsa wɔnom ɛwɔ ɛna mede ensam no ɛtoa so ɛwɔ hɔ na ɛyɛ
Mr. Wa mami nkodi san koma we na yɛne Ora Thomas Musa yɛ twetwe forma the Ghana National Association of Teachers NAT na yɛ Musa no minimum wage aba beto dwe sɛ na teacher foi wo mu ho no Thomas yɛ ase mu akwa baba ni TFM so anope
yo mejo so me chia o ti foi nyina
so minimum wage aba beto dwa I'm sure say NAT Ghana teacher for mu koi mahu de Becha say minimum wage ya be say na temo mahu
ai the reckon say yehu na asanso ade bia krata bia yesu yehu bi nya na ewo mo no say ehu ya say we are saying someone that they come minimum wage now. And yet, it's bia or memu a woman, if you may be an answer, a chianica. A was that cano, and I say a back below that particular cano. For example, the 20 cities and I said 30 cities and more peninsula, and I say it's POB, this KBI, and I say a back below that cano. And I even say minimum wage, you know. Yenti a we dey say a bo edumanyefo mu aban onga omuni aban bubia no esa aban na bo aban for example wonga sebi kafa che omunye eduma na omunye union nine omuduma na betimi aye say by day en de kika hono no san hihye we e wo no say ebe bo mo ban na yakuntina ase ayeto adwen no enyama ni ni de see so be kan a last year the public sector for no yama 15% cola esan is na enyama mo ayetin we hwe petrol lorry fare etiane and then range and the kika hono na ade bia and now inflation cost 40%.
So, cola and your cost of living allowance, me boy.
Exactly.
Okay.
You can't, you know, when I say, look, as I say, you to obey speed, you to base, and no 10%, no. Yes, some more additional 50% cola. Then a bit pushing one. Now, everyone is about the minimum wage, you know.
Okay. In terms of a percentage terms, senior kind, more core a meeting moon. Saying a mode core, yeah. Percentage terms this year, I percentage I am munya and send an amodeco.
Oh, once I tell me this can wait a minimum wage. And a by-side committee and they determine after a year back base pay negotiation and cafe. No, ever start saying that. And no, workers now under Article 190 no I from public sector workers no almost say no in the every in a special year.
Enti ni abeto dwe minimum wage no ni nsunsuan so e wo ma eye enen komo a mo hya asie amuba bedi no ene sen pa
kan ye mu no say ye kan minimum wage na can say you can want them cry now. adwumayɛfoɔ no a ɔmoyɛ union night ne public sector workers no sɛna medi kan kaeɛ no minimum wage convention anene ne mmara no ɛbɔ adwumayɛfoɔ ho ban a ɔmoyɛ vulnerable a ɔmonyɛ union night ne ka sɛne ɛbɛyɛ a adwumayɛfoɔ no ɔmo ntisi wɔ ɛno nti na ɛyɛ a ɔman no ɛba mu sɛ ɔbɛbɔ ɔmo ho ban but wɔn sɛ wɔn a wɔyɛ union na particularly no public services and quasi public services no ɔmo ɛsɛ sɛ ɔmo yɛ union na ɛdi ne ti obiara ni hɔ no mo a yɛtua ne ka below the minimum wage but sɛ nkɔba de sɛ yɛ determine the increment na ehu bɛyia yɛbɛhwɛ saa bɛn sɛ relativity ratios ne keka for example wohwɛ 2014 na 2014 no yɛtu minimum wage mu but base pay no yɛantu base pay mu in 2014 yɛsii ne sɛ instead of say to base pay no mu no yɛma article 190 workers yɛyɛ public sector workers no yɛma wɔn nyinaa 20%, yɛma wɔn 10% cola nti yɛma yɛ 10% cola no ɛno kyerɛ sɛ saa afe no obiara ni hɔ no mu a ɔnya ntumu wɔ base no so ɛno nti ne saa 1 year gap no ɛyɛ adeɛ bi a aba affect public sector workers wobɛka yɛ in 2015 no ne aban ma public sector workers 13% increase ɛno kyerɛ sɛ wohwɛ technically a increment ɛbaayɛ no ɛyɛ 3% ɛnyɛ 13% because already na 2014 na yɛ mo wama yɛ cola 10% deda and almost the same cola no any 3% in the account but technically speaking in 2015 no na yɛ 3% ɛno ma yɛ and because of that particular gap na aba bɛda hɔ no na ho aba bɛnyia sɛ yɛbɛtumi bi a yɛbɛtumi abreach that particular gap no
okay
yɛbɛyɛ bi ti yɛkɔ negotiation na wie that factors wey nyinaa inflation cost of living allowance and all those things you know ɛne nyinaa yɛ variable bi a yɛbɛ take into consideration in the negotiations.
Okay. Right now, back what I make online, I'm the aseme bisao said new minimum wage. We're hoping 2023 will be a better year. TUC boss. And I see what this aseme to just said. Well, 2023, minimum wage ya be ni meeting mu amoko ina mo hwe ni madwuma for a catch for mo hwe se afi 2023 de enka enyema be ye pa. Saying that you personally not for so idea mo share that sentiment of a TUC boss.
Once when it be when it are so much that you are in the sea. Yes, they say, on your own here. The year and even one. So, young Cooper, my young friend, and 1 mile and 1 year. You won't run 7 bonfire to the other city. But say, a bonfire, say, you will be here. And your money be on one young coupon and be my then yes, about so Ghana, so say Ghana for idiot. Just here where I said, yes, it's a person, the young one, no, they are. And the answer was on young coupon and on young coupon, the wine I find it out. Yes, so I said, yeah, and I said, yeah, why and so. Yes, and the Bay Ghana, the one is human power front, and say, yes, yes.
Well, you have seen a back of me, a short and community DHia and came you, but yin yao. And now, Mooding common su via Yabesaba na Yababi DB account. I mean, Chapa Thomas Musaya, Secretary, my Ghana National Association of Teachers, not no pay. So minimum wage, if you know, most money I buy, Juma for be sinkunya, na Aketua Hunsa, Momedin yepa, no pay, and no be, and or the abre. And they say, oh, yes, yen sinkunya. Yes, yen sinkunya. Oh, say yen kunya sie ne ankran kunya sie. Omuko te senia wo nko ye. Aban adwumafo de bia omusu so betra ye te senia. Aye te senia.
Omanya reliefs.
Na wo de unya reliefs.
Ovakwesisi ya ne ye nka ho. Yani yanya aban adwumafo.
Yes, but I'm saying say wo so nhihye no nti sa aban adwumafo nhihye. Te wo ha fi se ya to akatwem. Yeah. Yeah. Nonsense. Nonsense.
The brother was the minimum wage in a year.
Minjibi, what do you mean, say, yeah? When you say a year, no, what do you open such as saying? Who was saying?
A yama or more, I have 2 million.
No, yes, saying.
Any other?
When you born at 13, near the 14, at least.
Now, Laura Fair cry, say.
And
then Ghana.
And you're all
when baby, I shall see if you will say, one quarter and a about the minimum wage, the man Casasa.
You pay Jack.
Meaning, say, Pejaka Crow, men can't say Pejaka, say 1 point.
Just a year, Markua, that could they be a young Mark 15, 13 Ghana, 1 Mark
my kind war to
14 Ghana cities.
And today I was 13 points weight.
And I'm just a young Mark 14 Ghana cities. 88 pesos. Just a way in your crown
4.88 was a
oh, by out minimum wage, I'm saying, sir, that is the minimum. That's the minimum wage.
What the Sabra was Matthias, you like young Yao Kakran. And yes, sir.
Says he can't have bano. I saw here no so. Sikana Bano, they saw here no so.
And now, obey to me, I manage it. Why your expenses come out?
Yeah, say, yeah, now, you remember, be oh, dear, oh, yeah, expenses. They say, be out here. So I say, I'd bet you am born to buy a Jume Mupao, buy out air condition. Yeah. Or buy a paper, be all to me for paper or tobacco, paper back, A4 sheet or trosso tobacco. No, or they are 2 ball.
One. No, I'm
not. They are 2 ball.
You better out of
yeah, better for machine. Obetra machine, one machine ya o use and yan dia into him so okay. Peta or ya na machine say ya. So be hwe ye because onim say yan dia say ya. Enyo no beto. Ye mu bi ebe adwuma tere bi amtimi hwe. Neman bi amtimi hwe am say enti asumesi enti say na ofie, say na oye ofie. And you say now you ofie. You understand? Be am to him say it say na ofie tie because enye obi timi call washroom. Call washroom, utimi hwe ne obeye udibisa won say enti ofie washroom say na wo ye no.
And obedwa.
And I'm saying enti say na wo ye ofie washroom. But because at the end of the day onim say okay ha nya ni fie enti oba oye ni bi basa. But ni nyina no kai hu say eno susika ene kom sa enti
I was ever fan, sir.
Nina ka hobi.
Ever fan, sir.
Yeah. O pon na okwa adwuma e bia office light isi so e bia nka so dum no o num no.
Abobo na hye. Ni ato bi ahye. Na mic no ahoma na sei. Ni ato fro de ahye.
Yeah.
Na eno so na camera na sei. E de fro ahye.
Men found some motive no so.
But you on the Rebecca.
One of the things that
yes, your minimum wage be cost. Be cost. Rade Beccas.
Kuno, ya o wia no hoboko ebie puno no sa no. Ya o de kwa tutu Neat FM.
Utie oha extra punk no. Neat FM.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no ho ade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, now beka. Ya jon to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afi bia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Asew. We den kan no tumu ho. Me be mo anu nso wo hye kura dia ka ho. Wo hwe dia wapi ho. O ka sa batete e da fom ho. This way chocolate drink.
Crash up a baba worry.
Aso,
ye fear said this way chocolate drink, yes, or no pan on yenum. Ye bishop free gymnum no snack. Ye nya ho ho anu ye de serve wo mo. Ye did really a pebibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink in yenum. And this one what ya no a. He se kire wom, koko wom, prick wom, bibia wom. Ade wo hia ni so se.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so se.
FDA ahwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
Nominees for for the 12th RTP Awards are ready. Who walks home with prestige and pride? The 12th RTP Awards comes up at the Movenpick Ambassador Hotel, Sunday, 11th December 2022, 4 p.m. sharp. The 12th RTP Awards is brought to you by Jimre Estates, Special Drinks, Simisura by Abdul, Yas Tissues, Dofil Roofing Systems, A to Z Auto Servicing, and Corporate Ghana Awards. For Despite Media Group to win Media Group of the Year award, dial star 447 star 111 hash. Enter nominee code 10 to vote.
With the vibes and a whole lot, and a bad girls and a whole lot, and a she give me wine and a whole lot.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Nominees for the 12th RTP Awards are ready. Who walks home with prestige and pride? The 12th RTP Awards comes up at the Movenpick Ambassador Hotel, Sunday, 11th December 2022, 4 p.m. sharp. The 12th RTP Awards is brought to you by Jimre Estates, Special Drinks, Simisura by Abdul, Yas Tissues, Dofil Roofing Systems, A to Z Auto Servicing, and Corporate Ghana Awards. For Mark Jerry Osajimai to win Radio Talk Show Host of the Year award, dial star 447 star 111 hash. Enter nominee code 525 to vote.
Bad girls and a whole lot, and a she give me wine and a whole lot.
Mami can comment kakra na say the one krata no kra no ewi na mpanyfo tenase wo studio no hanum saying Rainbow Air Kaswa was saying when fuel prices increase in Ghana it becomes major news. However, when it reduces, no one talks about it. We are aware that fuel prices have been. So this is also some agenda that so what is it? What anyway? I imagine I'm sure say communicators ni texters. Dr. Baumia is a clean man. No amount of lies and death can be associated to him. That's KK with the free Kaswa American Town Kinky House. Majority caucus. Michiao. Michiao. Have you noticed that? I move away from. I'll get back to that one. So it's a Kwesi Michiao. Have you noticed that we've crossed 15th November, but I've not heard any Jingle Bell song in any of the on airwaves? That's Kezia, Edu, Odifi Bubuashi, and Odibai. Ebeba, Majority caucus must be careful about the finance minister Ken Oforiata's issue. Sika and Pedede, that's comments on Odifi Pillar 2, and Odibai. In Shaba and Elka Shaman constituency says the NDC and John Mahama should tell us their alternative. We are moving forward, no turning back, because MPP government has performed better. That's Inshaba Anelka and Odieno Ebaye. The JDM administration, after chewing the meat and leaving the bones, the bones are heritage fund, sinking fund, the get fund, etc. But the savior, MPP super incompetent about me, have chopped all the bones. Alai Baba and no free Madina and no Dubai. My belly aches when I hear people who perhaps have never left the shores of Ghana commenting that even Russia, where the war is, where the world is going on is not suffering, really. The UK's inflation has hit 40 years high of 11.1%. Is that also due to mismanagement? Anyone who denies the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war on world economies is either political desperado speaking their own queer agenda or an ignoramus of a greater proportion. KWASI Kwansa, Eddie Free UK, NOD, NO, Edbaye. Senior break. He says Kwabnamafo and his doubting Thomases, if they get all the money they want to get before they start their building, the devil is just using them to sabotage their project. But they don't watch. The cathedral will be built to the glory of the Almighty Lord. That's Frank Nero, Abusukai, NOD Free, NOD Buy. Now, this one here from teacher Kujo Tepa Anyine Susu. I always say blaming government on this economic hardship means those blaming them doesn't have anything. Teacher Kujo, message, I am me share them who papa. I me penny for attention with studio no I'm saying yeba be di and come anope nsema hodo atodwa yeba be gi my dream share Felix Mante Director of Communications Emma PPP amanyuko no anope wattenase with studio no I'm saying Sansona Benjamin Jehu Apia Dona Sanmane kan say Benghazi anope ono so wattenase with studio no I'm saying wɔn ba bɛboa yɛn komodi ahodoa atodwa neat 100.9 Ghana MONTIE international friendly. I'm sure that'll be the last match probably international friendly on mobile ball. Yeah, call World Cup Qatar. Yeah, Maomo Echinkwa Ghana Taomechi Black Stars ABOAGYE Junior and our training Kano neat 100.9 Ghana MONTIE. So Felix Mante PPP at Transio Studio no say Sanso and Benjamin Jehu Apia Benghazi so atranse anope yeba be di enkomo ensema hodo atodwa Benghazi akwaba
offer darling boy anope minchia na minchia wotiefuo nyina babia wafidi kese kokoduru na membo wabaso eduma pa obo edima oman Ghana na over Mr. Bisa GJ Awards no ye programming say omo nominate and also man nominating, and I wanted to also know because Oshe Ejuma Pa Mabo from the beginning of the year till now extensively authentic interviews in Penimfua ma invite you omo ha any interviews amowo aye wa hanomo over the phone near the no I mean anopa de over top 3 morning shows of the Accra and Ghana Hanoma. There is no doubt, say Ghana MONTIE is number 1 because of the you see, so Obia Etia they want it right from the source.
Ambassador.
No, I'm not ambassador, but I have Memetinaka Muniadia. I am excited. Say I come here every Thursday, and even with Casa me free nano, me fro dada no need than it. That means people listen to it, or I mean more. Felix, I make what you say. Into ABA, I don't know criteria for you, but I'm hoping say the the kind of interviews are more right from source. Penumfo more interview on more ankasa ka asem no mu no kre because Ghana for ni omutie nyina ne so mu station bia asem ba free right from the source no matumi aka no kre no se na yete de. And that's what we all need, Anameboa. Yeah, that's it's a credible station and it's a credible show. And they need to make sure, say, you are awarded. And you are doing a good
work. Teach you. And I said, a Juma no be kind, a bayer, na man for so many. Felix, Akwaba.
And we have Kwasi.
And you more.
Kwasi, my Minchia, with you for no, I have for new team. Only on me, Jumena. Say about Trawn, Chinese and would incommode there. Now, him say, Yadomara, ya Yakano, and I ever say, Radibe Adom. Now, the assume dream. Sounds like less than 2 months. Nabrunya.
Sure.
na so bronya enam kwan so eba no ni aye de betwa afi na wie ene aye de ama me no aye de ama
sa me ma wa no si kra unim sandra no fi France bai unim sandra no fi France bai anya last week was a Tuesday okoye den wo okọ France ko di 1 week na ba betena ese na no ma mo aye de
overgwazi the father say obi two kwan ko France Germany
masa
abrochi no ko ba no
masa
ele on kire say
woni ofa kwasi aboagye nyina this year me Ghana here na metena MPP ni amatena ha me two kwan na wo ye PPP ni what two kwan ofa kwasi aboagye akwa America akwa London baby ametena na metena na we ka kire me say no ma de anka onya ska to ticket
acho me to Ghana
Benghazi ya mo ucham so kura no wa sha si huri te se ya mo ucham
masa
Abagazi
ya me kan pacho nanadu ne din tu kwana
na me dia nim but no mamu aye ama no ma na to ticket dia ya da nyame asese wa kwa ba
bizane mame
na otu kwan a webusa no kwan a fa so e bia otu
na se
enu hia no
we wa mama kai bre bia bem se na mkwa ko renew me visa UK na wa di akwa che mother and I'm a no more frame. Inside the UK is not so much. I think I was them could renew me 5 years. No more frame. The call na Ubroni share me call na send my UK so much, but this one almost frame for interview. The me call na papa share me nim or say, you know why we've invited you call you? I said no. O shema baako e kan baako fa medjuma ho. Na baako mbisam say akwantu na me tu juma na me na me ko bebre no ti one sponsors at na say fini ni ma na me di na tem kra me team that
obajo so we juma ni to me finance and answer
no I don't know because o say we juma na me ye see na me nya kwan tu sa kwan bebre na I'm say okay so we was talking about sponsorship really
right
and I'm say okay no ma chair no way if you have we ne tua we why ne tua we ne corner so okay all right Tibusa na say one sponsor.
Me say munina makwa aba na me ni ma na.
Benghazi pass away.
Ye me dey me to find to baby.
Obagwazi. Ade a even say wokọ na san ba o man we mu kura na obeto ne a to ho o man we mu a na o wira san ya.
Na obufu mo.
Be starting again.
Ananya wa.
You want to go bye.
Be starting again.
Baby, you ba je seka. Me quite slow.
Well, if you can no pre. Na France match for two ho. Match for two for France.
About this antro some propaganda no be good instead of what. It's not about shortage of fuel.
There was a shortage in Paris. In France.
I don't know and how many hours. That's the question you ask.
It was for 3 days or so.
What's that jai? Yes. Omo won say there be aye ka say.
Abrochi omo my light off order.
Yeah.
And I'm cast on my light off. You know my light off.
Say there be a make say there be a make say.
Yeah.
O man we no 77 producer I say ye nya ya de yi. Obroni ehunu say Russia Ukraine entokwa koso no. Unum say ne omo manage omo niema. They cut their code into their size.
That's exactly
what have you done in Ghana? Come on,
no,
30%
cut, yeah,
39%. One catch up. COVID every year,
slicing by 50%.
Now, chatter plane in the number.
Chatter plane.
Oh, Benghazi Kwanutu. What I go for buy you? The coin I'm called Germany now. One am no more coins organization.
No more rushing na. Oil, rushing oil.
Oh, say I want ba. Na almost say because of Russia, you can say depending on Russia energy. So
for gas, yeah.
Right.
And now we used to heat up.
Yeah.
So as I'm more can say because of all this air consumption, you know, manage energy no and kakranka send you spend more. And even level essentially ka we to na dem ho warm pa no omo try to make sure say centrally omo control regulate
okay
ama ubenya obi nya opanyina pepepe all right but akoye say omo reduce the level of consumption can be between manage near me but o man we mu ayeti mu de ye ni sika nkura na ye didi more
government. That is what you do.
No, the fact
that is what you do.
There's
never been a positive
Benghazi. The point in me person me making is say. Suddenly you tuntum America say you tuntum, enya America say nye. Me nka ncha wo say eye. You are over consuming out of your reach, out of your limit. And no, and I hear come one say stop it. Ujaya, you been enough to take care of the rest of the things I hear.
In which areas are we consuming?
Your memoir.
In which areas?
2022 budget, how they buy SA. Uberezi revenue, tax and whatever, to amount of about 98 billion or 96 billion. There was a consumption of 135 billion. Oh, are you reasonable? Are you reasonable? What do you mean your budget within that means? What salary awoje? What salary awoje? Means roaming car a year say 10,000. Means roaming car over kwasi. Oje 10,000. It will be didi. Ako didi a year 15,000. Will you do that? Every sensible man will say my budget here 10,000. I will live within 10,000. Na ma chani kakra say be cater for me. Na bosomi besono. Ebeso me pepe na na new man tasen ba. But what your man now say, ultimately, you government, ultimately, your budget, revenue, I'll be for the whole year, 98 billion, now, so be 135 billion. Who should clap for you? I don't know, my number, baby, and then we are young, one way. Now, so, who's this such experiences now, the back. Now, there be a penny for you, or to play moon, I'm holding Mokoba, or Mokoba, over the Mokoba, who near Kosuna. And they come to Ghana and they are unable to implement policies and programs a bit develop your manner. Sometimes me trust be something who's there. What is the point? What is the point? Me call Cairo. Me brother, me call Cairo.
We are transit to her.
Me call one casa was a year.
For how many days?
COP 27.
Yeah.
Overwhelming. Adrianefo.
Cairo, the no go for. My cohort last 2019 I was there.
Almost Egypt.
Almost now only made you moody.
Almost
panu ya onya Pepsi anu no ko biso bi awako Cairo bi obeka kire.
Esre desert asase aye anwea.
Omo panu din any Pepsi okika no ame wa bonsu agusu no akoda no
those European countries. Obakasi esre tum anwe sum ho be ti sei bibisa me ho sei ehifa na nkrofo no munya dua bro ni banche ni millet ni those things aduane ye fo ho sa
omo dua banche ni bro wo Cairo omo dua banche ni bro wo Cairo
ogwe we hu tapia ko
me hu hwe na me hu ane pa no ni Pepsi
la wonu ni omo de ye we misa omo we so ye banche say ye bro we hu vegetables
Felix
when the vegetables
me the vegetables.
Come on.
Over my country, no one. Me
manusia.
Over omo de no one. One say omo no omo the scale. Me ba omo the scale. Over. Me fan say okodwom na say okwa akoto ebia onion 2 cedi a. Omo no oka 2 cedi a omo ntia ase. Obos kana omo ntia ase omo measure bibia in kilo. Enti one mo de ade ni good scale no so. Na se bia wo to ade 10 kilos na osisa bebre guso no hu se ade no nduru 10 kilos na obesan so de bia ka ho e de ama
monka say
what you say it's different
I see the darling boy and yet obi odi 10 kilos be guso na be bia ka ho ama na ye yo me say Cairo Egypt Africa here man call Europe no waka jira me say oh omudi Africa here Egypt and on my sassy esre desert and yes anwea menka de sana obi ntia se on my sassy na ndua sisi so anwea tum na sumo but aduane ya for vegetables se buso everything ti ha say forest nature ehun ehia nso toti senia and so a common day you planting for food and jobs ba overwazi and a food market or Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Agriculture we wa peja dia akok makola o so what is wrong with that program?
No, what is wrong with that?
Everything is wrong with that program.
Okay. Then say But you see,
the plan, the strategy, everything.
Felix, when we come and sit here.
No. To make sure what is wrong with that? Ghana ya Accra Ministry Hong Kong. Meti Ashamai.
Why are you talking as you say you don't know say it's a pilot program?
What kind of pilot is that?
Why is he talking, sir?
It means
he doesn't know say a pilot program.
And you stop it. Because implementing year program a benefit will be a. You don't do a halfway program. No one be trying to say a pilot. It's a waste of national resources, a waste of all of our time. The point must be made clear. Say, Ghana nye Ministry of Agriculture nkwa. Kenya Hongwana Ghana. Onete Bonkata Manso, Bechire Kakasuna nka Atadeka New York. Onfoka no mna makola anaso mna ministry. Onko in and out no asel for take Ghana cities. Now about 10 cities and 5 cities and bibisa. We are okoni to na menwie out the obeba wo bi kan obeka. Not them down. When the policy is wrong, it is wrong. And when the progressive people's party say, wait, this one will not put food on your table for us. Because I'm watching.
But I must say temporarily, in Yanni Bigu, Miana Bigu Honma, say, Bushu, Nabotre, Felix, a good baby, I say, Nasep, Yamsi Suzuki, Yanan boy, Dean, Ya will cook him to send crying. Na so meet me the ababa trauma, I be a bank cratchy for now. When you be at to a senka in your bonnet. Sir, every reasonable government or what, Junior. Obetumi develop your money, you know. Aduane na say no, or build the storage facilities. No the agum. No the agum. Okay, so oko buy no bia wonim. When who storage facilities the Google abrochi o mo store mu nuane wo ho no nana. No ho kire o makoso, amakoko depend on. The aduane ane boa den won kran no, enye say aduane no is the fact of say about we doing crying na ne boy day. Ne boy day because lot of any ho. That is the solution. Anything what the otifu as well. E jadi form ko fe duane ne ba medime na mo ko toba food value chain, agriculture value chain no. Omo de beba meduane ne bebu so. E kwan ne nye. Cars ne be ko beba no na say. Enti wan kasa ko han car. As a ministry announce when your car ba go mi. Now wan kasa how dey akwakosi go filling station. But say what the buy say man for anybody in a supply on. But say man for the point is how many people will be able to benefit from this. Okay, now when you to phone when you to for. So a man for so at the detriment of the majority of the population, is that not it? Oh, which majority people? How many people? Anybody don't say the whole ministry honum. Anybody don't say that me benefited from this. Oh, send your ministry for nko. Let me of course what you mean access to it. Man ko Toby Bobi we chair me. Aberikra, Bengazi.
Offer.
Yes, sir.
You see, when we come here and Felix sometimes wants to. No. You see, you are educated. You've had the privilege of being an educated man. Offer, sir. Jenny say we are not in normal times. So over the phone, you had a conversation from the Ministry of Agriculture. No muchire say. Meba, Felix. Brony will be a friend a pilot. Over pilot me the battery mukra me who how I met him.
I say oh sorry.
Yes, Swashe, thank you. Say yes, Swashe, na say ye. Then all the districts in every region we are no. Say na Ministry of Agriculture, Ebekono. Na then a Ministry of Agriculture, oh yeah. Say na say kofobe show social media. Won't be se bayire anybody efi edwaso ana nkronkro bi so aba bedru Ministry of Agriculture omo for court honom over near tini say Ghana for bi numu kra na air complain say this time brody too okay Ghana for air complain say brody too no this time anka first na komunya ne ebia 20 Ghana sisi omo kwa marketa one mo de gi omo 60 Ghana. It's minister, any BNI, a investigation kakra. And who say, I'm a phone mo binuma mo ye janomosono, a take undue advantage over. Say, and can you mamma ye dia, and caso mo brain no massy, at the buffono. Yama me four way no mono, a day or one casa, or more dear at to nyomaso. All in the name say, dollar nakosro. Now you're the dollar near crab dear. Over. Ya the dollar and a crab by year. Ya the dollar and a crab banchi. Into BNI, a year intelligence report no. Na de koma a Greek minister say. A Greek minister. Near Ekosu ewo dwaso nie. Enkofo a omo kamu nyina say this time omo ntumi ntɔ bayere, omo ntumi ntɔ brode, omo ntumi ntɔ banche no. Say na maamefo binom eye ewo dwa no so. Wonom kofa edwa enuoma no efidwa so e de ba. Na omo de unimaginable profit bi e de atoto so. All in the name say 1 petrol akosoro, 2 dollar akosoro. No more fasu edi bunkofo. Tomatoes, oko, na so oko koto tomatoes kra wonoma. This time anka unya bi be 3, 5 cedis. This time the same tray, omo de ko 15 cedis. Enti bia na in so report ni man no de come minister say, ministry, mo hye na mo nya nneoma bi enye dey emfa ho. Ampa so president, Asia all the market queens. One of the legitimate a year president ni on kan say wọ́n sẹ́ ọmọ adé àná ọmọ tọ́ no ọmọ pọ̀ ọmọ profit díẹ̀ but ọmọ yẹn president ẹ̀yàntì yẹ sẹ́ amamifuo binom ẹ̀dẹ̀ ọmọ ankasa ọmọ profit akẹsẹ́ atoto saa nneọma náà ọmọ tọ́ no so. Over Sunday bi amidi ọmọ tuo Sunday me order ọmọ tuo that was about 2 months ago from the same place ọmọ tuo minya 2 bus akẹsẹ́ kakra 2 bus ẹ̀na tawo baako. Minya kotoje bako ina minya akukọ wing enso bako for all at 40 Ghana cedis. Over na see last week Sunday me order the same mutuo boss na buy ye nkiti bi minya kotoje eye ni nyina ekokosi over me ba ni nyina ekokosi 80 Ghana me diya bana asome na me santo order bio
eti dia no
na me bisa won say dey na ama omo prices na kosoro sa wonum ka kire me say omo kodwa so a this time enuoma nyina omo tutum na ade a anka me turn 40 Ghana anka at least reasonably no anka embra 45 and 50 and 60 me ba nya to o ka sama mbe oh these are real things that are happening.
The reality on the ground
no let me
solution omo dey mayen
not here this is a pilot program over amutuo na me turn 80 no 80 plus 80 mama he 160 me kwa me timi di amutuo 160 Sunday afternoon
Benghazi
because amamefo binuma anka sebe wonum ko fa nneoma wo dwaso a sebe anka omo bema nneoma no profit na akofom kakra no e di omo profit akese atoso enti ne ministry ne ye ne se wonum akofa edwa
enti ebe kakra ministry na be ye amutuo
ato na bi o me pa kire se nye ministry ne ye ne se se onum kofa sa nneoma e de ba e honum a omo pilot ya na ko various districts na over nye what it will be done in say amamefo onum na omo ko dwaso na omo ko fufa enwoma a omo de omo profit akese ni nyina no omo bejai because one me say so omo ko district one man
onim ni ameso just amamo
oh mama
say a good policy and program what am I choice just a brief
trying people no we say a policy Ghana for to people to know about on it now I be catch there
we say a policy
because the best way I'm making is to help this moment
the best ya obetimi aya ne say mo be ma akwansofo ne ka no makofa de ba asa
man kwansofo no
because somebody be ba shama somebody be ba temadwa so
na nya no pilot no mo ye
na pilot na da be ne
pilot na nya no mo ye
ma men kan comments na yen ko inu ye me hwesa glemi ye housing project ye me hwesa glemi housing project ye be di nkomo kakra Soft Mami or Domi or say it is absolutely clear. And in fact, no government under the Fourth Republic can be compared with the NPP government in terms of a developmental project. That is Soft Mami, Domino de Free. Now, President Akufo-Addo and Bawumia government is still fully committed to ensuring the revival and sustainability of the Ghanaian economy. Robbie Fashions, Dichem Suno, de Free, not the buy. Openi 80 Ewa Kaswa says, if the finance minister is dismissed from his position, it will be the decision of the president and the majority caucus, but not the doing of the minority caucus. Openi 80 Kaswa. How can you start without light in Kaswa this morning? All this is political raps and cheap slogans. Under a property stricken government, if we have 10 billion Ghana cedis to play with, why go to IMF? Talk is cheap. Guess who sent this particular one? Echo Jones. That's why.
Echo Jones matching. Maybe I should be a. That's what Rabbi should want.
Also, we need. We do attempts to fresh. Sammy Boachi as someone can say. So Muhammad spent 196 million, and he was supposed to build 5,000 and built. Okay, you're talking about Saglami housing project. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Saglami housing project now. Yeah, Ghana Black Stars and Switzerland Airborne and then Ghana team no so far squad no they are two I'm say Lawrence Atizigi that post Abdul Samet Salis Daniel Fiye Banye Daniel Amate Jordan Ayu Andre Ayu Barbara Rahman Tariq Lamte Elisha Usu Salisu Mohammed na Inaki Williams Omujimuma Ghana make us say Ghana ni Switzerland the Baba Chelsea. So I mean same few here Felix.
Yeah,
Sagliami. I buy say or pay developers now or their mom. Because you can't come no.
Progressive People's Party and it work to me and yet to me a boomaya. May TFU Hawk Tano. Near Bayer Medran, Busu Amobi and ye be a dear, a Bayer for I won't tree and ASAB make it say, if we afford to me produce more, Nedrian and Nedru market. And into the agricultural subsidy, a beba. Amap. Improve upon farmers' life. No more to me produce more. FED or minor. The young food insecurity. Senia a banway near Maoya or Pesodi equal more fe Adane say ministry no fe on one casa. Why a OBA dry. It won't work. You don't develop a country like that. Saglemi. Or was it housing a problem? Our mind way. A major and a bigger problem. Now PPP yebe share campaign be as a big time campaign near be their survey housing problem. Or my official statistics now you need over 2 million housing units. I better the support to or mine and sana will be a baby or better na boa. It is a koba say just peanuts keke. I be ye this is Sagleme housing project. Or minor fails to deal with it. And you the same another one I abandoned here. I don't know man penny for a breast or no chassis. It was abandoned and it's still no completion. It tells you said the housing policy both governments a year say or more implemented their survey problem. No, they were unrealistic and they were based on nothing. And not ordinarily no intimate solve housing problem. I want my no more say or more addressing. Fine. Private sector able to me I get it into it to make sure say whatever level you drew no obey to me I continue now what to me I address it. Otherwise I'm tempted not to believe say this one is not going to be another level of hooks. I the bed that Ghana for na enkuwie near as I said because right from the onset, the conversation around Sagleme housing project and I buy a chair muno the surface so build 5,000 housing units. No, I build 1,005 and then I wajisika $160 million. $1,000 said then you the city so conversation basa. Not the real thing as I say near the bois magana funya home fasono. We have denied and we are not working towards that. Agana for enya so emphaso. The Sagleme housing project. Any other housing units are or mine in sa ekoko shemu yes obeye bia we have refused to complete the swabam for swama Ghana for no. All governments we are involved should bow their heads in shame. They should. Because I remember President Nanado, before becoming president, a pledge say even kaya years obesity apartment ama mama nya baby ada. Meboa kasa meboa. Ankusiaga. Just to complete this housing unit, 7 years down the line, 6 years into me, maybe I be reference and look for an investor. Under this predicament, is it greater Ghana Real Estate Developers Association? On my way. Before say the housing policy and as a housing unit as some baby banner. I remember very well that they came out to say that policy or program should be handed over to them. Now, Omube addressing the housing problem in this country. All governments refuse because of political expedience. What do you need to do? All we need to do say you be looking for this private people here and come woman you da no be to me build housing units at a cheaper rate am I no my year ade no aka say you baby da okay o baby da nti afa no man who say some hwehwe for a private investor fine so be it, we welcome it, we want them to go ahead, but the political talks around it and I say they should minimize it. No one who say program na ye project na ye per se ye no is for the benefit of the ordinary person na on one isika at ye nyina so be nkoko wie no na politician na ya sen aton dia ma ye ho na nip the target people I think ye dey ade nem show nsa no ankwa wie sa. That is the worry I always cry about, because okay Tracy pondie yi a ade a obehu a ye say onesa omatumi atobi babi kakra omo yes omo wi omutimi nsa kan bi no yen akro yi a policies ya the political elite and must allocate all the apartments and the flats to themselves, and ye koya na say ye buy. Nothing is regulating who is owning what and who is taking hold of anything, and you name sa until be opportunity be aba no matter can grab it again. Now the poorer population now you targeted woman no, they neglect them. Then the poor continue to be poor. Omu ni bebida. The rent wo okro. Small landowners omu wa dying ni ade omu dey dying ehenhan. Abaya ko. Your rent control policy e wo okro. But none of them to me I'm making sure say rent law no eye adwuma ama dan bo abako.
As we speak, unim say CCR and Shisha for Koso. Aban yes ran your best son. Emma Mika say crown. I think it's a draft bill, no. A draft, no, a parliament. No, cabinet, sorry. From Nkomona Babeto Jano. Minister. So more approve cra as a day. So saying your honor.
Of KWASI?
Yeah.
That I know honor crump on the saying.
Week akramame.
Ladies and gentlemen, one subject area that has dominated the housing space for decades is the regulation of the rental housing market in Ghana. As I've mentioned, in recent past, the existing law was passed by Parliament 59 years ago, and therefore its relevance has been outlived by current population growth and urbanization, housing availability, rental rates, housing redistribution, eviction controls, among several other attendant difficulties that have engulfed the housing sector. The review is intended to safeguard the rights of vulnerable citizens who have been outpriced by the uncontrollable highs in the cost of renting accommodation. Additionally, the review seeks to remove inherent constraints and offer incentives which will stimulate private sector investment in rental housing sector. This will ensure that property developers are not discouraged from investing in the housing industry by rigid rent control mechanisms which suppress chargeable rent to artificial levels. Furthermore, the rent bill, or better still, the draft rent bill, provides that a landlord who demands the payment of rent in advance for more than 1 month in a monthly tenancy, or a tenancy which is shorter than 1 month, or more than 1 year in a tenancy which exceeds 1 year, commits an offense clearly identified in the new bill. After some extensive engagement on the draft Rent Bill 2022, Cabinet, at its sitting or meeting held on the 27th October 2022, gave approval for the draft Rent Bill and recommended same for consideration of Parliament. It is expected that soon Parliament will also commence its engagement on the bill to culminate, hopefully, in its successful enactment. I want to take this opportunity to implore on all well-meaning Ghanaians to take particular interest.
Okay, so Minister for Works. Yeah. Yes, sir.
But you say, unimedra. And I unimedra.
Okay,
unimedra. Why your food? Na say enkrantie ene mo hawa ye ban esum fidie ewo eho tene ebe ya obechichi mo ni biare na omo abebu bi a omre efa saa ade no ho ta wo ye ta ban na ye fre na adwa eni ti sa adwa na ebi a wo be ye no onye mfam twafo no ho nyina nhia wo be ye duru baabi batisa ne say wo hwe ye wo ye duru baabi no afi etimi chimwa ne pa wonya mwa ne nam ne pa ewe ntino mo se no ade we sa me to aso wie efa fo no hu nyina emo e mechi omomo ne menya biare ntino mo kan se adwa e na kire ne to aso what you say adwa na kire ne to aso the woman we even rent law no it stipulated 6 months rent advance montimi ayen for so montimi o wa babem mu afiri mu asen ababem mu rent law is stated clear 6 months you couldn't then you go and draft another law say and only the 1 month advance now per se it's a fine proposition but adwa and the channel into aso ni a wo ye no ntino another one omo ka say obi a wa ye bi pen your friend aye boaf untimi nya nia wo ho ne dada no nya ni yi
okay you
see me nya so mfaso then you come and talk about this it's just a joke because you don't have control over the housing sector. They don't Aban don't have control over the housing sector in this country. So until say omatimi aye policy that gives the government of the day, which the Progressive People's Party, when given power, will do, will have full control over housing sector.
Okay.
Now, etimia regulate the private sector involvement, private sector ownership, any government sector ownership. No, you don't come and talk about this because private sector no Genesika no work on the baby. So for me, I think yes, nice proposition, but because of say to me be damn there's no hope in say near workano a feasible thing to me I take hold of this housing sector first. Now what to me implemented policies are to me they regulate Ghana for nya home faso.
But I say MONTIE Bengazi.
Offer so about a housing in some year me jidi say a idea I say nyina no you find very seriously. Na sa saglami as semi offer. I mean who the reason why I say idea omatono affordable housing. Akwa ye bibia sisi ano ya hwe ne ya ebe ya ade a unisika untumi nkonkotobi. Offer. But in all this, if it is on this same Saglimi housing project here, then the question I'm asking myself, say, why is Alhaji Collins Dauda in court? Because he was the minister for works and housing at that time. Initiation. So I stand to be corrected. And this was NDC 4 time. and he started as a project. $200 million. Over, I have a record here, and it says, one more money on Moko Court, Collins Lauda, and KWASI Mensa, together with 4 others. Charges are on Moko Court, no more residual 52 charges, including misappropriation and issuing fake certificates. Into one more Montie ase no, eso mutumi hu say, we no eye adie bia. Enye yen penso ene start here. Say, sika anka ban aye na adwene say, odi hyemu ama Ghana fo nyina enya baby pa edu omuti ato. Na nka omatua bibi kakra bi edi ama ban. Obi akwa akofa hu sika. Asem no work out sisia media mintumi conclude. But charge sheeter edam nsem wa hanom no 52 charges no mo ama minister sa time no o make na o was asoye na o mo sign contract no. Into over o mine there sebe se ye peniye dia ese no kredie ededi. Ese obi a o mo di dwuma ahye ne nsa when di ni dwuma ye no nipa kro no say no otumi kodem esa say sika e was agreement project ni mu no $200 million me ka kire wo say anke betimi aye noma bebre ama Ghana for
at you saying say MPP ba ban mu na be mfie be nsia na echi omo ka che Ghana for say saglamina nkom me but this year the minister said, Adie say, baby, I could do to see a pan crank. And why we shall say affordable. Yeah. And we say I want okay, affordable. Darling boy, let me say, quoting some Semone Attorney General, no, or yen shishe moi, a ya check a cra. But, say, what to me about conclude? Say, sike debi e kosu baby. Emma, former minister, na minister at that time, no, or ye in charge, no. Ono so a filing the witness statement no say omo hihwem na omo hu say eye yura Collins Lauda wonu me diskabi ana scare so omo di share project ni mo ma fa hima eso omo kodem omo say achede but no kra na daddy say senti a saglemen hu nsem sema do so a ene omo wie ye ena chi no omo be wie o ena say ni say it's no longer going to be affordable nyina no nia okọ sign contract no anke so make sure say sika no omode man na so di adwuma no when to me afan complete no omoni ni gina court intim paibo na Ghana fo ase nyina ye bo say so one me diskabi pa so one pa say ne omoni omokọ court no ada di dia na so omokọ dem obia so won no oka project no bia so omo hu nyina a form no eso e mo found over but you see edu baby nso some of these alternatives no yes say open yent no private sector partnership ade bia etumi boa anti anka ye masagleme ensi honom saa na anka empro ana ada ni nsi honom anum nneoma aye nyina entitem pansan ana anka be yesi ade be ma private developer no was car ni aka no odi beshem odi shemu a na se ye ya na won mo mo bi no won tumi akoye den akonya bi e de arrente no makotenem instead of say ye de be court ni akotwe ho manso na edan no nipa e wo kroma hanom nso won tumi nya ba bi nkonkonkoda de a ene ebehia etumi mi gidi say ni aban ye no anka owo sika na anka odi beshem na mi gidi say anka aban na anka say disas kan beshem. But say yen to me ma edan no ye betena honom pa na ye de etrimoden ama edan na atena honom a nipa bi antenem na edan no mu nneoma nyina abesa de ebe ye beta say ye be partner na ke de ama private developer na honom mo ska no mo de hyemu a na de obi nso obetumi nya kakra no akwa rent afi omon that would be the best but I say tiefuo nyina ate ase say eye Collins Lauda and this your prince so omuma ni tumi sanka onhye se sagleme project no ebe koso ne ade no omuni ni ko gina court no 52 charges aden okay So, what about the rent bill? No, come on, to say.
Well, rent bill no. Send your mini Felix Ekano. 6 months in some seminar. Sebe obetna ekromo hanom, especially Wakra hanom. Offer. Sisi Accra okwa baby offer. Obia no one more bejo 6 months advance. Obia ji 1 year, 2 years. Now, me young man, sebe, me makwetua endu 3,000. Me pese me fi me ma me no me papa nchen. Ana menya adwuma wo baby. Me se me kwa rentia. Ebi wo hono ma ebebo mama me no na so me kotua be over 20,000 just for a year and a two. Ebi wo hono so a baby a me kwa akotena enso me kokotena hono ma enye ye me over me tena lajo. Abra me student me tena lajo. Omo de dan ne ma me no over akwa ne gi me 2 years in advance. Ba woni ma de akwa ne ye. Me kotena dan wan kan kire me se nsuo to a ebeba dan nim. Over nsuo to a edan no mu hwe me se enuma timi floto a na fridge ne kula floto. E wo dem ho no. Me nya baby nda apart from ne ma me ye lucky. Eye empa na e wosoro. Nti nsuo ne ba sei na ubon se medam pa no so sa till say nsuo ne beba fom. Over rent nsensem no eyade a edi emmemu ane maba yuanum wo krom hanom nyapa.
Okay, see here.
So 1 month no eyade a omutumi de ko parliament no mo approve a. Na sisia no approve ane de megidi se bekoso. But over enforcement. Enforcement. Ibinum do on sem call rent control. Rent control na yan kwa complain kura e di ama wonom. Wonom fa chire kura egiska.
Bengazi is here. Na mema
2 years advance.
What you say? It is system no. And you see a pekwan so you breaking it down.
Okay.
Because 1 month no e ya dia e beboa ye.
Me compare a die shop me be na nka be shop media office kakra. They be call na rent control the next and I be say landlord and say oh shop na me pay no say was 2 years me je 1,500 for 2 years. Now I'm say 1,500 for 2 years. That's rent control na. I na we say 6 months so massa untua ko obi be ba Jesus here. Now rent control na mu.
That is 6,360 million.
As rent control na mu wetua. Now
Mama Malik Adama so Emremo Anope Malik Akwaba. Bra microphone yeah. Medasi. Mpacho momenti Malik Saglami housing project Ebreno mpacho yanko.
Yeah, medasi be master kwesi. Yeah, mechia me colleagues wa ha. Na mechia wankas.
Yes sir.
Let me say me minister no enya.
Okay.
Initially minister no extra site ho. That's somewhere 201.
Yeah.
Appointing of Fufro.
Yeah.
And also obe complete that project. Obe san I make sure say other projects na eko cost no nyina obe force say obe wie.
Yeah.
Na minister na num nsem. Okohwe na projects na 1,500. Now out of 1,500 na 1,054 ready a nipa ebetime akotine. 1,054 ready ema nipa ebetime akotine. Na DMBO na asamba a o ma nkrofo no ankotine.
Insuo electricity ni ho.
And no,
sewage.
I will take you there. It is not a excuse. There is sewage there. Because a sewage in no, it's a fallacy. The whole video abio sewage means drainage system. Drainage system. Minchero, OBS the dia. Electricity and water is the last thing to provide. Electricity that will move it to the fiempo. The meter year reading po, yet more fixed bill. Ukia. And now ensure. Make my say Greater Accra, half of Greater Accra ensure. For Taifa still na from pipe water. Ombenya kra recent anya bibia na flow. Tantra ye kro kese kra. How many times pipe water and here a flow ho. Into enu nye excuse. Bibia ho to the extent says switches mpo ya switch bulb mpo ma fix it. Bulb, common bulb ko ya fix it to the houses. And I'm just done from 2016. We just up to 6 years down the line. When a boy form this year. Switch on my fix light. Towel ray, the audio towel, ebe hangi so kekakra ya fixing. Inti DMB unaka. Ye light a yebe train. And no, and kan ho, da u moving po, you bet me the light I then. Abaho. Unsio adenta, the ben omunyensu. You see adenta housing. Unsio niho. Omutonsu ansana adenta housing. Professor Mills Adaurma. Omunya unsio eba those areas. Enti dia na minister nek. That is a excuse sebi no, you don't know your whereabouts. Enti me first say MPP government bought Ghana for abroad. Then you see minister admitted said 1054 is completed. Nipa betmetinem. Why can't they move in? They are moving in within a week. Week is too much for ECG. Ebe mo be a fixed rate on connected light. 1 week is too much. Na mo jane sama aroti. This year usi hand it over. Percent o the ma private developers grader. Na omumum ento. Na omunwie na omumaton. Sebi no. Meti sadden. In fact, my heart bleeds, especially when you are engineer. Me sunya, me kohoko share. It is, I'll use the word 100% completion. As the minister admitted, me use the word 100% completion. Until then, Obeton, we Jamana Roti, who is causing the financial loss to the country? Minister no, and then this government, and they causing financial loss to this country. Adenta Senate runs by ye. Omo remomut mensu ni ho. Not that time, how you bush. That was later part of 90s. Unconfuti ho. Come on, MP's flat. That how you bush. Obi onimbia obe testify. Unconfu akotena ho. After you raise argument na almost say a outskirt. Yes. Ye pese Accra no. At least emu emu bie kakra decentralization. Yin unconfu kakra. Enti honsu enyia market schools bahwa. Honsu a bit pressure na ewa Accra. And there are these good homes. Won't manage the basic management. You will not even put one city. Just allocate it to public workers. Just that. Won't me anye. We Jano for 6 years. A roti. They say also ton now this cano akosi fufro. Fufro ben odokosi. That's can intimacy fufro. Fufro odi kwakosi fufro. Meanwhile, the annual abeno you cannot even allocate. Not to complete because it has been completed per the statement, you know. Now what else? My first said they should reverse it. It is a lazy, wicked, evil approach. So they should reverse it. I think it's very bad. Ghanaians shouldn't accept that one because it's completed. What are you selling? What are you selling? Let me move on to Metie Minuan made by Indiana Yedeba Ministries name. Yes, in Indiana dear, Uko villages now. Prices no ever form. Na yin transportation bo. Yin 2 years back yeti ha. Na La Paz to Tema 12 cities. Just 2 years back. Today it's 18 cities. 12 and 18 cities. That's 50% increment. Obi enim. Enti so obi kofe eduane. Edi fi eye Navrongo. Edi ba Accra ha. The cost of fuel alone, the cost of transportation krano. No bo be din eduane na nkasa mpo bo or the ton. Ente bedu ha ebe kosoro na se minister no anase aban no opese oboa and they unprovided cars ana omonte so special cars bi ebi obema subsidy omudi eduane beba in that manner eduane beden ebeba form the minister ankasa epese we showcase wa ba card aba anye bi aka na charge na he o charge ya na ye free and o charge so ya he and omudi aba omo ton low ede ba ene de fine enti no ye pese de ye ka no omuntie na ampa ompese aduane ko form dia omunhwe transportation. Okay. Transportation is the basic. I had me chrome onem ne bo great car keke I had me chrome maybe say 320 them say yeah ka ha o yeah ka 320 Ghana o ko keke o undidi wo kwan so no na imagine omo de nyama eba e dey fine. That's my story.
Miss me that say me ba na ya ba bi din komo kakra ra ken ofrata ni ne kokko so what's it
four prices are at see
and see a rapper bet me account say
that is gallon ya they be gallon ya
oh bro so what for also
gallon ya me bro so gallon ya gallon ya 14 CD
it could have been worse.
This incompetent government
It could have been worse.
This incompetent who don't know his left and right. This incompetent government in the history of Fourth Republic.
Let me read my messages. Pacho Nyamoya no about yentimi nisa nkomo because more time no call. Honestly speaking, the NDC party can never ever manage the economy. In the way and manner the NPP government is doing right now. That is Bosheba Amisti no do we buy. Is it please? One will ask why is it that the finance minister Ken Ofori-Atta does not want to resign? Mr. Ted, if we go first, it's not dear no buy. Musa Abato someone says many NPP members are ignorant about the fact that Gabi Asarachi and others are the biggest problem Ghana is facing. Musa Abatwa with that one. Now, no more NDC, so they should stop disturbing us in this country. Or Fake new plant station or DNO free. Majority MPs are suffering from conflict or in a state of dilemma. So I asked you whether to serve their constituency or the president. That's Alex Kofi Yerani, Eddie Free, Denta Commandos Research. Now, or DNO by D. Ewotem, please only update me about the U-Start. Where to pick forms or telephone numbers to call for direction, please. Well, I'm sure we spoke to the Deputy Minister for Finance. You heard him. Okay, you start no come before so about me. So D, that's about it. Now, Mystic Wonder in Soma Dreji, Ghanaians don't need a soothsayer to tell us that the treacherous, clueless, nepotistic Nanado Baumia-led government is corrupt and most confused and the most confused government ever. Mystic Wonder, no dear no buy. Please, I bought prepaid for 30 Ghana cedis. When it came on my meter, 19 Ghana cedis was what was registered. I need an explanation from the ECG. That is Citizen Shaker Achimos Nasi. Well, see, be now the Canada. And TB or Matthew Mokano Modino. That's the only explanation because I don't work with ECG. You have to go there, then find out from them. District now, Citizen Shaker, I'm sure say unim. Maybe I'll call no. Sorry, ECG for office between I find out. Help me send. Okay, I'll leave this one there. Dr. Dan Blue brings so Usika. I'll say daily minimum wage of 14 Ghana cedis, 88% is a mockery to Ghanaian worker. With this gross economic mismanagement, which has occasioned hardship, what can this token do to a worker per day? That is one here from Dr. Dan Blue. Need 100 points na Ghana Montie Suni. Yanko enim yanto aso na menim pain for menji kakra. Yanhwe Bengazi.
Over.
Meji wasem na tum.
Okay, over.
And you also fuel tie ka fuel ho as yindi fuel nkomo. Ana Felix.
Me beka ho. Over. Over kan okro de beka ho. Na over no kra nyame enem na fuel boye dey. Over no kranya me name say ye bo aban abaso say national president ni ebe kasai o ka say wa charge Ministry of Energy and National Petroleum Authority say wonum ne OMC na from OMC wonum mo kofa bulk distributors no
chamber oil
for no omontina from no mo hwe margins a sebe ebetumi atoso anke betumi amaye over one of the ratings so etumi ma fu no dollars for the past weeks now one will say yes dollar next stabilize kakra you hope say betumi aba for more ama Ghana for enho etumi ahin high omomo but be that as it may ne etene say sisi ano no kranya me anim aban biamba power what if war prices so that this is how buy we aban bian buy what if war prices to send you sa aban we what if war prices in the midst of global turmoil oko abenya just nyina globally war prices is on the high but sani o man pani epese Ghana for omo hin high omo no me gidi say artist no enya ne de but at least yet memufo eka no ena opese oyɛ de boa ye nyina ye hoto omo tisia diesel 3 cedis na afiso ena petrol 2 cedis and 3 cedis okay memfa no say 2 cedis mpa ena sisia petrol no 1 cedi afiso offer na me problem ne say yetifu wo so a na ana say me fa say yetifu wo mu a na ideal milk a me nya no 5 cedi no na sisi a aba beduru 6 cedis over say yetifu wo so a who said the same ideal milk no ebe so aba back to the normal price na cafe se yeto no na baby a akoduru na nka ye nyina ye complain no e hono ma na beda till say ye beti so masanso atofu o mu biu no masanso aye den edi bia atosu biu na komati sui na sanka nwoma yeto e wodwamu ni ade nyina no so beba form a 1 cedi na efiso mebo a Felix 1 cedi na efiso diesel 2 cedi na efiso a ne kura nyame anim saa nwoma nyina omodi petrol kofa ne ade nyina no eba ye dwa so no ese ni nyina so esa so esote ede ma ye ne yeso yetumi nya ye fa hode etumi ko ne ye koto biba
Ebren continues from
ya make an what you say but for that's a good a year ese ye share because anytime bia when there is an increment and normal prices cost but say omote so na eba form prices ni ntumi mba form
okay
and only a problem ese ye share na yetumi attack na eboa ye nyina na ema ye ho hihan
me da say I mean to you Felix
ABOAGYE
yeah
records available from 2000 or 2001 to 2022 shows say enya ban we nko and we reduce fuel prices and into mesre minua Benghazi the facts and support on the argument no our per se yenyina ye den your support no
Obi send a message by say you keep interrupting him and to mean draw attention we see why is the MPP guy always interrupting the other guest and you are not checking him
now one me na wo check me passing obi ani on tantie me na wo check me see obi a wa hanom me kasa kakra bi a wo se me nkama no tu one on tantie
yeah so
Felix kawasem so e da wani mbobọ man ni enti
ne wo ho ne say if you mean come back mean come take you through all the years ne reduction ne upsurge ne kai hu say yeah since a year can say deregulation exercise the market is being controlled not by government and it won't mean can't me say oh yeah more buy about if you say what fuel prices above form it's not government bra yenye deregulation mean kan ko akira e bra na omampanyi dada to bo ase no yen kasa buy na amana to aban na aye amana price na cost that's what
but according to Kopek Dankanamwa because my question to him no say is it because of the cheaper fuel now buying so copper but nyabotre and no say there bida and crowd Australia but emum adia aboama ebonaba form no ye forex na Bank of Ghana making available to omo kotoba na ka ho bi and I'm abonaba
also diverted and then he forgot to add say international crude prices and so prices no above form
but say from because mementi said which means enka forex ni so bi ni ho anka no so
ya enka forex ni gina ya na say swati anka e beti fuel so be 5 cedis anka fuel so e beti so be 5 cedis me na da na oni mu forex ni ye ABOAGYE say wo de wakwa brochire ukoye na off-road train no who say omudu ba bia no mo gina
no mo fa fuel
they kasa wa kire listen to the analogy won't
I will cheer for Boga me team in COVID damn
say train gina the next 5 minutes now no be na forest no you know oh gina ya na by 5 days they say what humrika bi wasai akazom ya chede nchini bi ware fuel city no wasai ya refuel or say yako etere mo nchene ne ehwe na ne wo mu ni say ABOAGYE the government policies are or they are addressing economic challenges me I will always say we will still continue to go down. Omun change direction. It's as simple as that. Na emwa oman me ho high. Now fuel price are above from there. Nobody should take credit and say, oh, no. International market price of crude or petroleum products above from. So automatically we expect to say, and keep being a drastic reduction. Now, by from no any from back at all. About boom, and it is saying, can we see the new one against the dollar? They quack and come in Canada for go see and can never see about a base 8 cities and 7 cities. But because of mismanagement of the economy, I'm a city to the dollar rate on IBC Basanti. And no, and I'm my NTV anti so I be a so 2 CDs for diesel and a 1 CD for petrol. And then open say your ball is in some neighbor about to say, why are they no? That is not the point. Niagana for new is a few years as a petroleum product, ASC cities. 6 CDs and then your top petrol. And then your top petrol need diesel 20 CDs and any I hear. You should be worried. I don't know it upper mark system no more dey. Na nyina no ne so ne qualify ne nyina ne de so hwan. Owura oforiata. Yasema ye kan say on free office. Ghana for say resign. O say won resign. Majority MPs for say resign. A petition president. O say won resign. Yes, say essential one so and also you are fighting against it again.
Okay.
So with all the allegations, with all the nearby idea about for real time honorable say, Papa, apart from that, to Kurempo, one casano, because what was a essential meeting as a crowd order? Wabre, and also still you are fighting it. So the point is, for Riata, free just way. It's not about censorship. He should resign. Na Ghana, yenya dedeni yeri. The nyina ne say. Twakum ya abani man say wakwa da nchen wakwa twere ho asa etu okwa twere asasa. But I don't know why Uraken Foriata is still insisting to be imposed. One of course IMF bailout, we don't need it all. Ghana we don't need IMF bailout. And the argument say only IMF bailout no and no enye no and say
okay. May I say Malik me too petrol boy reduction.
Yeah, Master Chrissy. Let me say reduction kakra biaba. Na and also no ebeboa kakra but still no yabre. And still no mitigation ebeba no kra no yem feel any positive impact bia. Na menua ka say ka yentete nyama so. One person metwe na adwen ko say kama diesel cost 23.9, a petrol cost 17.9 no. And cheyo just 2 weeks ago. Yes, that time the lorry fed the hunky cahunia no matter my cost review. Into more the cost 20% or so, no moon to show you. Uncle Moon to be a you. Into moon to show you. But sir, connect call more Nicodemusly. Obey any motion. Yanya and a peck off when they own say petrol and Casako 17.99. And see ABA and a diesel call 23.45. Yes, ABA. Obey any motion. And tis a buff from Kakra, 2 CD Wahana, 1 CD Waha. Yet then Yamia say, and dropping. By anything, if $1 no. Early this year, petrol 6 cedis per liter. That was February. Air cost 7 cedis no. Drivers demonstrate for the 7 cedis. That time, that dollar yeah, also equal to about 7 cedis. Almost demonstrate yeah. But and there, February echo do 17 just within 8 to 10 months. They could do 17 cities. Over 100% increment. And a hono. And a efi foreign currency. And a one manage foreign currency. And a buy manage foreign currency. And a strangely no, tama na 6 cities per liter no. Na well market, a cost 7 well market should call by 115, 112 cents per barrel. Ubeje say as at last week I said na about 76 cities per barrel. Now, so okay, was a drop across 5 cedis or 4 cedis 50 pesos per liter. Nemum a dranic of 15. As at last week, 15, 16, then 17. DNT, because of your dollar. Dollar from 7 cedis, dranic could do 15 cedis, 50 pesos, 15.5. And then the NM 14, 5, 14, 8, 15, 14 something. And that's my bad. And it's purely mismanagement by the administration. And Obi Okite Yesika, Unyadie. One, parliamentarians, both majority and minority, you say resign, or say own resign. Obia say resign, or say own resign. And then you japadi ana. Yes.
That no be no.
Yes, or say own resigning.
That be no kind.
Or say own resigning.
Don't do that.
Action speaks louder than words.
Any time out, finance minister be na sir.
Oh, e was a car. Oh, nkofu.
Onka sada.
Acho o kasa me yedi o kan yema bebre na enye no kore. Ba menya time. You see, Master Kwesi, or you be a wa any respect. E was asase we so. Me expect so onkitan sa respect no. Who dede sa no. Compose yourself. Nanka step down, naked away boo. Na still only ye train sa opasa utna ho. Ba onim. O man penny ka sem be meeting odwe am say, "Oh, o man penny ade na we answer." O say, "Yen train na IMF deal no. Odi enim na say ekotru wi a." Na meti bibia say onim bibia say meti ye no. Commission na obeje no. Nti omo train because transaction bia ye be ya efa na bank no, oje commission. Because obe admit say so far waji commission $159 million or by admittee or parliament. Until you train that $3 billion loan.
Okay.
Commission $3 billion loan no. I be fan
me focus yeah.
Now commission obejeno. Omo train so the commission ni wia and son of mama wa resign.
May that say
which is very a bonny. On my opinion, a person or yeah.
Malik me that.
It's simple and short or train commission no.
Mate me that say 0302243540 and 0302257902. Yen focus kakra etifo anope wo dwumedie so. Okay. Hello. No. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, your friend say.
Abagye abagye. We are kapia phobia ni o mi kasati kantamanto.
Thank you.
Yeri kama member mabaso. Na mi tia mi MPP ni no. In fact kunya kesi so tia onabo batia jako. Ono be tu franka ma MPP. Any Dr. Oseya Edichu Minister of Education papa me bo abaso. Ana Dr. Sen Japan. Menya pepe ya teswa. Mini ya ikase ni ya se ya baba na baso. Le pato also no kasa se kenoforiata ni na de so bo le be bolo. Le pato o free ho ansa na ati petrol no so anasa oda ho. Butane mame. Oh, NBC for mesremo. One kasa why confused because about where eduma papa wo ye no. Eno na ama abahu ama omampani dada John da mani mama me ka se ye le mai mu ha. Ena ni bi Emma bank bi gu Ghana ha and then the trouble bi ebi no anka wasem and then no for that say and na na do ye for papa ni anu ma betro mi ni do mama so we there boy boy papa boy there we ni your pay and na ye board time I would dano and then we see die no ni muta bamba ta hai no abem I am sorry and na timu for I say no and klaba edma pa na do aye no make ko ekusi o fa go tale so ko he papa papa ya ye I da ho se ka ho asem I be input to beba and then make edna okuteto ne mposo so amatre be pa ho and what the papa say e ko da ho ye and na ko ho ye bi ni tiri minister ko fa body aba ne e to a aliko papa ja ho se body ne boarding
me da say hello
yeah Onya
your friend say
FM speak me ani
okay
ni di kan pacho yin sua de me pacho diagram we ni contractor no ya IPA me pacho emna NDCP power no Ghana phone na muti fine me cool do echi ba de muti me pacho emna NDC abanse say na NDP buy no contractor me pacho o ka se onye dwuma dwuma na ya ene muti we contract we treat 196 million amantino amabaka me contractor no o ka se onye dwuma so sampa say mum traffic can come but a percentage we which say contractor no kamu jani manu ko so a nka 196 na mu je wotwa no ko be complete ya mu peso but essence one yes sir ema mu stop work no en timpacho Ghana penipon Ghana business for mun bisa ta kwesi we say on find contractor ni jai dwuma to on biom
me da say we bisa wa say no sense su biom hello yeah if I say
but where wa unia be man na amwa ko na make say
anɔpɛ yi mede nkyia kɛseɛ ɛma yɛwura dɔkta ɔsɛyɛ adutwu ebi obi a metia no mede ahyɛ wɔ japan so wiwu no papa no sɛ yɛbɔ no aba so ne adwuma so a yɛma ɔman ghana na nnɛ yɛnya organic fertilizer a yɛde gu yɛ no baeɛ so ghana ha no ɛyɛ ade paeɛ sɛ yɛbɔ aba no aba so flawasi sɛgrɛmɛ project no a ɛnnɛ aban sɛ ɔde ma ankorankorɛ no ɛyɛ ade pa a ɛwɔ sɛ yɛfoa aban no so ɛnɛ na da hɔ gye because ɛdan a akɔ parliament say almost 5,000 housing projects ama Ghana for affordable. Minister of Housing, I could tell them so they were to about 1,000. I say this is 5,000. You check them a contract and all me quite a damn young man. You can be and a band back where I could tell them. So the mark I'm crack. The barber was to Sanamono. The master can afford and say, yes, now you can watch them. And you're going to get you. You can avoid it. America avoid it. Canada avoid it. Maybe it could be avoiding. But I did a year to force yeah, what ban not a ban according because you're going to have. I'm here to you're talking about what dear and funny promo and was a banner.
May that's my funny chat to crying for course in Siano pay where you made you so na Niakan from Metro. Hello.
Hey. Agwazi?
Yay.
What am I supposed to
be in council?
Agwazi, the boss of woman, I'm in your one of my year. Agwazi, not to boss your canoe as I can tell you.
Yo, dear.
I'm sorry about the Milan, my register, now they are too bum. And at the time, I'm incoming president, they will conduct Martin 2025, the next president of the nation. Martin, let me tell you of Blabanka Yabua. You got just started and go from Count Papa and no Abaso, or my power your custom. I will host them upon say Ghana. And my confirmed Yanaba. Now what the Pomodim Pimonima to so. Ghana for Subai. No minister confirmed Yanaba, but my wife could Akwasuya brought their 10 cities and my wife for Kotoya Kwasi. You better move better. As I for this, near Wuzudi. Ghana force a Gianano, a friend said, Minister de Bayano, or Boka. Akwasi, you're not catching Ghana for the sake. Nanadu Danko Kufuadu, or give Ghana for him. Nanadu Numa, and Yoga, Kodocha Mati, ever make Jansu the campaign. If you ever say Ghana for, young one another to them. Akwasi Minoka said, no, me feels I care about. We'll shut. Pokrasic, a coin another ever by year. No, a coin one district, one factory, a beer room, Kwasi, no, a bragging Tiafiaso.
Made us say, Hanum Senior DC, and pay, Eda, more free, I say, more the messages by it me kind, to me and Kaya, Fache. Now, in him search, and Kwani and Warding were Besambani about trust, who teach me, dear Binyami, in Shapa Papa, Yeni Sop, and pay, Ote, Felix Mante, Director of Communication PPP, and Ote, Benjamin Jehu Apia belongs to the communication team of the NPP, and Malik Adama, also of the communication team of the NDC, says the Communication Bureau. And pay one money and Yomudi Jume, Kojo Damiado time, a chief Jume de Bremo, na Magarian so born a chi drum. Nanaya Safuna Frima Banco, a boy, edit to Petin, a social media. Yes, or this na DJ Bosco Babe Bombing your copy me prem to bread, no the Ajumtata, Muye Jume. Na chesi ya diya nyomso, edi peso, edi amamo. KWASI ABOAGYE. Anope, yamin shemu nina. One team in kebi you man make call.